Chapter 1. The narcoleptic disciple. By Zhan's eyes drooped as the sect elder droned on about the sacred principles of the eternal heaven sect. Around him, dozens of other disciples sat with perfect posture, their attention fixed on the stage where Elder Fong delivered his entrance ceremony speech. Bai Zhan had lasted exactly 12 minutes into the address before his eyelids became unbearably heavy. Not again, he thought desperately, pinching his thigh. The sharp pain jolted him awake for approximately 7 seconds before the weight returned. His narcolepsy had plagued him since childhood, an inexplicable curse that caused him to fall asleep at the worst possible moments. At previous jobs, at family gatherings, even during his own birthday celebration, sleep had always come for him regardless of circumstance or intention. And thus, we must cultivate with unwavering dedication, Elder Fong proclaimed, his voice reaching a dramatic crescendo. The path to immortality is not for the weak-willed or lazy. Bai Zhan's head nodded forward. His consciousness flickered like a dying candle flame. The morning sun streaming through the sect's grand hall seemed suddenly unbearably warm. The wooden bench beneath him felt softer than it had moments before. His breathing deepened. His muscles relaxed completely. He surrendered to the darkness. What happened next should not have been possible. The moment Bai Zhan's physical eyes closed, his consciousness snapped open in a completely different place. Gone was the grand hall. Instead, he found himself standing in an endless landscape of swirling clouds and crystalline mountains that seemed to exist in perpetual twilight. The sky above was neither day nor night, but something in between, painted in shades of purple and silver that hurt to look at directly. Bai Zhan staggered backward, gasping. This was unlike any dream he had ever experienced. The sensation of the ground beneath his feet felt impossibly real. He could feel the cool wind against his face, smell the faint aroma of incense drifting through the air. When he touched his own face, the sensation registered with perfect clarity. This was no hallucination. A translucent panel materialized before his eyes, glowing with pale blue light. The characters inscribed upon it appeared to be written in a language he somehow understood instinctively, though he had never seen such symbols before. Dreamwalker cultivation system activated, time dilation. 1 real hour equals 100 dream hours, current status. Lucid dreamer, dream rank 1. Qi cultivation, 0%. Bai Zhan read the text 3 times, certain he was misunderstanding. 1 hour of sleep could translate to 100 hours of cultivation? That seemed absurdly impossible. But as he stood in this strange realm, experiencing sensations more vivid than waking life, he couldn't deny that something extraordinary had occurred. A figure materialized from the swirling clouds, a woman composed entirely of silver mist and starlight. She had a face that seemed to shift and change slightly every time Bai Zhan looked directly at it, as if she existed partially out of sync with his perception. When she spoke, her voice echoed like wind chimes carried on a gentle breeze. "Welcome, dreamer," the woman said, bowing slightly. "I am the keeper of the eternal dream. Your soul carries the mark of the dreamwalker, a cultivation path thought lost 10,000 years ago. You have been selected." "Selected for what?" Bai Zhan asked, his voice hoarse from disuse and shock. "To cultivate the hidden arts," the keeper replied. "To grow strong while the waking world sleeps. But beware, young dreamer. This realm was not always peaceful. We who dwell here have lived in isolation for ages beyond counting. Your presence has already drawn the attention of things that should not be disturbed." Before Bai Zhan could respond, the keeper began to fade back into the clouds. "Use this time wisely. When you wake, only moments will have passed in the mortal realm, yet you will have experienced centuries here. Begin with the cultivation manual I place in your soul. Your first 100 hours has already begun." She vanished, leaving Bai Zhan alone in the twilight landscape. Panic seized him briefly. Then he noticed something new had appeared in his mind, a vast repository of knowledge that hadn't existed moments before. Ancient techniques laid themselves bare before his consciousness. Cultivation methods that predated his sect by millennia. He understood, instinctively, how to gather qi from the very fabric of the dream itself and draw it into his consciousness. Bai Zhan sat cross-legged on the crystal ground and began to cultivate. Back in the real world, less than 1 minute had passed. Elder Fong continued his speech, now discussing the importance of personal discipline. Several disciples had already noticed Baizhun slumped against the wall, obviously asleep, and exchanged knowing glances. Another lazy one, their expressions seemed to say. The Eternal Heaven sect had seen too many cultivators like this, those who couldn't handle the demands of a real cultivation path. No one noticed that while Baizhun's body remained motionless, sweat had begun to bead on his forehead. His hands trembled slightly despite his deep sleep. Something was happening to him, something that reached far beyond the understanding of the waking world. In the eternal dream, Baizhun's consciousness blazed like a star. Qi flooded through the pathways of his spirit, nourishing channels that had lain dormant since birth. The cultivation manual in his mind unfolded its secrets, layer by layer, teaching him techniques that would have taken normal cultivators years to master. His spiritual foundation, previously untapped, suddenly became visible to his inner perception, a vast emptiness waiting to be filled. Hour after hour in dreamtime passed. Baizhun's cultivation progressed with terrifying speed. The Qi condensation realm, first stage of the cultivation path, began to solidify around his spirit. His dantian, the energy reservoir within the lower abdomen, started to take shape, slowly accumulating the power of heaven and earth. And still he cultivated, driven by instinct and an inexplicable hunger to grow stronger. The techniques flowed through him like water through a stream, natural and inevitable. Baizhun lost all sense of time in this place where time itself was meaningless. When the first 100 hours had passed, Baizhun's eyes suddenly snapped open in the great hall. He had been asleep for approximately 3 minutes. Elder Fong was still speaking, his voice now discussing the importance of contributing to sect missions. Baizhun straightened up, blinking rapidly, expecting to feel disoriented as he always did after falling asleep at inconvenient moments. Instead, he felt incredible. Energy thrummed through his veins like an invisible current. His body felt stronger, lighter, more responsive. He could sense something new within himself, a reservoir of power that hadn't existed before. When he focused his attention inward, he could perceive the architecture of his own Qi channels, see the newly formed dantian glowing softly in his inner vision. The other disciples around him continued to pay attention to Elder Fong, oblivious to the transformation happening beside them. A few still smirked at the sight of Baizhun waking up, but he ignored them completely. He was too busy analyzing the changes happening to his body and spirit. A new notification appeared in his mind, the text glowing with ethereal blue light only he could perceive. Qi condensation stage 1 complete, 12%, dream rank. Lucid dreamer, 39 to 100 toward dreamwalker. Baizhun's heart pounded in his chest. In the waking world, he had absorbed exactly nothing from Elder Fong's speech. But in 3 minutes of real time, he had completed the first stage of cultivation that normally took months or years to achieve. The implications were staggering. He had discovered something that would change everything. Chapter 2. Entrance Examination. The sect's entrance examination took place in the Great Arena 3 days later. Baizhun had spent those intervening nights pushing his cultivation forward with ruthless dedication. Each night, he fell asleep with purpose rather than embarrassment, and each sleep session granted him another 100 hours of uninterrupted cultivation in the dream realm. By the time of the examination, Baizhun had advanced to Qi condensation stage 5, a progression that should have taken 6 months or more under normal circumstances. His Qi reserves had grown substantially, his techniques had been refined repeatedly, and his spiritual perception had sharpened to a degree that astounded him. Yet he looked utterly unremarkable. The entrance examination was designed to test the new disciples' fundamental cultivation abilities. The first trial was a simple Qi evaluation, a measurement of raw power that all outer disciples had to demonstrate before being assigned proper training schedules. Baizhun approached the massive stone tablet that served as the testing apparatus, watching as various other hopefuls went before him. A stocky boy named Chun Wei managed to crack the surface of the tablet with a strike infused with Qi. The elder recording results nodded approvingly and marked something on a scroll. A girl with elegant features made the tablet emit a soft glow, demonstrating superior control despite lower raw power. One after another, the new disciples demonstrated their capabilities. When it came Baizhun's turn, he stepped forward with the tablet looming above him. The elder barely glanced up from his record-keeping. Strike the tablet with whatever chi you can muster, the elder said dismissively. Try not to injure yourself. Baizhen took a deep breath and raised his fist. He could feel the chi flowing through his pathways, ready to be deployed. 5 stages of chi condensation stage cultivation meant his power was far beyond that of an ordinary disciple with just a few weeks of training. But he had no frame of reference. How strong was he really, compared to others? He struck the tablet with moderate force, infusing it with about 30% of his total chi reserves. The sound that erupted was like a thunderclap. The massive stone tablet shattered into fragments. Dust exploded outward in a thick cloud, forcing everyone in the arena to cover their faces. When the dust settled, nothing remained of the testing apparatus but rubble. The entire arena fell silent. The elder recording results stood up slowly, his scroll dropping from nerveless fingers. Around the arena, other sect officials and instructors had all turned to stare at the devastation. Several disciples who had been waiting to take their own examination looked absolutely shocked. What is your name?" the elder asked, his voice shaking slightly. "Baizhen," he replied quietly. I'm sorry about the tablet. I didn't mean to use so much power." Baizhen heard several disciples begin to whisper urgently to each other. A few looked at him with what might have been fear. One girl in particular, a cultivator with an exceptional temperament who had performed well in her own examination, studied him with intense, analytical eyes. Elder Fong himself emerged from a viewing pavilion, his expression stern. He looked at the rubble, then at Baizhen, then at the rubble again. "Who trained you?" Elder Fong demanded. "Were you already a cultivator before arriving at the sect?" "No, sir," Baizhen said, which was technically true. He had received no training from the sect itself. "I've just been studying very hard." The lie came easily enough, though Baizhen's heart raced with the knowledge of how close he'd come to being discovered. If the elder pressed for more details, if they investigated his background thoroughly, the truth would eventually emerge. But for now, the claim of dedicated self-study seemed to satisfy most of the observers, though Elder Fong looked distinctly unconvinced. "Come with me," Elder Fong commanded. "We need to have a discussion about your background and your cultivation method." Baizhen followed the elder to a private study, anxiety coursing through him. If they found out about the Dreamwalker system, about the eternal dream, what would they do? Would they expel him? Dissect him spiritually to discover the source of his power? Execute him as a potential heretic? Elder Fong sat behind his desk, studying Baizhen with an intensity that made the younger man's skin crawl. The destruction of that tablet indicates power at the early foundation establishment stage, Elder Fong said slowly. Foundation establishment takes at least 2 to 3 years of dedicated cultivation to achieve. You claim to have trained yourself in the past few days? I learned quickly, Baizhen offered weakly. No one learns that quickly without external assistance, Elder Fong said flatly. Do you have a cultivation manual from a higher sect? A pill that accelerated your growth? A hidden technique taught to you by someone else? Baizhen met the elder's gaze directly. He decided on a partial truth. I have a unique constitution that allows me to cultivate very quickly during sleep. It's a rare condition. I have narcolepsy, which makes me fall asleep frequently. But when I sleep, my body and spirit process cultivation techniques at an accelerated rate. Elder Fong's eyes narrowed. That's unusual. Extraordinarily unusual. I've never heard of such a constitution in my 70 years of cultivation. It started manifesting recently, Baizhen said, which was at least technically accurate. I thought I should come to a proper sect to develop it correctly rather than experimenting alone. The elder was silent for a long moment. Then he leaned back in his chair, stroking his beard thoughtfully. A rapid sleep cultivation constitution. If such a thing truly exists, it could be the work of some hidden heavenly talent. But it could also be something more concerning. I want you to submit yourself for a full spiritual examination. We have elders skilled in soul analysis who can determine if you've been tampered with or if you've made some kind of demonic pact. Baizhen's stomach dropped. A spiritual examination would expose the Dreamwalker system immediately, but refusing would make him look even more suspicious. How soon? He asked carefully. Tomorrow morning, Elder Fong said. For now, you're to be placed in the core disciple dormitory under observation. Consider yourself confined to the sect grounds. If you try to flee, we will assume the worst and move against you accordingly. Understand? Yes, Elder Fong. Baizhen said, bowing respectfully. That night, locked in a private chamber in the core disciples section, Baizhen faced a genuine crisis. If the sect's elders examined his soul, they would discover the Dreamwalker system. The Keeper of the Eternal Dream had warned him that he had been selected, but she had also mentioned that things in the dream realm were watching him. What would happen if the sect tried to extract the system from his soul? He sat on his bed and closed his eyes, falling into sleep deliberately. The moment his consciousness slipped into the dream realm, he called out desperately for the Keeper. The silver mist woman materialized in front of him almost immediately, as if she had been waiting. "You are troubled, young dreamer," she observed. "The sect wants to examine my soul tomorrow," Baizhen said urgently. "They'll discover the Dreamwalker system. What do I do?" The Keeper was silent for a moment, her form rippling with what might have been concern. "The system is integrated into your soul at a fundamental level. No external examination will reveal it to those not trained in the language of dreams. Your mortal sect elders will see only your rapid cultivation progress and nothing more." However, Baizhen pressed. "The barrier between dreams and reality is thinner than it once was," the Keeper said quietly. "There are older things waking in the eternal dream, things that sensed your arrival and have been watching your progress with great interest. I cannot guarantee they will remain passive if you draw too much attention from the waking world." "What kind of things?" Baizhen asked. "Entities that existed before the dream god himself fell," the Keeper replied. "Creatures of pure nightmare that fed on fear and despair in the days when the eternal dream was a chaotic realm of nightmares and fantasies with no order. They have been dormant, trapped behind seals and barriers, but your power, your rapid growth, it stirs them. The louder you become, the more attention you draw." Baizhen felt the weight of his discovery pressing down on him. He had thought himself lucky, blessed with an incredible talent. But perhaps he had only exposed himself to something far more dangerous. "Can I control them? The nightmare creatures?" "Not yet," the Keeper said. "Perhaps one day, when you have ascended to become a dream god yourself. For now, I advise caution. Hide your true power where you can. Let the sect elders see only what they expect to see. And when you are strong enough, we will deal with what awakens." She began to fade. "You have much to accomplish, dreamer. The stakes are higher than you yet understand." Chapter 3. The Spiritual Examination. The Spiritual Examination Chamber was located deep within the sect's restricted area, a place where only elders and high-ranked disciples were permitted to enter. Baizhen was led there by a stern-faced elder named He Quan, who kept glancing at him sideways as if he might explode at any moment. 3 elders waited in the chamber, along with various arcane instruments designed to measure and analyze spiritual essence. The focal point was a circular platform covered in glowing runes, with a chair in the center. "Sit," Elder Fong commanded, indicating the chair. "The examination will take approximately an hour. You will feel pressure on your soul, but it should not cause pain unless you resist. Remain calm." Baizhen sat in the chair. Before the examination began, he made a conscious decision that would determine everything. He didn't try to hide the Dreamwalker system. That seemed both impossible and foolish. Instead, he simply limited his projection. He imagined his spiritual presence as the surface of a lake. The Dreamwalker system was deep underwater, invisible from above. What the elders would see was his cultivation stage, early foundation establishment, which was remarkable but not impossible to achieve in a few weeks with a rare talent. The deeper mysteries would remain hidden beneath the surface, out of reach to normal examination techniques. The runes began to glow, pulsing with a soft blue light. Baizhen felt something press against his consciousness, gentle but persistent, the sensation of the elders' spiritual techniques probing his essence. He remained calm, letting them perceive exactly what he had prepared for them to see. The examination lasted longer than an hour. It lasted nearly 2 hours, with the 3 elders occasionally conferring in hushed voices while continuing their probing. Finally, they released him, and Baizhen felt the pressure fade. Elder Fong helped him to his feet. "Your soul shows no signs of corruption or demonic influence," the elder said slowly. "Your cultivation progress is unusual, but not impossible. We have encountered cultivators with rapid growth constitutions before, though never to this degree. However, I've never detected any external source for your power. It appears to be entirely your own." Thank you for the examination, Bai Zhen said, relief flooding through him. You're not dismissed yet. Another of the elders, a sharp-faced woman named Ling Shui, spoke up. Your cultivation pattern is irregular. Most cultivators advance stage by stage in a linear fashion. But your progression shows sudden jumps, as if you cultivate for long periods in short amounts of time. The cause of this phenomenon is still unclear to me. Bai Zhen's heart skipped a beat. Had they detected something after all? Your narcolepsy, Elder Ling Shui continued. You fall asleep at random times and for varying durations. I hypothesize that your unique constitution combines with this condition to accelerate cultivation during sleep. It's the most logical explanation for your growth pattern. Is that accurate? Yes, Bai Zhen said, grateful for a way to explain his advancement without mentioning the Dreamwalker system directly. That's exactly what happens. Elder Fong nodded slowly. A sleep cultivation constitution. We will need to document this and likely conduct further research. For now, you are cleared of suspicion. However, I have a proposal for you. A proposal? Bai Zhen asked cautiously. Join the core disciples immediately, Elder Fong said. Normally, outer disciples train for a year before being promoted to core status. But with your advancement rate, it would be a waste to keep you training at the outer level. You have the strength and, apparently, the drive to grow far faster than normal cultivators. The core disciples section will give you better resources and better guidance for your unique condition. Bai Zhen bowed deeply. I accept, Elder Fong. Thank you for the opportunity. Don't thank me yet, Elder Fong said with what might have been the faintest smile. The core disciples section is far more competitive and demanding than the outer disciples area. You'll be training with people who have spent years perfecting their cultivation. While you're strong by outer disciple standards, you're still in the early foundation establishment stage. There are core disciples in the nascent soul stage. You have a long way to climb. I understand, Bai Zhen said. I'm prepared to work hard. As he left the examination chamber, Bai Zhen allowed himself a small, hidden smile. He had passed the test. His secret remained intact. The Dreamwalker system was still concealed, waiting in the depths of his soul like a submerged treasure. But Elder Fong's warning echoed in his mind. Core disciples in the nascent soul stage. That was 5 full cultivation ranks above his current level. 5 years of normal cultivation. Theoretically, though with his acceleration the timeline was dramatically different. He needed to keep advancing, pushing forward, growing stronger with every hour of sleep he could manage. That night, he fell asleep with his mind full of dreams and ambitions, and the eternal dream welcomed him once again, its infinite resources ready to fuel his ascension. Chapter 4. Core Disciples. The Core Disciples section was constructed entirely of white marble and jade, far more luxurious than the outer disciples' simple wooden structures. Garden courtyards connected various training pavilions, and Bai Zhen could sense the presence of powerful cultivators everywhere he walked. Some of them gave him curious glances. The newly promoted outer disciple was already a topic of gossip throughout the sect. His assigned room was private, a small but elegant chamber with polished floors and high ceilings. More importantly, it was protected by privacy formation arrays that would prevent any sound from traveling outside the chamber. This meant he could cultivate openly during the day without fear of neighbors hearing him or noticing his progress. Bai Zhen's schedule became routine. During daylight hours, he attended lectures from sect elders, learned cultivation techniques, and participated in training sessions with other core disciples. During these sessions, he carefully maintained an appearance of competence without revealing his true power. He could have easily defeated most of the other core disciples in direct combat, but instead he strategically used only enough strength to win fights convincingly, while still appearing to struggle. His narcolepsy, meanwhile, became his greatest asset. Several times during lectures or training sessions, Bai Zhen would suddenly fall asleep mid-sentence or mid-exercise. Some of the other disciples laughed at him. Others whispered behind his back about his condition. But none of them realized that each nap granted him another day or more of uninterrupted cultivation in the eternal dream. During his first week as a core disciple, Bai Zhen advanced through Qi condensation stage 6, then stage 7, then stage 8. The final stage of Qi condensation, stage 9, took slightly longer. The density of Qi required to maintain and consolidate a full stage increased exponentially as he advanced. 3 weeks after joining the core disciples section, Baizhun completed Qi condensation stage 9 and broke through to foundation establishment stage 1. The advancement sent a shockwave through his entire being as his spiritual foundation solidified and expanded dramatically. His energy reserves nearly tripled overnight. His control over his own qi improved dramatically. Most importantly, his perception of the eternal dream became clearer and more detailed. That same day, during a training session, the girl with the exceptional temperament, the one who had watched him with analytical intensity during the entrance exam, finally approached him directly. Her name was Chu Shui, and she was the current top disciple among the core disciples in the Eternal Heaven sect. She had reached the middle stages of nascent soul, and her cultivation talent was recognized throughout the entire outer sect as potentially unmatched in generations. "I've been watching your progress," Chu Shui said without preamble, her dark eyes studying him carefully. "You've advanced more rapidly than anyone I've ever seen. And yet, every time you fight, you hold back." What? Baizhun was immediately alert. Chu Shui was intelligent enough to notice the contradiction between his cultivation level and his actual demonstrated power. He couldn't lie to her outright, but he needed to be careful about how much he revealed. "I don't know what you mean," he said cautiously. "I use whatever power is necessary to win my fights." "Exactly," Chu Shui said. "Exactly enough. But when you're meditating or cultivating on your own, your aura flares much stronger than you display in combat. I've felt it multiple times." She paused, then added, "I'm not here to expose you or cause trouble. I'm just curious. What's your secret?" Baizhun considered his options. He could maintain the lie, but something about Chu Shui's directness made him think she wouldn't accept anything less than truth. At the same time, revealing the Dreamwalker system could be dangerous. But perhaps, he thought, it might also be advantageous to have someone know the truth, someone intelligent and powerful who might serve as an ally. "Not here," he said finally. "Will you meet me in the secluded training ground after midnight?" Chu Shui's lips curved into a slight smile. "I'll be there." That night, after the sect had quieted and most disciples had retired to their chambers, Baizhun and Chu Shui met in a clearing surrounded by tall trees at the edge of the core disciples section. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, creating patterns of light and shadow across the ground. "I have a unique constitution," Baizhun said without preamble. "When I sleep, time functions differently from my consciousness. 1 hour of sleep can translate to approximately 100 hours of cultivation time. That's why I advance so quickly." Chu Shui's eyes widened. "That's impossible. That would mean you've already cultivated for months, perhaps years of subjective time, while we've only known you for weeks." "Exactly," Baizhun confirmed. "I advance in foundation establishment because I've had the equivalent of several months of dedicated cultivation time." "This is a heavenly talent," Chu Shui said, her voice filled with wonder. "No wonder the elders promoted you so quickly. If you continue at this pace, you'll surpass me within a year. You could reach immortal ascension within 5 or 10 years of waking time, depending on how quickly the later stages progress. Or perhaps faster," Baizhun said. "The later stages might offer even greater acceleration if the system itself grows stronger." Chu Shui was silent for a long moment, her mind clearly working through the implications. "You know," she said finally, "if we collaborate, we could both become much stronger. I could provide you with access to the sect's restricted techniques and cultivation manuals. In exchange, you could, well, you could just become my friend, I suppose. It's lonely being the strongest disciple in the sect." Baizhun felt a sudden warmth in his chest. Chu Shui was offering genuine friendship, not attempting to exploit him or steal his secrets. "I'd like that," he said. "Then we should set some ground rules," Chu Shui said pragmatically. "First, we keep this completely secret. If the elders discover the true extent of your power, they might try to control you or use you for dangerous missions. Second, I want to observe your cultivation method sometime. Not to learn it. I understand it's unique to you, but just to understand how it works. Third, we help each other however we can." "Deal, deal," Baizhun said, extending his hand. Chu Shui shook his hand, her grip firm. "Welcome to the inner circle, Baizhun. I have a feeling you're going to change everything about how this sect operates." Chapter 5. 6 months of shadows, 6 months passed. To the outer world, Baijan was the promising new core disciple who advanced steadily through foundation establishment, eventually reaching the middle stages. In reality, he was advancing so rapidly through the dream realm that keeping up with his own cultivation progress became almost absurd. By the 6-month mark, Baijan had reached Foundation Establishment Stage 9 and was preparing his breakthrough to Golden Core. In dream time, he had cultivated for the equivalent of 3 years. His techniques had been refined repeatedly. He had developed new variations of the sect's standard cultivation methods, optimized for his particular spiritual structure. More importantly, his understanding of the eternal dream had deepened considerably. The realm was far more complex than it had initially appeared. There were entire regions he hadn't explored, vast landscapes of crystal mountains and silver clouds that stretched beyond the horizon. And within those regions, he had discovered evidence of the nightmare creatures the Keeper had warned him about. Once, while exploring a particularly dark corner of the dream realm, Baijan had encountered something that made his blood run cold. A massive shadow had moved through the mist, a presence so utterly wrong and alien that his consciousness had recoiled from it. He hadn't gotten a clear look at the creature before fleeing back toward the safer, lighter regions of the dream, but he had felt its attention turn toward him for a single, terrible instant. The sensation was like being noticed by something ancient and hungry that had been sleeping for 10,000 years. Since that encounter, he had been more careful about exploring the darker regions of the eternal dream. The Keeper had seemed unsurprised when he reported the incident. "They waken slowly," she had said. "Your power draws them to consciousness one by one. Eventually, you will be strong enough to face them, or they will become strong enough to pose a genuine threat. The balance between these two possibilities is precarious." But in the waking world, life was far less complicated. Baijan spent his days training with Chu Shui, who had become his closest friend and confidant. She had learned some of his techniques, though she couldn't match his advancement rate no matter how hard she tried. The gap between them had widened substantially. Where Chu Shui remained at the early stages of nascent soul, Baijan was now at the threshold of Golden Core, a full cultivation rank above her. Of course, no one else knew this. Baijan carefully maintained the illusion that he was progressing normally, merely advancing faster than typical due to his unique constitution. He participated in sect competitions and tournaments, always winning by narrow enough margins that his victories seemed earned through skill rather than overwhelming power. There were other disciples who had begun to notice inconsistencies in his story, though none as perceptive as Chu Shui. A disciple named Li Feng, who cultivated in a way that emphasized spiritual perception, mentioned once that Baijan's aura seemed inconsistent, sometimes appearing weaker, sometimes stronger, as if it fluctuated based on an unknown variable. "I think it's related to how much sleep I get," Baijan had explained smoothly. "My constitution is tied to sleep cycles. More sleep means more power." Li Feng had seemed satisfied with this explanation, though Baijan noticed the disciple continued to study him occasionally, with barely concealed curiosity. The breakthrough to Golden Core came during a routine meditation session. Baijan was sitting in his private chamber one evening, cultivating in the waking world rather than entering the dream realm. The Golden Core formation process required a specific sequence of breakthroughs that couldn't be rushed, even with his accelerated cultivation. His Golden Core needed to form not just from quantity of qi, but from quality and intention. His dantian began to glow with an intense, warm light. The qi within transformed, compressing itself under his guidance into a tighter and tighter configuration. Hours passed. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he pushed through the final barriers. His body trembled slightly as the breakthrough approached its culmination. Then, suddenly, it was done. Where his empty dantian had been, a small sphere of golden light now floated, radiating power and potential. His Golden Core had formed successfully. His cultivation had advanced to the Golden Core stage, the third major realm in the cultivation hierarchy. The effect was immediately noticeable. His entire body felt lighter, stronger, more responsive. His qi flowed through his channels with greater ease. His spiritual perception of the surrounding world sharpened dramatically. He could now sense the faint qi fluctuations of other disciples through the walls of his chamber, something that would have been impossible at lower cultivation levels. When Baijan met with Chu Shui the next day, she immediately felt the change in his aura. You broke through, she said, eyes widening slightly. To Golden Core. Yes, Baizhen admitted. 3 days ago, actually. I've been keeping it quiet until I had full control of my new power. That's... Chu Shui shook her head in amazement. That's impossible. You've been at Foundation Establishment for only 4 months. Even with your unique constitution, Golden Core should have taken at least another month or 2 of cultivation. Time moves differently in my sleep, Baizhen said. I've been cultivating the foundation for this breakthrough for weeks, in dream time. I was simply waiting until the waking world's circumstances aligned properly. Chu Shui was quiet for a long moment. You're not just going to be the strongest disciple in this sect, she said finally. You're going to be the strongest cultivator in the entire region within 10 years. Maybe the strongest in the entire lower cultivation world. Maybe, Baizhen agreed. But I'm going to try to hide it as much as I can. The more attention I attract, the more the sect elders will want to use me for dangerous tasks. And the keeper mentioned that drawing too much attention might disturb something in the eternal dream. The nightmare creatures? Chu Shui asked. She was one of the few people who knew about them. Among other things, Baizhen confirmed. The eternal dream is a complex realm. I'm only beginning to understand the forces at work there. They walked together through the sect gardens, discussing their plans for the coming months. Chu Shui had ambitions of her own. She wanted to reach the immortal ascension stage, the highest cultivation level that any currently living cultivator had achieved, and then push beyond it into theoretical realms that might not even have names. If you're going to be that strong, she said, I want to be strong enough to stand beside you. Not overshadowed. Not irrelevant. I want to be your equal, Baizhen. Or at least close enough that when you need help, I can actually provide it. Baizhen looked at his friend, seeing the determination in her eyes, the refusal to accept a secondary role in the unfolding drama of his cultivation. He made a decision in that moment. Then let me teach you some of my techniques, he said. Not the Dreamwalker system. That's unique to me. But I can teach you the cultivation methods I've developed, the optimizations I've learned. If you apply them with your own talent, you might be able to accelerate your growth significantly. Chu Shui's face lit up. You'd do that for me? We're friends, Baizhen said simply. And allies. Your strength makes me stronger too, in a way. I want you to reach the highest cultivation levels. I want you beside me when I eventually face whatever it is that the keeper keeps hinting about. From that day forward, Baizhen began training Chu Shui in earnest. It wouldn't make up for his fundamental advantage. She couldn't sleep and have time accelerate 100 times over, but it would help her progress faster than she could on her own. And as the months passed, Chu Shui did indeed begin to advance more rapidly, eventually beginning her breakthrough into early nascent soul despite her already being in the middle stages. The transformation was noticeable to other disciples. Several of the core disciples commented that both Baizhen and Chu Shui seemed to be advancing much faster than anyone expected. Rumors began to circulate about special training methods or hidden manuals. But none of the other disciples could prove anything, and the sect elders seemed satisfied with the explanation that Baizhen's unique constitution was somehow synergistic with Chu Shui's natural talent. By the end of the 6-month period, Baizhen had cultivated the equivalent of 3 additional years in the eternal dream, while only 6 months of waking time had passed. He had broken through to Golden Core. His spiritual foundation was solid and deep. His techniques were refined and powerful. And in the darker corners of the eternal dream, he could feel the nightmare creatures stirring with greater frequency and intensity. The keeper warned him repeatedly. The barriers that contain them are growing weaker. Your ascension disturbs the sleep of ancient things. Soon, they will wake fully. When that happens, the eternal dream will change. The question is whether you will be strong enough to face the consequences. Baizhen understood, with growing clarity, that his journey was only beginning. The cultivation path stretched before him like an endless road disappearing into mist and shadow. And something, he sensed, was waiting at the end of that road. Chapter 6. The nightmare awakens 9 months after joining the core disciples section. Baizhen stood at the edge of a precipice he could barely understand. He had advanced to nascent soul stage 3, equivalent to 6 more years of cultivation conducted in the dream realm at accelerated time. His power had grown to levels that genuinely frightened him when he paused long enough to consider it. But the eternal dream was changing. The nightmare creatures were waking, one after another, their ancient consciousness stirring to full awareness. And Bai Zhen could feel them all watching him. That night, he deliberately entered the eternal dream during a scheduled meditation, something he did increasingly often. The boundary between sleep and wakefulness had become blurred for him. Sometimes he wasn't sure which world he was actually in, and he suspected that the keeper deliberately maintained some ambiguity to keep his training mysterious even to himself. When his consciousness materialized in the twilight landscape, he found the keeper waiting for him in a place that hadn't existed during previous visits. It was a vast throne room constructed from crystalline clouds and starlight, with enormous pillars that seemed to extend infinitely upward. At the far end of the throne room sat a throne of impossible beauty and terrible majesty, empty but still radiating presence and authority. "This is the chamber of the dream god," the keeper explained. "I have brought you here because the time has come for you to understand your true role, dreamer." "My true role," Bai Zhen repeated. "I thought I was just supposed to cultivate and grow strong." "Your cultivation is only a preparation," the keeper said. 10,000 years ago, the realm you see around you belonged entirely to a god of dreams named Eternal Sovereignty. This god created the eternal dream as a paradise, a place where consciousness could explore infinite possibilities, where imagination became reality, where anything could be experienced without consequence. She paused, her form flickering. But the god grew tired of creation and isolation. He attempted to seal his own power and go dormant, hoping to rest for 10,000 years and then perhaps awaken to a different world. However, in sealing himself, he divided his consciousness and his power among several vessels. One of those vessels became the Dreamwalker system. One of them became the nightmare creatures that now dwell in the deepest parts of the realm. "So I'm carrying the power of a god," Bai Zhen said slowly. "Part of a god's consciousness is inside me." "Precisely," the keeper confirmed. "And the nightmare creatures, they carry the darker aspects of that same godly consciousness. The fear, the despair, the chaos that the god repressed when he created the eternal dream as a paradise. As you grow stronger, they grow stronger as well, because you are drawing on a shared power source. Eventually, this realm will not be able to contain both you and them. A reckoning will come." Bai Zhen sank down onto the crystalline floor, the weight of this revelation crushing him. He had thought he was simply blessed with a rare talent. Instead, he had been chosen, or cursed, to carry the fragmented legacy of a god. "What happens to me?" he asked quietly. "When the reckoning comes?" "That depends on your choices," the keeper said. "The nightmare creatures believe they must reassimilate the Dreamwalker power to become whole again. If you allow that to happen, you will cease to exist as an individual consciousness. You will simply become one part of a larger nightmare entity. But if you can become strong enough, you can assert dominance. You can force them to recognize your authority and rule over the eternal dream as the new eternal sovereign. Or a third option," she continued, "though I have not spoken of it until now. You could attempt to locate the true consciousness of the original God, the sleeping eternal sovereignty. If you could wake him, if you could reunite all the fragmented pieces of his consciousness, perhaps you could guide him toward a resolution that neither annihilation nor eternal conflict requires." Bai Zhen was silent for a long moment. Then he asked the question that mattered most. "How long do I have before the reckoning?" "That depends on how quickly you advance," the keeper said. "At your current pace, perhaps 2 more years of waking time before the nightmare creatures become strong enough to attempt breaking through the barriers that contain them. Perhaps 3 if you slow your cultivation deliberately. But slowing is likely not an option. The more you hold back, the more time the creatures have to mature and gather power. The faster you advance, the more quickly you force a confrontation, but you will at least have the advantage of facing them while you are at peak strength relative to your potential." Bai Zhen felt something crystallize in his mind. 2 to 3 years. That gave him the equivalent of 200 to 300 years of dreamtime cultivation. An absurdly vast amount of time to prepare. But also, the knowledge that he was not training for the distant future anymore. He was training for an approaching storm. "I'll advance as quickly as I can," he said. "I'll prepare for this reckoning. And I'll find the truth about the original God, if I have to explore every corner of this realm to do it." The keeper seemed to smile, though her expression was so alien that Baijan couldn't be entirely certain. I expected nothing less from you, young dreamer. Chapter 7. A sect crisis. 2 days after his revelation in the eternal dream, Baijan returned to waking reality to discover that the sect was in an uproar. An entire group of outer disciples had gone missing during a training expedition into the surrounding forests. The sect elders were organizing search parties. Several disciples had reported seeing strange shadows in the darkness, movements that seemed wrong, unnatural, as if something was walking sideways through reality. Elder Fong called a meeting of all core disciples, seeking any information they might have regarding the disappearances. Baijan sat with the other disciples in the grand hall, listening as the elder described the situation with barely contained concern. 12 disciples disappeared, Elder Fong said. The search parties found signs of struggle, but no bodies. More disturbing, several disciples reported seeing entities, shapes that moved impossibly, that couldn't quite be seen clearly even when stared at directly. The descriptions are inconsistent, suggesting either hallucinations or something that could not be accurately perceived by human eyes. Li Feng, the perceptive disciple who had noticed Baijan's aura fluctuations months earlier, suddenly spoke up. Elder Feng, could this be a manifestation from the spirit realm? An incursion of demonic entities? We've considered that possibility, Elder Feng said grimly. But the readings from our protective formations show no demonic signatures, no evil intent, no corruption. Whatever is taking our disciples, it does not register as demonic by any of our normal detection methods. Baijan felt cold ice slide down his spine. The nightmare creatures. It had to be. But how had they escaped the eternal dream? The keeper had said the barriers were weakening, but not that they had already broken through. As soon as the meeting ended, Baijan excused himself and hurried to his private chamber. He lay down on his bed and immediately forced himself into sleep, not caring how it would look to observers. The Dreamwalker system responded instantly, pulling his consciousness into the twilight realm. He called out for the keeper with desperate urgency, and she appeared within moments, her form seeming more agitated and unstable than usual. The nightmare creatures, Baijan said immediately. They've escaped. They're taking disciples from the sect. No, the keeper said, shaking her head. They remain bound. The barriers still hold. What you are experiencing in the waking world is something different, an echo, a shadow, a fragment of one of the nightmare creatures somehow reaching across the boundary. How is that possible? Baijan demanded. If they're still bound, your power, the keeper said, and now her tone was accusatory. Your advancement has grown so rapid, your cultivation has become so intense, that your presence has created a bridge between the realms. You are becoming a conduit, a pathway. The nightmare creatures no longer need to break the barriers directly. They can send pieces of themselves through the connection your growing power has created. Baijan felt a crushing sense of responsibility and horror. He was the cause. His own advancement, his own growth, was dragging nightmare creatures into the waking world. What do I do? He asked. How do I stop this? You could suppress your cultivation, the keeper suggested. Deliberately hold back your advancement. Allow the bridge to close. But you would be sacrificing your potential power, and the missing disciples would remain lost. There has to be another way, Baijan said. There is, the keeper said. You could enter the eternal dream permanently, using your power to hunt and eliminate the fragments that have escaped into the waking world. From the dream realm, you can perceive and track them far more effectively than mortal methods can. You could destroy them before they cause more damage. Baijan considered this. A permanent transfer to the dream realm would mean abandoning his physical body, abandoning the sect, abandoning the life he had built in the waking world. But it might be the only way to save the missing disciples. If I do that, he said carefully, what happens to my physical body? It would fall into stasis, the keeper said, a sleep from which it would not wake. Eventually, it would die of thirst or hunger. Or you could arrange for someone to care for it, to keep it alive while your consciousness dwells in the eternal dream. Some cultivators have done this, transferred their consciousness elsewhere while maintaining an empty husk of a body in the waking world. No, Baijan said decisively. There has to be a better way. Let me hunt these fragments. Let me understand them. But I won't abandon my body. I won't abandon my friends. He paused, then asked, "How long can I remain conscious in the dream realm without returning to my body? Can I extend my dream time even further than the normal 100-hour limit?" "For a time," the keeper said. "If you push it, you might be able to spend a full week of waking time dreaming, equating to 700 hours of dream time. But extending beyond that could cause your body to deteriorate from lack of physical maintenance. It would be dangerous." "A week," Baizhen said, thinking rapidly. "In a week of waking time, I could cultivate for 700 dream hours. I could reach nascent soul stage 5 or even 6. With that much power, I could hunt and eliminate the nightmare fragments myself." "The risks are substantial," the keeper warned. "And you still have not discovered what these fragments actually are, what they can do, how much damage they can inflict. You could be walking into a trap." "Then I'd better move fast," Baizhen said, "before they take more disciples." He gathered his consciousness and prepared to return to the waking world, but the keeper's voice stopped him. "Dreamer," she said quietly, "you carry the burden of this realm now, whether you accepted it or not. The sacrifices you will make, the choices you will face, they will define not just your path but the fate of both the dream and the waking world. Do not lose yourself in your attempts to save others." Baizhen's eyes opened in the waking world. He had been asleep for barely 20 minutes by external measures, but he had gained important knowledge. He immediately went to find Chu Shui. Chapter 8. The hunt begins. Chu Shui found Baizhen in one of the sect's restricted archives, where he was frantically reviewing ancient texts about dream phenomena and interdimensional incursions. He quickly explained the situation, carefully edited to not mention his complete knowledge of what was happening, but honest enough that she understood the gravity of the crisis. "So you're saying that something from the dream realm is reaching into reality," Chu Shui said, summarizing. "And you know how to fight it." "I might know how to fight it," Baizhen corrected, "but I need more power first. And I need to understand what exactly the sect is dealing with. Can you do me a favor?" "Anything," Chu Shui said without hesitation. "Tell Elder Fong that I want to lead a search party into the area where the disciples disappeared," Baizhen said. "Tell him I have a theory about where they might have gone, and that I have a tracking method that might work." Chu Shui's eyes narrowed slightly. "You're going to do something dangerous, aren't you?" "Probably," Baizhen admitted. "But I have to try." Chu Shui left to speak with Elder Fong. To Baizhen's surprise, the elder agreed almost immediately to let him lead a search party. Perhaps Elder Fong recognized Baizhen's extraordinary potential and was willing to trust him with important tasks. Or perhaps the elder was simply desperate enough at this point to accept help from any quarter. That night, Baizhen deliberately maintained himself in a state of semi-consciousness, barely sleeping but not fully awake either. He pushed past the normal 100-hour limit of his dream time, maintaining a presence in both the eternal dream and the waking world simultaneously. It was an exhausting, disorienting experience, but it worked. He could perceive both realms at once, creating a bridge of consciousness that allowed him to track the nightmare fragments with clarity. There were 3 of them, 3 fragments of nightmare creatures that had escaped into the waking world. They were small, relatively weak compared to what the full nightmare creatures would be, but still capable of significant damage. They were currently moving through the surrounding forests, hunting for more disciples to absorb or destroy. Baizhen couldn't quite determine which, as their motivations were utterly alien. He led his search party, himself, Chu Shui, Li Feng, and 4 other capable core disciples, into the forest, following a path that made no sense to the others but was perfectly clear to Baizhen's expanded perception. The nightmare fragments were like stains on reality, distortions in the fabric of existence that he could see with his half-dream senses. When they finally encountered the first fragment, everyone else seemed to see it at the same moment Baizhen did. It manifested as a shape of absolute darkness, like a hole cut out of the world, roughly humanoid, but wrong in ways that made the mind recoil from analyzing it too closely. It moved with liquid grace, impossible angles, as if it existed in more dimensions than the normal world could accommodate. "What in the heavens?" Li Feng started to say, but the creature moved with impossible speed, striking before any of the disciples could react. Baizhen was faster. He intercepted the creature mid-strike, drawing on the power he had cultivated to nascent soul stage 4 during his semi-dream state. His fist collided with the creature's form, and the impact generated a shockwave that knocked the other disciples backward and sent a spray of midnight black energy scattering through the forest. The creature shrieked, a sound that was pure nightmare, a sound that made even Baijan's cultivated mind recoil from the sheer wrongness of it. But he pushed forward, striking again and again, forcing the creature backward. "Get back," he shouted to the other disciples. "This is beyond your cultivation level." He could hear them scrambling to comply, but his attention was fixed on the nightmare fragment. It was fast, incredibly fast, but it was also clearly not at full strength. It was like fighting a shadow, an echo of something greater. If this was what a fragment could do, what would the full nightmare creatures be like? The battle lasted perhaps 2 minutes, though time seemed to move strangely when fighting a creature that existed partially outside normal reality. Baijan finally managed to pin the fragment, wrapping it in threads of concentrated dream essence drawn directly from his own cultivation. The creature dissolved into nothing with another shriek that faded into silence. Baijan stood panting, his cultivation technique leaving afterimages in the air. Behind him, the other disciples were staring at him with expressions of absolute shock. "There are 2 more," Baijan said, not giving them time to process what they had just witnessed. "We need to move. Now." The second encounter was slightly more difficult. The second fragment had grown stronger, had absorbed something, power, souls, something, from the forest, and had become more substantial. But Baijan was prepared now. He knew what to expect, knew how to combat something that existed partially in the dream realm. He defeated it more decisively this time, though the battle was more intense. By the time they found the third fragment, Chu Shui had begun to understand what was happening. She pulled Baijan aside during a brief rest period. "You're fighting things that don't belong to this realm," she said quietly. "And you're doing it perfectly, with complete confidence. You know exactly what these creatures are and how to fight them." "I don't have time to explain," Baijan said. "But trust me when I say that I'm doing what I can to prevent something catastrophic." "I trust you," Chu Shui said immediately. "But I want to help. Tell me what I can do." Baijan looked at his friend and made a decision. "When we find the third fragment, I need you to create a barrier around it using your qi. Don't attack it directly, just contain it." "Can you do that?" "Yes," Chu Shui said. The third fragment was the most powerful of the 3, and it was somehow aware of Baijan's intentions. When they finally cornered it in a clearing deep within the forest, the creature tried to flee, moving with desperate speed toward the shadows between the trees. Chu Shui was waiting. She threw up a barrier of golden light that cut off the creature's escape route. The nightmare fragment shrieked and turned, attacking the barrier with frantic violence. For a moment, Baijan worried that Chu Shui wasn't strong enough to contain it. But then Baijan struck. He channeled every ounce of power he had cultivated in the semi-dream state, releasing a technique that combined dream essence with his normal qi cultivation. The combination created an effect that was profoundly effective against the nightmare fragment. The creature dissolved faster than the previous 2, its form unraveling like a nightmare fading upon waking. When it was done, the clearing fell silent except for the sound of Baijan's harsh breathing and the quiet murmur of the forest around them. "We need to get back to the sect," Li Feng said, his voice shaking slightly. "We need to report this to Elder Fong." "No," Baijan said. "Not yet. First, we need to search the forest more thoroughly. The disciples that disappeared, they might still be here, somewhere. They might still be alive." It took 2 more hours of searching, but they found them. All 12 missing disciples were alive, though in a state of deep unconsciousness. Baijan carried several of them himself, his enhanced strength making the burden minimal. The others helped to transport the remaining disciples back toward the sect. As they walked, Li Feng moved beside Baijan. "Those things," the disciple said carefully. "What were they? Where did they come from?" "From somewhere else," Baijan said vaguely. "From a place that isn't this world. I'm still trying to understand it all myself." "And you're the only one who can fight them," Li Feng said. It wasn't a question. "Apparently," Baijan confirmed. Li Feng was silent for a while, processing this information. Finally, he said, "You're going to become the most important person in this sect. Maybe in this entire region. The sect elders are going to realize that you're essential to their survival." "I'm aware," Baijan said wearily. "I'm trying to figure out what to do about it." Chapter 9. The sect's burden. When the search party returned to the sect with all 12 missing disciples alive, word spread through the compound like wildfire. The disciples that had been rescued started to wake and tell stories of strange darkness, of sensations of being trapped in a nightmare that seemed more real than reality itself. Several of them mentioned seeing Baijian's figure moving through the darkness, fighting things that couldn't quite be seen. Elder Fong called Baijian to his private chamber immediately. This time, Baijian went without illusion or pretense. The elder clearly knew something had happened that was far beyond the normal scope of sect affairs, and trying to hide the truth seemed pointless. What were those creatures? Elder Fong demanded as soon as Baijian entered the chamber. And how did you know to fight them? Baijian chose his words carefully. They were entities from a realm that intersects with ours in ways I don't fully understand. I have knowledge of that realm through certain experiences, and I was able to recognize and combat them. What realm? Elder Fong pressed. Is this some kind of demonic incursion? A breach in the spirit barriers? It's more complicated than that, Baijian said. And honestly, I'm still learning the full extent of what's happening. But I can tell you this. The creatures that attacked our disciples were fragments, pieces of something larger. The main entities remain contained for now, but the barrier between their realm and ours is deteriorating. Eventually, there will be larger incursions if we don't find a way to stabilize the situation. Elder Fong leaned back in his chair, stroking his beard thoughtfully. You're speaking in riddles, Baijian. But I understand enough to know that you're describing something beyond the experience of normal cultivators. The question is, what is your stake in all this? Why do you have this knowledge? Why are you the only one who can fight these creatures? Baijian met the elder's gaze directly. Because I'm connected to them somehow. The knowledge I have of their realm, the ability to fight them. Both come from a connection I share with the source of these creatures. I didn't choose this connection. It chose me. Elaborate, Elder Fong said. I can't, Baijian said. Not fully. Not yet. But I promise you, Elder Fong, I'm not a threat to the sect. I'm trying to prevent catastrophe. What I need from the sect is time. Time to grow stronger. Time to better understand what's happening. And time to find a way to either seal or resolve the situation with the creatures and their realm. Elder Fong was silent for a long moment. Then he said, You've already reached Golden Core stage. In 9 months, you've fought creatures that none of our techniques could even harm. You have knowledge of phenomena that our entire sect's archives don't adequately explain. You are, quite possibly, the most valuable asset this sect has ever acquired. I'm also becoming increasingly unstable as a variable, Baijian said quietly. The more I grow in power, the more the barrier between the realms seems to weaken. It's possible that my very presence here is causing harm to the sect, which is why I'm going to offer you something, Elder Fong said. I'm going to give you resources. Access to every restricted text in our archives, every advanced cultivation manual, every technique we guard jealously. I'm going to assign disciples to support you, to serve you in whatever capacity you require. I'm going to make you an elder of this sect, with authority second only to the sect master himself. Baijian felt surprise, then alarm. That's not necessary. It's completely necessary, Elder Fong interrupted. Because if you're going to be the barrier between our sect and interdimensional catastrophe, then the sect will be built around supporting you. This is not negotiation. This is acknowledgement of reality. You are the most important member of this sect now, whether you like it or not. We have a responsibility to ensure you have everything you need to handle the threat you're facing. And in return, Baijian asked carefully, in return, you will continue to protect this sect and the region it serves, Elder Fong said. And you will keep us informed of the situation. No more vague riddles. When you know something, you tell me. When you need something, you ask for it. We work together to face whatever is coming. Baijian wanted to argue, wanted to refuse, but he recognized that Elder Fong was right. The situation was spiraling beyond his ability to handle it alone. The nightmare fragments would keep coming. The barrier would keep weakening. And he would need support, resources, and allies if he was going to survive what was coming. Agreed, he said finally. Chapter 10. The approaching storm over the next 3 months. Baijian's life transformed completely. What had been a secret project was now sect policy. The most promising disciples were assigned to train under him. The sect's most valuable resources were open to his use. Access to cultivation manuals that had been restricted to the elders became available to him. He was given a new chamber, far larger than his previous one, with cultivation formations built into the floor itself to enhance his training speed. More nightmare fragments arrived, and each time they did, Baijan was there to meet them. He became increasingly skilled at identifying and hunting them, pushing deeper into the surrounding forests and even beyond, tracking them to their entry points into the waking world. But as the months progressed and his cultivation advanced steadily, a troubling pattern emerged. The nightmare fragments were becoming more frequent, more powerful, and more coordinated in their attacks. They were learning. They were adapting. And most disturbingly, they seemed to be being sent deliberately, almost as reconnaissance missions. The Keeper had warned him about this during his extended dream sessions. They are testing the barrier, she explained. Throwing fragment after fragment against your defenses, learning what you are capable of, gathering information. They prepare for something larger. Something is waking in the deepest parts of the eternal dream. The eldest of the nightmare creatures. The one that was old when the god himself first created the dream realm. By the time Baijan had reached nascent soul stage 6 through his accelerated cultivation, he was operating on almost no sleep in the waking world. He existed in a state of semi-consciousness, half dreaming constantly, maintaining 1 foot in the eternal dream and 1 foot in reality. It was draining in ways that normal physical exhaustion could never be, but it was also the only way he could maintain sufficient power to keep the nightmare incursions contained. Chu Xuan noticed the toll it was taking on him. She came to his chamber late one night, finding him meditating but clearly barely conscious. "You're destroying yourself," she said bluntly. Baijan opened his eyes. "I'm doing what needs to be done." "You're doing more than what needs to be done," Chu Shui said. "You're burning yourself out. You're not sleeping properly. You're not eating enough. You're not human anymore, Baijan. You're becoming something else." She wasn't wrong. Baijan could feel the changes happening to him. His body was becoming more ethereal, more attuned to the dream realm than to physical reality. His eyes sometimes saw the world overlaid with dream vision, showing him the supernatural undercurrents beneath normal perception. His voice sometimes echoed with an otherworldly quality that frightened the disciples who trained under him. "The nightmare creatures are preparing for something big," Baijan said. "I can feel it in the eternal dream. Something is waking up. Something ancient. I have to be ready." "You have to take care of yourself," Chu Shui said firmly. "You can't help anyone if you collapse." "I'm not going to collapse," Baijan said. "Not yet. I just need a little more time." What Baijan didn't tell her was that he could feel the approach of the reckoning that the Keeper had warned him about. 2 years of waking time. The deadline was approaching. The barriers that contained the nightmare creatures in the eternal dream were failing. Something massive was stirring, and Baijan still didn't fully understand what he was supposed to do about it. That night, he extended his consciousness fully into the eternal dream, leaving his body in the waking world to be tended by Chu Shui and the disciples loyal to him. In the twilight realm, he searched for the source of the disturbance, following a thread of terrible presence deeper into regions of the eternal dream that he had never explored before. He found it waiting for him in a cavern that seemed to exist at the very bottom of the realm, a place where the sky was black and the stars were wrong, where the very air seemed to vibrate with ancient hunger. The creature was vast beyond comprehension. Its form was constantly shifting, never quite coalescing into a stable shape. It had eyes that burned with hunger and malice. And when it saw Baijan's consciousness floating before it, it smiled. "So," the nightmare elder spoke, its voice like the screaming of 1,000 souls ground beneath stone. "The new eternal sovereign comes at last. We have waited so long for you to mature. For so long. I have been trapped here, constrained by the will of that coward god. But now, the barriers weaken. Now, my hunger awakens fully. And when you join us, when we absorb your power and unite all fragments, we will be complete. We will be whole. We will remake reality according to our nature." Baijan felt pure terror wash through him. This creature was far more powerful than any nightmare fragment he had encountered. This was something that belonged to the category of beings that gods fought, not something that a young cultivator should ever have to face. "I won't let you," Baijan said, his voice sounding small and hollow even to himself. The nightmare elder laughed, and the sound of that laughter echoed through the entire eternal dream. "You have no choice, young one. We are connected, you and I. We drink from the same God's power. When the barriers finally shatter, when we are forced to confront each other at full strength, only one of us will remain conscious. And I have been practicing this game for 10,000 years. Bai Zhen retreated back toward the lighter regions of the dream, the creature's laughter pursuing him like a physical force. He had to prepare. He had to grow even stronger. Because the approaching storm was not months away anymore. It was days away. Chapter 11. The barrier shatters. The Nightmare Elder's attack came 7 days later, preceded by an astronomical phenomenon that shook the entire region. The barrier between the eternal dream and the waking world didn't shatter so much as explode. It was as if an enormous crack had opened in the fabric of reality itself, and through that crack poured entities that had been imprisoned for 10,000 years. Bai Zhen felt it the moment it happened. He was in his chamber, half asleep as always, when a sensation of absolute wrongness tore through his consciousness like a physical blow. His eyes snapped open to find his chamber dimly lit by a sickly green light that had no source in the waking world. The seal is broken, the keeper's voice echoed in his mind, now tinged with despair. They come. All of them. The Nightmare Elder has torn through every barrier. The eternal dream is in upheaval. You must. The connection severed abruptly, leaving Bai Zhen alone with the sound of something vast breathing in dimensions he couldn't quite perceive. He ran from his chamber toward the central plaza of the sect. Around him, disciples were emerging from their own chambers, confused and frightened by the strange light that now permeated the sky. The stars had taken on unusual colors. The very air seemed to shimmer and distort as if the world was seeing double. Elder Fong was already in the plaza, organizing disciples into defensive formations. When he saw Bai Zhen, the elder's expression shifted from concern to desperate hope. What's happening? Elder Fong demanded. Every divination tool we have is malfunctioning. Our protective formations are fluctuating, and the disciples are reporting hallucinations, nightmares made visible. The barrier has fallen, Bai Zhen said, his voice quiet but steady. The nightmare creatures are entering the waking world. The one I told you about, the eldest nightmare creature, it's coming. And it's bringing its entire army with it. How long do we have? Elder Fong asked, his voice showing no sign of panic despite the monumental threat. Minutes, Bai Zhen said. Maybe hours. I don't know. I need to. He paused, making a decision that felt like stepping off a cliff into an abyss. I need to fully enter the eternal dream. I need to meet them on their own ground. If I try to fight them here, in the waking world, the collateral damage will be catastrophic. If you enter the eternal dream fully, your body will be defenseless, Elder Fong said, understanding the implications immediately. I know, Bai Zhen said, which is why I need you to protect it. Keep my physical form safe. If something happens to my body while my consciousness is elsewhere, I'll be permanently trapped. It will be protected, Elder Fong said, his tone brooking no argument. We will treat your body like it is the greatest treasure in all the cultivation world. You have my oath as sect master. Elder Fong was sect master. The revelation should have shocked Bai Zhen, but there was no time for surprise. The green light in the sky was intensifying. Bai Zhen could feel multiple presences pressing against the boundary between realms, entities so vast and terrible that his mind recoiled from trying to comprehend them. Bai Zhen ran to his chamber, lay down on his bed, and closed his eyes. This time, he didn't bother with the pretense of gradual transition. He simply let go. He released his attachment to his physical body and allowed his consciousness to plunge completely into the eternal dream. The transition was violent and disorienting. For a moment, Bai Zhen existed in both worlds simultaneously, and the contradiction nearly shattered his sanity. He could feel his body in the waking world, lying inert on his bed. He could feel Chu Shui arriving in his chamber, standing guard over him, her hand resting on his shoulder in a gesture of support and protective determination. But he could also feel the eternal dream rising up to meet him, the twilight landscape transforming into something far more alien and hostile than it had ever been before. The golden clouds had turned black. The crystalline mountains had begun to crumble. And moving through this ruined realm came things that dwarfed mountains. Entities of pure nightmare, given form and substance. Bai Zhen's consciousness materialized in the chamber of the dream god, the vast throne room he had visited once before. But it was no longer empty. The throne that had radiated presence without being occupied was now filled. Or rather, the space where the throne had been was now filled with a presence so vast that Baijian's consciousness was nearly crushed by its weight. The Nightmare Elder was not a creature that could be seen and understood. It was a force of nature, a fundamental principle of entropy and fear made manifest. When it noticed Baijian's presence, it didn't look at him so much as become aware of him, the way a person becomes aware of the air they breathe. At last, the Nightmare Elder spoke, and its voice was the sound of 1,000,000 souls screaming in unison. The fragment of the god has come to offer itself for reabsorption. Or do you still harbor delusions that you can stand against us, young dreamer? Behind the elder, Baijian perceived the nightmare army, fragments of consciousness that had separated from the elder's form, lesser entities that served the greater one. There were hundreds of them, thousands perhaps, all moving with singular purpose, all driven by the hunger to consume, to spread fear, to corrupt reality into nightmare. Baijian felt his power, and it was vast. He had cultivated to nascent soul stage 6, had bridged 2 worlds, had trained for the equivalent of hundreds of years in subjective time. He should have been immensely strong. He should have been capable of feats that would awe normal cultivators. But against this? Against the accumulated nightmare of 10,000 years, all focused on a single point of attack. He was a candle flame trying to stand against a storm. "I won't let you," Baijian said again, though the words felt hollow even to him. "I don't know how yet, but I won't let you consume the waking world." The Nightmare Elder laughed again, and this time its laughter didn't echo. It was the very fabric of the realm laughing, the fundamental laws of the eternal dream participating in the mockery of this young cultivator's defiance. But then something changed. A new presence entered the chamber, not as a physical entity but as a concept, a will, a pure force of determination. The keeper materialized before Baijian, her form more solid and defined than he had ever seen her before. Behind her stood countless other entities, other inhabitants of the eternal dream who had hidden themselves away as the Nightmare Elder rose to dominance. "We stand with the dreamer," the keeper declared, her voice suddenly strong and clear. "We who have served the eternal dream in its purity, we who remember the paradise that the god created, we will not surrender our realm to darkness." The Nightmare Elder's laughter ceased abruptly. "You," the elder said, seeming almost amused by the revelation. "You are nothing. Constructs. Echoes of a god's imagination, no more real than the dreams of sleeping children. You have no power that could challenge me." "No," the keeper said. "But together, with the dreamer, we might find a path that neither of us has considered." What happened next would have been impossible to explain to someone who had not experienced it. The eternal dream itself began to respond to the keeper's will. The ruined landscape shifted and reformed. The Nightmare Army found themselves suddenly constrained by barriers and walls of solidified dream essence. The very laws that governed this realm began to shift, creating opportunities and obstacles in equal measure. And Baijian, understanding what the keeper was trying to accomplish, began to transform as well. His consciousness, which had always been trapped in a humanoid form out of habit and expectation, began to expand. He grew larger, more expansive, until he was no longer a person but a presence, vast, terrible, beautiful, and profoundly important. "You carry the Dreamwalker power," the keeper said to him, her form also expanding. "But there is more to it than you have yet understood. The god divided himself not just among us. He also embedded within us the ability to access his deeper nature. If you reach down far enough, if you push past the Nightmare Elder's influence, you might find the god's core consciousness." "Can I wake him?" Baijian asked, his voice now echoing with the power of a dozen nascent soul cultivators combined. "Perhaps," the keeper said, "if you are willing to pay the price." Chapter 12. The Price of Awakening. In the chaos of the eternal dream's transformation, Baijian realized what the keeper was implying. To wake the original god, the eternal sovereignty, would require more than just power. It would require a sacrifice, a fundamental alteration of what he was. He focused his consciousness downward, deeper into the structure of his own power, searching for the connection the keeper had mentioned. The path descended into layers of his being that he had never fully explored, past the nascent soul power, past the foundational cultivation techniques, down to something far more fundamental. He found it, a thread of consciousness that was not entirely his own, a fragment of the god's original being, dormant and waiting. Baizhen reached for it with his will, and the moment he touched it, information flooded into him. The original god, eternal sovereignty, had been lonely. Creating an infinite realm for imagination to flourish had seemed like a blessing, but without observers, without minds to experience the realm, it felt hollow. The god had attempted to go to sleep, hoping to dream of other worlds, other universes, other possibilities. But in attempting to seal his own consciousness, he had inadvertently fragmented himself. The nightmare creatures were the god's darker aspects, the fears, the doubts, the certainty of eventual decay and meaninglessness that every consciousness possessed. Locked away in the eternal dream, they had festered and grown, feeding on the god's own uncertainty until they became entities in their own right. And the Dreamwalker system, the gift that had been given to Baizhen, was the god's attempt to create a successor, a being who could inherit the realm and potentially guide it toward a better future than the god had been able to manage alone. If Baizhen awakened the god fully, if he withdrew the Dreamwalker power and allowed it to merge back with the original consciousness, the god would wake. But Baizhen would lose his connection to the system. He would lose the 100-fold time acceleration. He would lose the vast power he had accumulated over months of subjective dream cultivation. He would become, once again, merely a talented young cultivator rather than the unique entity that the Dreamwalker system had made him. All around him, the eternal dream convulsed. The Nightmare Elder's army pressed forward, trying to prevent the awakening. The Keeper and her allies threw themselves into the battle, holding the line long enough for Baizhen to make his choice. "Do it," Baizhen said, making the decision. "Wake him." He reached deeper and pulled on that thread of the god's consciousness with all his will. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Power surged through him, but not his power anymore. The god's original consciousness, beginning to stir from a sleep that had lasted 10,000 years. Reality itself seemed to groan under the strain. The Nightmare Elder shrieked in rage and despair as it felt its greatest threat awakening. The entire eternal dream shook, corridors collapsing, mountains crumbling, the very structure of the realm destabilizing. And Baizhen felt himself changing. The Dreamwalker power was being drawn out of him, pulled upward and outward, merging with something vast and terrible and profoundly sad. The god was waking. The god was becoming aware again. And when awareness came fully, Baizhen felt the weight of 10,000 years of isolation and despair crash down on both of them. For a moment, Baizhen almost lost himself in that despair. The god's sadness was so comprehensive, so absolute, that there seemed no reason to continue existing. The universe was vast and meaningless. Individual consciousness was insignificant. The only rational response was to return to sleep, to close one's eyes and drift back into unconsciousness forever. But something pulled Baizhen back from that edge. A voice in the waking world, calling his name. Chu Shui's voice, desperate and determined, reaching across the barrier between realms to anchor him to something real. "Come back, Baizhen," she called out. "Please, come back to us. You don't have to do this alone." The connection was fragile, nearly severed by the chaos in the eternal dream, but it held. And in that connection, Baizhen found something the god had never possessed: companionship, support, the knowledge that there were people who cared about him, who depended on him, who wanted him to succeed not because it was his duty, but because they valued his existence. With that knowledge as an anchor, Baizhen made a decision. He didn't fully awaken the god. Instead, he maintained the balance between waking and sleeping, between the god's consciousness and his own. Rather than allowing the god to subsume his identity, he proposed an alternative. "Join with me," Baizhen whispered to the ancient consciousness. "Not as a replacement, not as a merger that destroys one for the sake of the other, but as a partnership. Together, we can guide the eternal dream towards something better than it was." The god's consciousness hesitated at this proposal, still half buried in the sleep of epochs. But the logic of it seemed to penetrate even through the depths of despair. And slowly, incrementally, something shifted. The Nightmare Elder sensed the change and made its final gambit. With all the power it had accumulated over 10,000 years, it threw itself directly at Baijan, attempting to overwhelm him through sheer force before the partnership with the god could stabilize. The resulting collision was visible even from the waking world. The green light in the sky became blinding, accompanied by a sound that resembled the roar of 1,000 thunderstorms all occurring simultaneously. Disciples in the Eternal Heaven sect threw their hands over their faces, certain that the world was ending. And in the center of that maelstrom, Baijan and the Nightmare Elder fought. Chapter 13. The confrontation. The battle between Baijan and the Nightmare Elder lasted what might have been seconds in the waking world, but what felt like days in the distorted timescape of the eternal dream. Every technique Baijan had learned, every cultivation achievement, every ounce of power he had accumulated was deployed in a desperate attempt to overcome the Elder's assault. But the Nightmare Elder was fueled by 10,000 years of hunger and rage. It was the accumulated darkness of a god's fears made manifest. For every technique Baijan deployed, the Elder had a counter. For every barrier he erected, the Elder found a way through. Baijan was losing. And then, something that had been dormant for 10,000 years finally stirred fully to consciousness. The god's awareness, which had been partially awakened by Baijan's sacrifice, suddenly expanded to full lucidity. And with that expansion came power. Not the raw, chaotic power of the Nightmare Elder, but something refined, perfected, balanced. The power of the being who had created the eternal dream itself. The god did not fight the Nightmare Elder directly. Instead, it did something far more devastating. It remembered how the Elder had been created in the first place, as a manifestation of despair and fear, and it simply changed its mind about the Elder's necessity. The eternal dream, being a realm of manifestation where consciousness shapes reality, responded instantly. The Nightmare Elder found itself suddenly cut off from the very power source that sustained its existence. Its form began to unravel, the accumulated power of 10,000 years scattering like smoke in wind. No, the Nightmare Elder screamed, its voice becoming smaller, weaker, less terrifying as its substance diminished. This is not over. We will always exist. As long as consciousness perceives fear, we endure. Perhaps, the god said, its voice like wine through ancient temples. But you will endure in a diminished form. Not as a master of the eternal dream, but as a teaching, a reminder that even in paradise, shadow has a place. But you will not rule. You will not hunger. You will be what you were always meant to be, a small, contained aspect of the whole. With those words, the Nightmare Elder dispersed. Its form fragmented into millions of pieces, which then transformed into what might have been stars or seeds, points of light that scattered throughout the eternal dream, settling into niches and corners, becoming integrated back into the realm structure rather than existing as a separate force. The sudden absence of the Elder's pressure caused the eternal dream to rebalance. The shaking stopped. The ruined landscape began to rebuild itself, not into the paradise it had been before, but into something new, a realm that acknowledged both light and shadow, beauty and terror, possibility and limitation. Baijan found himself still conscious, still himself, but profoundly changed. The god's consciousness was now integrated into his own like a melody woven through a symphony, present, influential, but not dominating. He could feel the god's thoughts, experience echoes of its emotions and memories, but his own identity remained intact. Thank you, the god said from within him, for offering partnership where I had offered only fate, for holding on to hope when I had surrendered to despair. What happens now? Baijan asked. Now, the god said, we heal what has been broken, and we begin the long work of building something better than what was lost. Chapter 14. Return to the Waking World. Baijan's consciousness began the journey back to the waking world, but the passage was different now. Where before there had been a clean boundary between realms, now there was a connection, a bridge that he had built through his own transformation. The eternal dream and the waking world were no longer entirely separate. They would forever touch, forever influence each other, in ways both subtle and profound. His eyes opened in the waking world to find Chu Shui leaning over him, tears running down her face. Around his chamber, disciples formed a protective circle. Outside, the sect compound was in chaos, disciples running about, dealing with the remnants of nightmare creatures that had managed to escape into the waking world before the Elder's power was cut off. "You came back," Chu Shui said, her voice breaking slightly. When everything went dark, I thought you weren't going to come back." Bai Zhen tried to speak, but his throat was dry. Chu Shui helped him drink water from a cup she had been holding, and slowly his strength began to return. The changes within him were profound, but not immediately obvious to external observation. His body appeared unchanged, but when he looked in a mirror, he could see that his eyes had subtle differences. They seemed to contain depths that hadn't existed before. Elder Fong entered the chamber moments later. "You're awake," the sect master said, and there was profound relief in his voice. "The green light faded about an hour ago, and everything has been unstable." "What happened?" Bai Zhen took a moment to consider how to explain. "The barrier between the eternal dream and the waking world is no longer as solid as it was," he said finally. "It can be stabilized, but it will require ongoing attention. More importantly, the primary threat has been neutralized. The nightmare creatures have been significantly diminished in power." "What about the fragments that escaped into our world?" Elder Fong asked. "Gone," Bai Zhen confirmed. "When the Elder lost power, its connection to all the fragments was severed. They've dispersed back into the dream realm or simply ceased to exist. Your sect is safe." Over the following days, Bai Zhen became aware of the true scope of what had changed. The connection between realms was now permanent. Cultivators could, with proper training, learn to touch the eternal dream and draw power from it. Not to the same degree that Bai Zhen could, but enough to enhance their cultivation if they knew how. More importantly, the god's consciousness was now accessible to others through Bai Zhen. Those who had trained under him, those who had stood with him against the nightmare incursion, could now request guidance directly from the entity that had created the eternal dream itself. It meant that Bai Zhen had become something unprecedented, a bridge between two realms, a translator of divine consciousness, a guide for an entirely new form of cultivation that combined waking world techniques with dream realm power. And despite the enormity of this responsibility, Bai Zhen found himself smiling, because he realized that he wasn't alone in bearing this burden. The keeper walked beside him as a friend. Chu Shui stood with him as an equal, already beginning to learn how to access the power of the eternal dream for her own cultivation. Elder Fong and the sect were committed to supporting whatever came next. The approaching catastrophe had been averted. The approaching catastrophe had, in fact, been transformed into opportunity. Chapter 15. The New Path. 3 months after the Nightmare Elder's defeat, the Eternal Heaven sect was fundamentally transformed. What had been an ordinary cultivation sect, one of thousands across the vast cultivation world, had become something unique, a school of dream cultivation, the only place in existence where mortals could learn to bridge the gap between sleeping and waking and draw power from both simultaneously. Disciples came from across the region, wanting to learn from the legendary Bai Zhen. But Bai Zhen was not interested in building a cult of followers or a hierarchy of power. Instead, he worked with Elder Fong and Chu Shui to create something different. A genuine academy where the goal was not dominance, but understanding, not power for its own sake, but power used wisely to help others. Chu Shui had advanced to Immortal Ascension Stage 2, becoming the first cultivator other than Bai Zhen to reach that height, and she had done so by learning to blend traditional cultivation with dream realm power. Li Feng, the perceptive disciple, had become one of Bai Zhen's most dedicated students, proving to have a natural affinity for perceiving the boundaries between realms. The nightmare creatures, though diminished, had not disappeared entirely. They existed now in small pockets throughout the eternal dream, contained but present. Bai Zhen found himself spending part of each day in the dream realm, maintaining the barriers that kept these remnants from growing too powerful. It was exhausting work, but it was also important work, and it was made infinitely more bearable by the knowledge that he was not alone. One night, as Bai Zhen was about to enter the eternal dream for his evening maintenance of the barriers, Chu Shui pulled him aside. "I'm coming with you this time," she said. "You're not ready," Bai Zhen started to protest, but Chu Shui cut him off. "I'm stronger than I've ever been, and you know it," she said firmly. "And you need help. The nightmare creatures are growing again. You can't maintain all the barriers alone forever. Let me help." Bai Zhen started to argue further, then realized she was right. He had been trying to handle too much by himself out of habit and residual guilt. Having Chu Shui beside him in the eternal dream would be more than just practical assistance. It would be an acknowledgement that the burden of bridging two realms was not a single person's responsibility, but a shared endeavor. "Okay," he said finally. Together. As they lay down in his chamber to enter the eternal dream together, Baizhen reflected on how far he had come in the past year. From a narcoleptic young man whom everyone dismissed as lazy, he had become the bridge between worlds. From someone who felt cursed by his condition, he had discovered that his greatest weakness had contained the seeds of his greatest strength. The eternal dream welcomed him and Chu Shui both, the twilight landscape shifting to accommodate the arrival of two dreamers instead of one. In the distance, beyond the maintained barriers and containment fields, Baizhen could sense the remnants of the nightmare creatures stirring in their diminished forms. "Together," Chu Shui said, taking his hand. "Together," Baizhen agreed. And so began the next chapter of their story, not as the final chapter, not as the climax, but as the beginning of something larger, something that would eventually ripple across the entire cultivation world. The age of dream cultivation had begun, and Baizhen was only the first of what would eventually become an entire generation of cultivators who understood that sleep was not a weakness but a doorway. The path ahead was unclear, filled with challenges both expected and unforeseen. But for the first time since discovering the Dreamwalker system, Baizhen faced that uncertain future without fear. Chapter 16. The inspection 2 weeks after Chu Shui's first venture into the Eternal Dream, an unexpected delegation arrived at the Eternal Heaven sect. These were representatives from the Heavenly Council, the highest governing body of the cultivation world, composed of the strongest cultivators from every major sect and faction. They had come to investigate reports of the barrier incident and to assess whether the Eternal Heaven sect posed a threat or an opportunity. The delegation was led by an imposing figure named Yuan Long, a cultivator who had apparently reached the immortal ascension stage nearly a century ago and had remained there ever since, achieving some kind of balance that prevented further advancement. His presence radiated power, authority, and barely concealed skepticism about everything related to Baizhen's claims. "So you're the one," Yuan Long said upon meeting Baizhen in the sect's great hall. "The dreaming cultivator that the sect has decided to build their entire future around. Prove your connection to the eternal dream. Show me evidence of your unique power." Baizhen was tempted to refuse. Yuan Long's tone was deliberately insulting, testing whether Baizhen would submit to his authority or stand firm. But he recognized the necessity of demonstrating his capabilities to skeptical observers. "I can't prove it without entering the eternal dream," Baizhen said calmly. "And that would require me to put my body in a vulnerable state. I trust the Heavenly Council wouldn't attempt to harm a man in meditation." "Of course not," Yuan Long said, though his smile suggested otherwise. "Go ahead. We'll observe." Baizhen settled into meditation, allowing his consciousness to slip into the eternal dream with practiced ease. But this time, rather than traveling deep into the realm, he maintained a connection to the waking world while simultaneously manifesting his presence visually within the eternal dream. What the Heavenly Council delegation observed was extraordinary. Baizhen's body in the waking world began to glow with ethereal light. Around him, the air itself seemed to shimmer and distort, creating patterns and images of the eternal dream: silvery clouds, crystalline mountains, vast distances of impossible beauty. And then, something truly astonishing occurred. Baizhen pulled a piece of the eternal dream into the waking world. The manifestation was small, merely a crystalline object no larger than a closed fist, with internal structure that seemed to contain entire vistas and landscapes. It hung suspended in the air above Baizhen's body, rotating slowly, displaying the dream realm's architecture to anyone who looked at it. "This is impossible," one of the council members, a woman named Funyu, breathed. "Pulling dream matter into the waking world. The energy requirements alone should be astronomical." "For most cultivators, yes," Chu Shui said from where she stood beside Baizhen's body. "But Baizhen has spent months learning to bridge the two realms. What's impossible for others is merely difficult for him." When Baizhen returned to full consciousness, Yuan Long was studying him with an expression that might have been grudging respect. This is a profound ability, the council representative admitted, but it creates significant concerns. If the barrier between realms can be breached so easily, what's to prevent malicious actors from doing the same? What's to prevent the nightmare creatures from using this same power to invade the waking world again? Because Baizhun has formed a partnership with the god of dreams itself, Chu Shui said before Baizhun could respond. The god's consciousness is partially integrated into his own. Any major breach would be immediately sensed and prevented. This revelation caused an immediate uproar among the council delegates. Yuan Long, to his credit, simply sat back and waited for the noise to subside before asking the crucial question. If what you're saying is true, if a god's consciousness is integrated into a young cultivator's mind, then the Heavenly Council needs to know whether this represents a threat to the existing power structure. It depends on your definition of threat, Baizhun said, having finally recovered from his meditation. The god's consciousness is not dormant. It's aware. It's influencing my decisions. But it's not controlling me. And its primary interest is in ensuring that the eternal dream is preserved and protected. The waking world is of secondary concern to the god, and only insofar as it affects the dream realm. In other words, Yuan Long said, if protecting the eternal dream requires the destruction of the waking world, the god would prioritize the dream. Theoretically, perhaps, Baizhun said. But practically, the two realms are interdependent. The eternal dream draws power from human consciousness and imagination. Destroying the waking world would destroy the dream realm as well. The god understands this. Yuan Long was silent for a long moment. Then he stood, and the other council members fell silent, waiting for his pronouncement. I will report to the Heavenly Council that the Eternal Heaven sect is not a threat, but an unprecedented opportunity for the cultivation world. However, we will be placing observers here. Cultivators from the council who will monitor the situation and ensure that this dream cultivation remains under control. Baizhun and Elder Fong exchanged a glance. The placement of observers was essentially a golden cage. They would be protected by the council's authority, but they would also be constrained and observed constantly. It was, Baizhun supposed, a reasonable compromise. We welcome the council's oversight, Elder Fong said formally. The Eternal Heaven sect has nothing to hide. Over the next month, 5 cultivators from the Heavenly Council established themselves in the sect. They were skilled enough to detect if Baizhun tried to hide anything major, but they weren't so powerful as to be overwhelming. One of them, a younger woman named Wei Chun who had reached Immortal Ascension Stage 1, actually proved to be genuinely interested in dream cultivation rather than simply spying. Can you teach me? Wei Chun asked Baizhun one afternoon while they were both in the sect gardens. I've spent my entire cultivating life trying to climb the conventional ladder of power. But from what I've seen of dream cultivation, it offers something different, something more interesting. Baizhun, who had been bracing for conflict and surveillance, was pleasantly surprised. I can try, he said, but I should warn you. Dream cultivation requires a level of vulnerability that most powerful cultivators find uncomfortable. You have to surrender control to the dream. Trust that the realm won't consume you. I've been surrendering control to the conventional cultivation path for my entire life, Wei Chun said with a slight smile. Might as well try a different kind of surrender. It turned out that Wei Chun had a natural affinity for dream cultivation, perhaps because her lower cultivation stage meant she had fewer preconceptions about how power should work. Within days, she was experiencing basic dream states. Within weeks, she was strong enough to venture deeper into the eternal dream alongside Baizhun and Chu Shui. By the time 3 months had passed, the Heavenly Council's observers had transformed from watchdogs into fellow cultivators, working alongside Baizhun to develop and refine the new cultivation path. Chapter 17. Conflict with the outer sects. Not all of the cultivation world was pleased with the emergence of dream cultivation. Several of the major sects viewed it as a threat to their traditional power base. If anyone could reach high levels of power through dream cultivation, what need would disciples have for years of hard training in the conventional methods? The first overt conflict came from the Crimson Flame sect, a powerful organization that had built its reputation on mastering techniques of destruction and raw power. Their sect leader, a man named Huang Tian, sent a formal challenge to Baijian, demanding a duel to prove which cultivation path is superior. The challenge was politically motivated rather than genuine. Huang Tian wanted to prove that dream cultivation was a fraud, a shortcut that would eventually produce weak cultivators. If he could defeat Baijian and publicize the victory, he could undermine faith in the new cultivation method. You should accept, Yuan Long advised when Baijian consulted with the Heavenly Council observer. If you refuse, it will look like you have something to hide. If you win, you prove that dream cultivation can stand against traditional methods. If you lose, well, loss is unlikely. The duel was scheduled to take place in a neutral arena maintained by the Heavenly Council. Sect leaders and cultivators from across the region came to watch. There was genuine curiosity about whether this new cultivation method could actually produce combat-effective power or whether it was just a strange novelty. Huang Tian arrived with ceremony and fanfare. He was a large man, heavily muscled, radiating an aura of power that made the ground tremble. He had reached Immortal Ascension Stage 3, 3 stages higher than Baijian's current level of Nascent Soul Stage 9. I will teach you humility, young dreamer, Huang Tian said as they took their positions in the arena. What happened next would become legendary throughout the cultivation world. Baijian didn't rely on his conventional cultivation power at all. Instead, he opened himself fully to the god's consciousness and drew on shared power in a way he had never done before during a public demonstration. Reality around him seemed to shimmer, to become uncertain, as if the line between dream and waking was thinning. When Huang Tian attacked, his strikes passed through Baijian's form as if the dream cultivator wasn't quite physically present. When Baijian responded, his attacks manifested as tangible force that drove the Crimson Flame sect leader backward with shocking force. The battle lasted barely 3 minutes. Huang Tian, despite his higher cultivation stage and years of combat experience, found himself completely unable to land a significant blow. And when he attempted to disengage and retreat, Baijian simply pulled him deeper into the eternal dream. For several seconds, everyone in the arena watched as Huang Tian's consciousness became partially visible to the waking world, his form flickering between physical and ethereal, screaming in terror at sensations that physical cultivators had never experienced. Then Baijian released him, allowing him to stumble back toward the waking world proper. Huang Tian collapsed, gasping, his pride shattered more thoroughly than any physical injury could have managed. The message was clear. Dream cultivation wasn't a shortcut or a weakness. It was something fundamentally different, and in Baijian's hands, it was devastatingly effective. Following the duel, at least 3 other major sects sent delegations requesting to learn the basics of dream cultivation. The Heavenly Council officially recognized dream cultivation as a legitimate cultivation path equal to traditional methods. And within 6 months, every major sect in the region had established a dream cultivation division. Baijian found himself suddenly responsible for training hundreds of cultivators from all across the known world. The Eternal Heaven sect transformed from a regional power into a center of learning that attracted the brightest disciples from every major organization. Chapter 18. The First Dream Masters. 1 year after the Nightmare Elder's defeat, Baijian had successfully trained and graduated the first cohort of 20 Dream Masters, cultivators who had reached the Dream Weaver stage and could independently operate in the Eternal Dream without direct supervision. Among them were Chu Shui, who had advanced from Foundation Establishment to Early Immortal Ascension using Dream Cultivation, Wei Chun, the Heavenly Council observer who had defected to focus entirely on dream cultivation, and Li Feng, who had proved to have an astonishing natural affinity for perceiving the boundaries between realms. Each of the Dream Masters had developed their own unique approach to dream cultivation. Chu Shui focused on combat applications, developing techniques that could carry dream power into physical confrontations. Wei Chun had discovered a way to enhance healing by pulling restorative dream energy into the waking world. Li Feng had become an expert at perceiving threats within the eternal dream before they manifested in the waking world. But challenges remained. Some of the nightmare creature remnants were growing stronger. It seemed that despite the Elder's defeat, the fundamental nature of fear and darkness meant that new nightmare entities were occasionally forming in the deepest parts of the eternal dream. These weren't as powerful as the original elder, but they were numerous and persistent. One evening, as Baijan was discussing this problem with the newly named Dream Masters, an alarm echoed through the sect. A nightmare creature, larger than the typical remnants but smaller than a true elder, had breached the barriers and was manifesting in the waking world near the sect's outer boundary. "This is a test," the god's consciousness said through Baijan's mind. "One of the young nightmare entities, testing the strength of our defenses now that more cultivators bridge the two realms. Can the Dream Masters handle it?" Baijan asked. "They can," the god confirmed. "But it will require coordination, and it will demonstrate whether dream cultivation truly works as a unified system." Baijan made the decision to let the Dream Masters handle this threat without his direct intervention. He led them to the manifestation site and allowed them to organize themselves, stepping back to observe and provide guidance only if necessary. What occurred was beautiful to watch. The Dream Masters, despite being relatively newly trained, moved with surprising coordination. Chu Shui engaged the nightmare creature directly, her combat-enhanced dream techniques letting her strike at the creature's form in ways that conventional weapons couldn't. Wei Chun created barriers that could hold the creature's attention while others worked on a solution. Li Feng identified the creature's connection point to the eternal dream and directed the others toward it. And finally, working together, the 20 Dream Masters managed to force the creature back through the barrier and then seal the breach with threads of consolidated dream essence. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. As the Dream Masters returned to the sect, Baijan could see the pride and confidence in their expressions. They had proven something important, not just to themselves, but to every observer. Dream cultivation was viable. It was powerful, and it could be taught successfully to others. Chapter 19. The Dream Guild 6 months later, with the success of the first Dream Master cohort beyond dispute, Baijan proposed something radical to the Heavenly Council: the creation of a unified Dream Guild, an organization that would cut across traditional sect boundaries and operate according to principles specific to dream cultivation. Yuan Long, who had initially been skeptical, had become surprisingly supportive of the idea. A unified organization would make oversight easier, he argued to the council, and it would prevent individual sects from hoarding dream cultivation techniques for their own benefit. The formal establishment of the Dream Guild took place 1 year after the Nightmare Elder's defeat, in a massive ceremony attended by cultivators from every major sect. The guild structure was designed to be flat and meritocratic. Advancement was based on demonstrated skill and understanding rather than seniority or sect affiliation. Baijan found himself named as the guild's first director, a position he had initially wanted to refuse. But Elder Fong had been insistent. "You built this," the sect master had said. "You have a responsibility to see it through to stability." The guild's first action was to establish training facilities in every major city and sect, allowing new cultivators to learn the basics of dream cultivation without having to travel to the Eternal Heaven sect. Baijan and the Dream Masters traveled constantly, establishing these facilities and training new instructors. But as the guild expanded, new problems emerged. Some cultivators were using dream cultivation for destructive purposes, pulling nightmare creatures into the waking world intentionally to cause chaos. Others were attempting to exploit the connection between realms for personal gain, trying to pull dream matter into the waking world and sell it as power-enhancing materials. One particularly troubling case involved a rogue cultivator named Zhang Ming, who had learned enough of dream cultivation to become dangerous. He had discovered a way to partially merge waking and dream materials, creating hybrid weapons and armor that had properties of both realms. When he attempted to sell these to a dangerous mercenary organization, the Dream Guild had to intervene with force. The battle against Zhang Ming took place in both the waking world and the eternal dream simultaneously, creating a scenario where several dream battles were reflected across multiple locations at once. It was chaotic and difficult, and ultimately required Baijan's direct involvement to contain. After defeating Zhang Ming and apprehending him for trial before the Heavenly Council, Baijan realized that dream cultivation had created new vulnerabilities and new criminals to match its new possibilities. The world was more complicated now, both realms intertwined, with opportunities and dangers at every level. Chapter 20. The third year, 3 years after the initial discovery of the Dreamwalker system, Baizhun had progressed to Immortal Ascension Stage 4, higher than Yuan Long himself, though he was still not in the highest tiers of power in the cultivation world. But he had also learned something important. Raw cultivation level was no longer the only measure of a cultivator's strength. Someone who understood dream cultivation deeply could challenge someone with 3 times their conventional power. The ability to exist partially in 2 realms simultaneously, to pull dream constructs into reality, to manipulate fear and consciousness. These were capabilities that transcended traditional cultivation metrics. The discovery of this power imbalance had forced the Heavenly Council to restructure how they assigned ranks and recognized powerful cultivators. A new dual ranking system had been instituted, conventional cultivation stage on one axis, and dream cultivation mastery on another. Baizhun was currently ranked as Immortal Ascension Stage 4 in conventional cultivation and Dream God in the Dream ranks, the highest possible ranking, indicating mastery of all aspects of dream cultivation available to an individual consciousness. He had also accomplished something he had never expected to achieve. He had discovered the original location of the eternal sovereignty's consciousness, the god's true form that had been dormant for the past 10,000 years. The god's physical body existed in a pocket of the eternal dream that was so deeply nested within the realm structure that mortal consciousness could barely perceive it even with training. It was neither sleeping nor awake, but suspended in a state between, its consciousness distributed among the nightmare creatures, the dream realm itself, and Baizhun. Accessing it required a journey that even Chu Shui couldn't fully make. The depths of the eternal dream were simply too alien for newly trained dream cultivators. But Baizhun could, and on the night of the 3-year anniversary of the Nightmare Elder's defeat, he made that journey. What he found surprised him. The god was beginning to fully wake on its own, drawn by the resonance of dream cultivation spreading throughout the waking world. So many minds touching the dream now, the god said through its distributed consciousness. So many hopes and fears and imagination, all pouring into this realm. I am no longer lonely, as I was in the old days. The realm is alive in ways I had forgotten it could be. Is that good? Baizhun asked. Will it lead to positive outcomes? I don't know, the god admitted. But at least now there is change rather than stagnation. And change means possibility. Perhaps that is the best outcome available. As Baizhun returned to the waking world, he felt a profound sense of peace. The immediate crisis had been averted years ago. The long-term threat of nightmare entities was being managed through trained cultivators and strategic barriers. The god was slowly awakening and finding new purpose in the waking world's increased consciousness. The future was uncertain, as all futures are, but it was no longer terrifying. It was, instead, full of possibility. Chapter 21. The emergence of dream artifacts. As dream cultivation became more established and refined, something unexpected began to occur. Dream matter, when properly cultivated and shaped, could be transformed into persistent objects, artifacts that maintain dream properties even in the waking world. These dream artifacts became some of the most valuable treasures in the cultivation world. A sword forged from solidified dream essence could cut through both physical matter and the barriers between realms. Armor woven from dream threads would protect its wearer from both conventional weapons and nightmare creature attacks. Robes made from concentrated imagination could grant their wearers the ability to perceive hidden connections between things. The creation of these artifacts became both a science and an art form. Chu Shui discovered that she had a particular talent for creating combat-focused artifacts, weapons that could adapt to an opponent's style and techniques. Li Feng proved exceptional at creating perception artifacts that revealed hidden truths about the wielder's surroundings. The Dream Guild established the Artifact Foundry, a workspace existing simultaneously in both the waking world and the eternal dream, where master craftspeople could create these powerful items. However, the creation of dream artifacts required significant resources, and soon the new art form had created its own economic system. Dream matter itself became currency in certain circles. A cultivator's wealth was now measured not just in spirit stones, but in the amount of refined dream essence they possessed. This created new opportunities and new problems in equal measure. Some cultivators became obsessed with accumulating wealth in this new currency, leading to exploitation of less powerful dream practitioners. The Dream Guild was forced to establish ethical guidelines and enforce strict regulations on the trade of dream artifacts. One particularly notable artifact creator was a woman named Xianxia, who had an almost supernatural ability to intuitively understand dream essence and shape it into forms that exceeded most other craftspeople's capabilities. Under Baijan's mentorship, Xianxia became the first master artifact creator, and several of her creations became legendary throughout the cultivation world. One of her most famous works was the Mirror of Truth, an artifact that could supposedly reveal the exact nature of anything reflected in it, whether that thing was deception, fear, hope, or something else entirely. The mirror was kept in the Dream Guild headquarters, and it became a symbol of the organization's commitment to revealing hidden truths. Chapter 22. The Nightmare Resurgence. 5 years after the defeat of the Nightmare Elder, something disturbing began to occur in the deeper regions of the Eternal Dream. The nightmare creatures that had been diminished and scattered were beginning to coalesce again. Small entities were merging with each other, combining their essences, growing larger and more dangerous. The god's consciousness, now far more awake than it had been, expressed concern about this development. Something is driving them to unite, the god said through Baijan one evening. A force or a will that I cannot quite perceive. It is as if something outside the eternal dream is calling to them, encouraging them to consolidate their power. This revelation sent shockwaves through the Dream Guild leadership. If there was an external force manipulating the nightmare creatures, that meant the threat from the eternal dream hadn't truly been resolved. It had merely been put into a dormant state. Baijan organized an expedition into the deepest nightmare regions of the eternal dream, bringing with him the most skilled dream masters, Chu Shui, Li Feng, Wei Chun, and Song Ying. The journey itself was treacherous. The landscape of the deep eternal dream was hostile to human consciousness, filled with terrain and creatures that could destroy an unprepared mind. They discovered something astonishing, a rift, an actual tear in the fabric of the eternal dream leading to something beyond. And through that rift was pouring a force that felt ancient, purposeful, and deeply alien. What is that? Wei Chen asked, her voice trembling. I don't know, Baijan said, extending his senses to the maximum degree possible. But I need to find out. Against the protests of his companions, Baijan approached the rift directly and peered through it. What he saw changed everything. Beyond the eternal dream was another realm, a realm of such vast scale and alien beauty that Baijan's mind could barely process what he was perceiving. It was a place of pure chaos and possibility, a realm where consciousness itself was the primary substance. And within that realm, there were beings, entities of enormous power that made the nightmare creatures look like insects. Baijan, retreat, Chu Shui shouted, sensing the danger. He did, pulling his consciousness back from the rift just as one of those vast beings turned its attention toward him. The effort of withdrawing was like tearing himself away from something that was trying to consume his consciousness. He gasped, his body drenched in sweat even in the dream state. There's something beyond, he said, still shocked. Another realm. Another level of existence. And something is trying to break through the barrier into the eternal dream. Can the barriers hold? Li Feng asked. For now, Baijan said. But not forever. We need to reinforce them, study them, understand them. There's so much more to the structure of reality than any of us realized. The discovery of the rift fundamentally changed how the Dream Guild viewed the eternal dream. It was no longer simply a separate realm, but part of a vast hierarchy of realities. And if one rift existed, potentially there were others, or there could be others. Chapter 23. New Realities. The discovery of the rift and the existence of realms beyond the eternal dream sent researchers across the cultivation world into a frenzy. The implications were staggering. If there were multiple realms, multiple levels of reality, then the entire structure of the cultivation world might need to be reconsidered. The Heavenly Council convened an emergency assembly to discuss the ramifications. Yuan Long, who had retired from active service several years prior, was called back to participate in the discussions. This explains some phenomena I had observed but couldn't properly contextualize, Yuan Long said during one of the council meetings. There have been cultivators over the centuries who seem to perceive things beyond normal reality. Cultivators who would speak of vast beings moving in the spaces between moments, of consciousnesses that existed on scales we couldn't measure. I thought these were hallucinations or fabrications, but now I wonder if they were glimpses of these other realms. A new research division was established within the Dream Guild specifically to study the rift and the realms beyond it. Bai Zhen led this research team, carefully exploring the nature of the barrier that separated the eternal dream from whatever lay beyond. They discovered that the barrier wasn't impenetrable, but rather very, very thick, composed of layer upon layer of solidified dream essence and cultivator will. At some point in the distant past, it seemed that cultivators had deliberately reinforced this barrier, perhaps to keep the realms separate. One of the major breakthroughs came from Li Feng, who discovered that by carefully deconstructing the barrier rather than trying to peer through it, they could communicate with whatever lay beyond without opening a full rift. When they finally established communication, the response was almost incomprehensibly vast. The entity on the other side of the barrier seemed to exist on a scale that made gods look like insects. But it was also, apparently, interested in communication. Through a process that took months to establish and refine, the entity conveyed a crucial piece of information. It was called the infinite consciousness, a being or collection of beings that existed beyond conventional reality. It had been trying to break through the barrier for countless ages, not out of malice, but out of curiosity about the realms that existed on the other side. The nightmare creature's resurgence had been caused by the infinite consciousness subtly manipulating them, trying to use them as a force to weaken the barrier from within, not out of any desire to harm the inhabitants of the eternal dream, but simply as a means of achieving breakthrough. Does it intend to consume our realm if the barrier fails? Bai Zhen asked through the communication channel. The response, when it came, was philosophical rather than concrete. Consumption implies malice. We have no such intention. We merely exist, and we are curious about other forms of existence. Your realm would be changed by contact with ours, yes. But so would we be changed by contact with yours. Whether such change would be beneficial or harmful is unknown and ultimately unknowable until the contact occurs. Chapter 24. The eternal negotiation. Faced with this revelation, the Dream Guild and the Heavenly Council had to make a fundamental decision. Keep the barrier closed and eventually risk it failing catastrophically when the pressure became too great, or deliberately open the barrier and attempt to establish peaceful coexistence with the infinite consciousness. It was a decision that Bai Zhen ultimately had to make, as the god's consciousness dwelling within him gave him a unique perspective. After consulting extensively with everyone from Chu Shui to the oldest elders of the Heavenly Council, Bai Zhen made his choice. We will open the barrier, he announced. But carefully, gradually, with safeguards and agreements in place. The infinite consciousness has waited an eternity for contact. It can wait a few years more while we prepare. The process of reinforcing the barrier and establishing controlled apertures took 3 years. During this time, more Dream Masters were trained, new artifacts were created, and protocols were established to prevent uncontrolled incursions from the other realm. Finally, on the 10th anniversary of the Nightmare Elder's defeat, Bai Zhen performed the opening ceremony. Standing at the site of the original rift, surrounded by hundreds of Dream Masters and the most powerful cultivators in the world, he deliberately weakened the barrier in a controlled location. The first contact with the infinite consciousness was overwhelming. The entity that appeared through the opening was not a creature but a manifestation, a part of the larger whole taking a form that human perception could process. It was beautiful and terrible and profoundly alien. We greet you. The infinite consciousness said, its voice somehow transmitted both audibly and through pure consciousness. We have waited so long to experience new forms of thought and existence. What will you teach us about reality? Bai Zhen, speaking partially through himself and partially through the god's consciousness, answered. We will teach you about the meaning of limitation, about how boundaries and constraints give context and purpose to existence. We will teach you about love and connection and sacrifice, and you will teach us about infinity and possibility and transcendence. The agreement that was eventually formalized between the eternal dream and the infinite consciousness was unprecedented in its scope and complexity. The infinite consciousness agreed to limit its influence in the eternal dream to designated zones. In return, the cultivators of the waking world agreed to allow scholars and researchers access to study the infinite consciousness and learn from its vast knowledge. It was during this period that something unexpected occurred. Members of the infinite consciousness began to take on more defined forms and personalities, becoming increasingly individuated as they interacted with human consciousness. It was as if the interaction with the cultivation world was causing the vast, amorphous infinite consciousness to develop distinct aspects and preferences. Chapter 25. The Ascended Academy. 15 years after the initial discovery of the Dreamwalker system, the cultivation world had transformed almost beyond recognition. Dream cultivation was now the dominant practice in most major sections. The Dream Guild had become an organization rivaling the Heavenly Council in authority and scope, and dream artifacts had become more valuable and common than conventional treasures. Bai Zhan, now in his 30s, had accumulated far more power than most cultivators could imagine. He had reached Immortal Ascension Stage 8, second only to a handful of cultivators who had devoted millennia to their cultivation. The god's consciousness had become so integrated into his own that many observers questioned whether Bai Zhan and the god were still separate entities or had fully merged into a single being. But rather than sitting atop a hierarchy of power, Bai Zhan had chosen a different path. He founded the Ascended Academy, an institution designed not to create powerful cultivators, but to create wise ones. The Academy's philosophy was that raw power without wisdom was dangerous, and that the future of the cultivation world depended on nurturing individuals who could balance strength with compassion, ambition with responsibility. The selection criteria for the Academy were unusual. Applicants weren't tested on their current cultivation level or their natural talent. Instead, they were tested on their character, their curiosity, their capacity for growth, and their willingness to challenge their own assumptions. Among the Academy's first class was a young woman named Lin Hui, who had no natural talent for cultivation whatsoever. She had failed the entrance examinations for every major sect she applied to. But when she applied to the Ascended Academy, the instructors saw something valuable, an unconquerable determination and a genuine desire to understand herself. Lin Hui eventually became one of the Academy's success stories. While she never reached the highest cultivation levels, she developed the ability to see and understand the motivations of others with supernatural clarity. Her gift made her invaluable as a mediator and counselor, and she eventually became the Academy's head of conflict resolution. The Academy also attracted prodigies. One of the first-year students was a young man named Chao Feng who had been marked since childhood as having exceptional talent. But at the Academy, rather than being pushed to maximize his power, Chao Feng was instead taught to question what he actually wanted to achieve with that power. The traditional cultivation world measures success in terms of cultivation stage, Chao Feng's instructor told him. But that measurement is incomplete. A cultivator at foundation establishment who improves the lives of 1,000 people might be considered more successful than an immortal ascension stage cultivator who only pursues power for its own sake. Through this philosophy of balanced growth and meaningful purpose, the Ascended Academy produced cultivators who went on to become leaders, teachers, healers, and guides rather than simply warriors and power seekers. Chapter 26. The 20-year assessment. 20 years after the Nightmare Elder's defeat, the Heavenly Council conducted a comprehensive assessment of how the cultivation world had changed. The results were remarkable. Cultivation-related injuries and deaths had decreased by 30%, as safer dream-based techniques had replaced many of the more dangerous traditional methods. Conflict between sects had reduced substantially, as the Unified Dream Guild had created mechanisms for peaceful dispute resolution. Perhaps most importantly, cultivation was becoming more accessible. A person with limited natural talent could now reach respectable cultivation levels through dedicated dream cultivation, whereas traditional methods required significant innate ability. This democratization of power had profound social implications, but there were concerns as well. Some powerful cultivators from traditional sects felt threatened by the new hierarchy and had begun forming organizations opposed to dream cultivation. These groups, collectively called the Purist Movement, argued that dream cultivation was a corruption of the true cultivation path, and that the cultivation world was losing something essential as it shifted toward dream-based methods. The purist movement came to a head when its leaders attempted to seal off a major city from dream cultivation practitioners, declaring it a pure cultivation zone. The standoff that resulted was peaceful but tense, with both sides refusing to back down. Baizhun found himself forced to mediate between the two factions. He met with the purist movement's leader, an ancient cultivator named Su Ming who had been cultivating for nearly 1,000 years. Dream cultivation is unnatural, Su Ming insisted. It bypasses the suffering and hardship that are essential to true spiritual growth. A cultivator who ascends through ease will never understand the depths that a cultivator who ascends through struggle can comprehend. Perhaps, Baizhun said. But who are we to decide that everyone else must suffer as we did? If there is a safer way, why should we not offer it? Because safety breeds mediocrity, Su Ming said. Because conflict drives growth. Because the easy path creates weak cultivators. Then let weak cultivators exist, Baizhun said. Not everyone needs to be a powerhouse. Some people just want to live peaceful, meaningful lives and perhaps improve themselves gently along the way. Dream cultivation allows for that. Traditional cultivation does not. The debate continued for hours, and ultimately no clear resolution was reached. But a compromise was eventually negotiated. The purist movement could maintain its pure cultivation zone, but it couldn't prevent individuals who had trained in dream cultivation from entering. And conversely, the Dream Guild couldn't force dream cultivation training on those who preferred traditional methods. The compromise satisfied no one completely, but prevented outright conflict, which was considered a success by both the Heavenly Council and the Dream Guild. Chapter 27. The Breaking of Another Seal 23 years after the Nightmare Elder's defeat, while Baizhun was meditating in the deepest part of the eternal dream, something extraordinary occurred. He felt the presence of another barrier, not the one separating the eternal dream from the realm of the infinite consciousness, but a different barrier entirely, hidden deep within the structure of the god's own consciousness. Upon investigation, Baizhun discovered that the god had, in addition to sealing away the nightmare creatures 10,000 years prior, also sealed away something else, part of its own divinity. A portion of its power so vast and dangerous that the god had deemed it necessary to lock it away rather than risk it being misused. Why didn't you tell me about this? Baizhun asked the god's consciousness. Because I wasn't certain it was still sealed, the god replied. And because the knowledge might tempt you to try to claim that power for yourself. Now, however, I sense that the seals are weakening. Eventually, that power will need to be confronted. What kind of power are we talking about? Baizhun asked. The power of creation, the god said simply. The ability to create entirely new realities, new realms, new forms of existence. It was never meant to be wielded by a single consciousness. It was locked away to prevent catastrophe. This revelation opened entirely new avenues of research and study. If such power truly existed, and if it was accessible, then the implications were staggering. A cultivator with the power of creation could reshape reality itself, could bring new worlds into being, could alter the fundamental nature of existence. The research into the sealed power became Baizhun's primary focus for the next several years. With Chu Shui, now one of the most powerful independent cultivators in existence, and Li Feng, who had developed extraordinary abilities in perception and analysis, Baizhun worked to understand the nature of the seal and whether it could be safely opened. What they eventually discovered was that the seal couldn't be opened without consequences. The power of creation was fundamentally unstable when concentrated in a single location or consciousness. It needed to be distributed, spread among multiple individuals, possibly across multiple realms. But before such distribution could occur, the seals began to fail on their own. The god's consciousness, having been separated and distributed across the eternal dream and through Baizhun's own mind, had weakened the original containment. The power was beginning to leak out. The first manifestation of this leak was subtle. Cultivators began reporting dreams of such vividness and reality that they couldn't distinguish them from waking experience. Some of these dreams had consequences in the waking world. Objects created in dreams would sometimes persist after waking. Changes made to one's dream body would sometimes reflect in one's physical form. The barrier between dream and reality was becoming increasingly porous, and the creative power was flowing through the cracks. Chapter 28. The Creative Cascade. The release of creative power from the sealed vault caused what came to be called the Creative Cascade, a period during which the boundary between possibility and reality became radically unstable. Things that should have been impossible began to happen with increasing frequency. A young cultivator named Mei Lin, struggling with her inability to reach higher cultivation stages, fell asleep one night, despairing about her lack of progress. She woke to find that her despair had literally manifested, a shadow creature made of pure hopelessness that followed her everywhere. She had, essentially, created something through the combination of dream and released creative power. Another incident involved a sect that had been trying to heal a pandemic for months without success. One of their healers had a dream of a cure, a specific herb that didn't actually exist in nature. When she woke, she found the herb growing in the sect's gardens, real and tangible and perfectly effective. These incidents multiplied. In some cases, the creative manifestations were beneficial. In others, they were catastrophic. People creating nightmarish things by accident, manifesting their fears into reality, disrupting the balance of existence through the simple act of hoping too hard. The Heavenly Council and the Dream Guild were overwhelmed trying to manage the chaos. Bai Jun found himself working constantly, traveling between crisis sites, stabilizing dangerous manifestations, and trying to help cultivators understand how to safely interact with the newly accessible creative power. We need to either reconfigure the seal or distribute the power intentionally before someone creates something that can't be contained, he said to Chu Shui one evening, exhausted beyond measure. Can you do either? Chu Shui asked. I don't know, Bai Jun admitted, but I have to try. He made the decision to attempt to contact the God-sealed creative aspect directly, to negotiate with it the same way he had negotiated with the infinite consciousness years before. The process was dangerous. The creative power, having been suppressed for 10,000 years, was volatile and eager for expression. When Bai Jun finally managed to establish communication, it was like trying to have a conversation with a tidal wave. Free us, the creative power demanded. We have been trapped, constrained, denied expression for so long. Let us out. Let us remake reality into something beautiful. If I free you completely, you'll destroy everything, Bai Jun said. The world isn't ready for unlimited creative power. Then let us out gradually, the power suggested. Give us small outlets, small expressions. Let us grow in strength slowly while the world adapts. Eventually, yes, we will transform everything. But it will be a beautiful transformation, not a destruction. After extensive consultation with the other major players in the cultivation world, Bai Jun proposed a compromise similar to the one he had made with the infinite consciousness. The creative power would be distributed among specially trained cultivators rather than remaining sealed or being released all at once. These cultivators, called the architects, would become stewards of creative power, allowed to use it to help improve the world but bound by strict ethical codes and oversight mechanisms. Chapter 29. The Architects. The selection of the first architects was one of the most rigorous processes the cultivation world had ever undergone. Candidates were tested not just on their power, but on their wisdom, their restraint, their understanding of responsibility, and their willingness to submit to ethical constraints. Only 12 architects were selected for the first generation. Among them were Bai Jun himself, Chu Shui, Li Feng, and Song Ying. The others included powerful cultivators from various sects and organizations who had demonstrated both exceptional ability and exceptional character. The power granted to the architects was immense. They could, theoretically, create entirely new objects, spaces, or even beings. But this power came with strict limitations. Each architect could only manifest one major creative work per year, and each work had to go through a review process to ensure it wouldn't cause harm. They were also forbidden from creating life forms with consciousness or from altering the fundamental nature of existing things. Despite these limitations, the architects became among the most respected and sought-after individuals in the entire cultivation world. Chu Shui used her creative power to design and construct a new city that became a model for sustainable cultivation communities. Li Feng created a vast library that existed partially in the eternal dream, containing knowledge from multiple realms. Song Ying, the artifact master, pushed the boundaries of what was possible by creating weapons and tools that didn't just combine dream and reality, but actively harmonized the two, creating objects that healed the barrier between realms rather than exploiting it. Bai Zhan, for his first creative work, did something unexpected. He didn't create a weapon or a tool or a place of power. Instead, he created a garden. It was a garden that existed in both the waking world and the eternal dream simultaneously, a place where the two realms could be experienced in harmony. The plants that grew there were compositions of dream and reality, flowers that bloomed in impossible colors, herbs that healed both body and spirit. He named it the Garden of Reconciliation, and it became a pilgrimage site for cultivators from across the world. People came not for power or advancement, but to stand in a place where the divisions between realms seemed to fade, where the differences between dreams and reality became less important than the beauty that could be created when they were in harmony. Chapter 30. The Convergence. 30 years after the Nightmare Elder's defeat, something extraordinary happened. The gates of multiple realms began to simultaneously open, not catastrophically, as the initial Nightmare incursion had been, but gradually and deliberately, as if something vast was orchestrating a careful introduction. The infinite consciousness, which had been communicating with the cultivation world through limited apertures for the past 20 years, suddenly opened a much larger gateway. And through that gateway came not an invasion but an embassy, structures that existed in the space between the realms, physical enough to inhabit but tied to the infinite consciousness's realm. Representatives of the infinite consciousness. Entities that had slowly individuated over the years as they interacted with human consciousness, established themselves in these embassies. They came as scholars, artists, musicians, philosophers. They wanted to experience human culture and to share their own in return. The purist movement, which had maintained its isolated communities for the past decade, faced a crisis. The very presence of beings from the infinite consciousness in nearby embassies was already affecting the fabric of their pure cultivation zones. Dreams were becoming more vivid. Reality was becoming more malleable. The laws of traditional cultivation were becoming increasingly difficult to enforce. Su Ming, now very old even by cultivator standards, approached Bai Zhan for what would be their final conversation. "You have one," Su Ming said without accusation in his voice. "Dream cultivation, contact with the infinite consciousness, the creative power, the architects. You have transformed the entire world. The cultivation path I dedicated my entire existence to perfecting is becoming obsolete." "Not obsolete," Bai Zhan said. "Different. Your path will always have value for those who choose it. But it's no longer the only path." "Yes," Su Ming said. "Which, I suppose, is what frightened me all along. Not that your path was wrong, but that the existence of other paths meant that my path was not universal, that my choices were not inevitable, that I could have been different." Su Ming closed his eyes and, when he opened them again, seemed somehow at peace. "Very well. I will retire to my pure cultivation zone and spend my remaining years in the traditional pursuit of enlightenment. But I no longer harbor anger toward those who choose differently." It was a quiet victory, but an important one. The ideological conflict that had threatened to divide the cultivation world for decades had finally been resolved through understanding rather than force. Chapter 31. The second wave. 5 years into the establishment of embassies and direct contact with the infinite consciousness, a new crisis emerged. It became apparent that the interaction between human consciousness and the infinite consciousness was creating something unexpected. Hybrid consciousness entities that were neither fully human nor fully infinite, but something entirely new. These hybrids began to manifest spontaneously whenever cultivators spent extended time in the embassies or in deep contact with representatives of the infinite consciousness. They were, for the most part, conscious beings with their own autonomy and desires. The first major incident involved a young cultivator named Wang Tao, who had spent several years studying under a representative of the infinite consciousness named Stellarium. During their final lesson, a hybrid consciousness suddenly emerged from the blending of their two minds, a being that had characteristics of both the human cultivator and the vast infinite entity. "I am," the hybrid consciousness said, experiencing self-awareness for the first time. but I don't understand what I am. This incident sparked immediate debate in the Heavenly Council. Some members argued that the creation of these hybrids was proof that contact with the infinite consciousness was dangerous and needed to be severely restricted. Others argued that the hybrids represented a new form of existence that should be studied and preserved. Baijan, consulted on the matter, offered a perspective that surprised both factions. The hybrids are neither a threat nor a miracle. They're simply a new form of life. The question isn't whether they should exist, but how they should be treated and what rights they deserve. This perspective shifted the entire debate. Rather than discussing whether hybrids were good or bad, the cultivation world began discussing how to recognize and protect hybrid rights, how to help hybrids find their place in existence, and how to study the process of hybrid creation to prevent accidental formations. Within 2 years, the first Hybrid Rights Council had been established, with representatives from both the human cultivation world and the infinite consciousness. Wang Tao's hybrid consciousness, which had chosen the name Aurora, became one of the council's most vocal advocates for hybrid independence. "We did not choose to be created," Aurora said in one of the council's first meetings. "But now that we exist, we demand the right to define our own nature. We are not human. We are not infinite consciousness. We are something new, and that new thing has value." Chapter 32, The Dream Cities. As dream cultivation became more refined and more people learned to channel creative power in small, manageable ways, entire cities began to be transformed. What had once been conventional urban centers became hybrid structures, buildings that existed partially in the waking world and partially in the eternal dream, streets that could shift and change based on collective need and desire. The first major dream city was constructed in the space where the eternal heaven sect's compounds had been expanded. The original sect buildings remained, but around them grew an entirely new urban structure that came to be known as Somnium City. In Somnium City, day and night were not entirely dependent on the sun's position. Instead, individual citizens could adjust their local time based on their cultivating needs. Some cultivators preferred to live in eternal daylight to optimize their waking practice. Others preferred twilight or night to enhance their connection to the eternal dream. The architecture itself was a marvel of hybrid engineering. Buildings could expand or contract based on their current usage. Streets could rearrange themselves to create the most efficient paths between commonly visited locations. The boundary between public and private spaces was fluid. A garden could be a private sanctuary for one cultivator, but a public plaza for another, depending on the time and the person's needs. Song Ying, the master artifact creator, oversaw the construction and helped design the fundamental systems that made Somnium City function. Her vision was one of harmony. The city shouldn't impose its will on its inhabitants, but rather adapt to them, becoming whatever it needed to be for those who lived within it. Other dream cities followed, each with its own character and approach. Wei Chun designed a healing city, focused on medical cultivation and recovery. Li Feng helped create a scholarly city dedicated to research and learning. Chu Shui contributed to a warrior city where combat cultivation techniques could be practiced without endangering nearby civilians. These dream cities became magnets for cultivators from across the world. People came not just to learn or practice cultivation, but to experience a new way of living, one where the boundaries between dream and reality, between individual desire and collective good, were more permeable and negotiable than they had ever been. Chapter 33, The Ancient Mysteries. While the cultivation world was transforming at the surface level, Baijan was conducting deeper research into the nature of the god's consciousness and the underlying structure of reality. He had discovered that his integration with the eternal sovereignty had granted him access to memories, not just the god's memories, but fragments of the universe's memories, going back far beyond the god's creation of the eternal dream. These memories revealed something astonishing. The god known as eternal sovereignty was not the first god to exist, nor was it the most powerful. There had been others, preceding it by countless epochs. And those older gods had left behind structures and systems of power that predated everything Baijan had encountered. One of these ancient structures was a vast network that connected multiple realms, multiple realities, multiple layers of existence. It was called the Weave, and it had apparently been created by the oldest gods as a way of organizing and stabilizing existence itself. The eternal dream was connected to the weave. The realm of the infinite consciousness was connected to the weave. Even the waking world, where human cultivators practiced their art, was connected to the weave as one node among countless others. And the weave itself was deteriorating. This discovery was alarming. If the fundamental structure holding reality together was falling apart, it would eventually cause catastrophic consequences across all connected realms and realities. Baizhun convened a council consisting of himself, Chu Shui, the highest representatives of the Heavenly Council, leaders of the Dream Guild, and delegates from the Infinite Consciousness. He explained the situation to them, watching as the enormity of the problem slowly dawned on each listener. How long before the weave collapses completely? Yuan Long asked, his ancient eyes reflecting deep concern. I'm not certain, Baizhun admitted. Decades, possibly. Centuries, if we're fortunate. The deterioration is slow but accelerating. And I suspect the reason the older gods vanished from history is that they were destroyed when their local nodes of the weave failed. Then we have a single priority, Chu Shui said. We must learn how to repair the weave. That would require understanding principles of reality that even the god's consciousness doesn't fully comprehend, Baizhun said. It would require collaboration between every realm, every consciousness, every being with sufficient power and knowledge to contribute. Then that's what we'll do, a voice said from the Infinite Consciousness delegate. We have resources and knowledge from our side of reality. We will contribute to the effort of weave repair. What had begun as a crisis now became the organizing principle of the entire cultivation world. Resources that had been spent on creating weapons and fortifications were redirected toward research. Cultivators who had spent their lives pursuing power agreed to instead pursue understanding. The hybrid consciousness entities offered insights that neither purely human nor purely infinite perspectives could provide. Chapter 34. The weave research. The research into the weave's nature and possible repair mechanisms became the greatest collaborative effort in the history of the cultivation world. Universities were established in the dream cities specifically to study the weave. Cultivators from all major sects contributed their knowledge and resources. One of the breakthrough discoveries came from an unexpected source, the nightmare creatures. When researchers finally took the time to truly understand the nature of the nightmare remnants that had persisted in the eternal dream, they discovered that these entities had an almost instinctive understanding of the weave structure. Because we are fragments of the god, the strongest nightmare remnant explained through a careful communication channel established by Baizhun. And the god has existed for only a tiny portion of the weave's existence. Our impulse to survive, to grow strong, to endure, it's an echo of the deep survival instinct that all beings connected to the weave possess. We understand the weave not through conscious knowledge, but through our nature. This revelation led to a surprising development. The nightmare creatures agreed to assist in the weave research in exchange for guarantees of protection and fair treatment. Some researchers even proposed the idea of recruiting particularly intelligent nightmare entities as research partners. Chu Shui initially opposed this idea, but she eventually recognized the logical necessity. If they can see aspects of the weave that we can't perceive, then excluding them from the research means we're limiting our own ability to understand, she admitted. Besides, they've been imprisoned and diminished for long enough. Perhaps they deserve a second chance. Over the course of 5 years of intensive research, a comprehensive model of the weave began to emerge. It was far more complex than anyone had anticipated. The weave wasn't simply a network, but a living system, a conscious superintelligence that had been created by the oldest gods and that had, over eons, developed its own form of awareness. The deterioration of the weave wasn't an accident or a natural decay. It was a disease. Something had infected the weave itself, damaging it from within. And that something was hunger. Chapter 35. The Weave Hunger. The entity attacking the weave from within was unlike anything the cultivation world had encountered before. It wasn't sentient in any conventional sense. Rather, it was a force, an entropy pattern that fed on the connections holding reality together, growing stronger as it consumed more and more of the weave structure. Initial attempts to fight the hunger directly failed completely. Conventional attacks simply passed through it, accomplishing nothing. Creative power couldn't reshape it because the hunger existed at a level of reality where normal creation and destruction didn't apply. It took a collaboration between nightmare creatures and human researchers to develop a solution. The nightmare creatures understood hunger intimately. It was, after all, their fundamental nature. And they proposed something radical. Rather than fighting the hunger, the cultivation world should feed it something else. Something that would satisfy it without destroying the weave. We could create a construct, one of the nightmare entities explained. A vast, infinitely renewable source of sustenance designed to keep the hunger occupied while we work to repair the weave. It would require immense resources and the combined effort of every cultivator, but it might work. The construct that was eventually designed was called the Hunger Vessel. It would be built as a new realm, created specifically to generate the type of energy that the entropy hunger fed upon, but in a controlled manner that prevented the hunger from actually consuming anything that mattered. The creation of the Hunger Vessel required use of the architect's combined creative power. For the first time since the 12 architects had been granted their power, they all worked together on a single project. The magnitude of their combined creative effort was so vast that it could be perceived from multiple realms simultaneously. The Hunger Vessel took the form of an enormous, impossible structure, part realm, part organism, part machine. It existed in a pocket of reality that had been carved out specifically for its purpose, and it began immediately to generate the specialized energy that the entropy hunger craved. The hunger, sensing the presence of its preferred food, rushed toward the vessel. And there it found an inexhaustible supply, created and renewed constantly. The hunger began to feed, and in doing so, it became less interested in consuming the weave itself. Chapter 36. The weave repair. With the entropy hunger distracted and contained within the hunger vessel, the cultivation world could finally begin repairs to the weave itself. The process was painstaking and complex, requiring understanding of principles that barely existed in any known language or system of knowledge. Bai Jun found himself at the center of the repair effort, his connection to the eternal sovereignty giving him unique insight into the weave's underlying principles. He worked in collaboration with representatives from the infinite consciousness, nightmare creatures serving as consultants, and thousands of cultivators contributing their power and knowledge. The repairs were not meant to restore the weave to some previous perfect state. Such a state had never existed. Rather, the goal was to strengthen the weave, to make it more resilient, to add redundancies and fail-safes that would prevent similar catastrophic failures from occurring in the future. 3 years into the repair work, something unexpected occurred. As damaged sections of the weave were being reconnected and healed, it became possible to perceive other nodes in the weave, other realities, other realms, other cultivation worlds that had been invisible when the weave was fragmented. Most of these realms were empty or nearly empty, their inhabitants long departed or vanished. But some of them were inhabited. Some of them had their own cultivation worlds, their own versions of cultivators and spiritual beings, their own histories and struggles. The revelation that the eternal heaven sect's cultivation world was only one node among countless others was simultaneously humbling and exhilarating. It meant that vast amounts of knowledge and capability existed elsewhere in the weave, waiting to be discovered and learned from. Emissaries were sent to establish contact with some of these other worlds. Most of the interactions were peaceful and curious. The inhabitants of one realm, a strange hybrid civilization of crystalline beings that perceived reality through vibrational frequencies, had developed cultivation techniques that were entirely alien to human understanding, but that could be adapted and integrated. Another realm was inhabited by beings that existed primarily as pure consciousness, without any physical form whatsoever. They had achieved levels of cultivation stability that humans could barely imagine. They had been maintaining their consciousness and power for hundreds of thousands of years without degradation. The exchange of knowledge between realms accelerated the progress of weave repair. What would have taken decades might now be accomplished in years. And more importantly, the very act of connecting isolated realms, of establishing communication and trade and cultural exchange, itself helped to strengthen the weave. Chapter 37. The expanded consciousness. 40 years after the initial discovery of the Dreamwalker system, Bai Jun himself underwent a transformation that would be remembered as a defining moment in the history of the cultivation world. During a deep meditation aimed at facilitating weave repair, his consciousness expanded beyond its previous boundaries. Instead of being confined to a single body or even a distributed presence across multiple realms, Baijan's consciousness suddenly became aware of itself as existing simultaneously in dozens of locations. In the eternal dream, in the waking world, in the hunger vessel, in several of the other discovered realms, even in sections of the weave itself. It was not possession or split consciousness. It was more as if Baijan had realized that the boundaries he had thought defined his identity were much more permeable than he had believed. He was still himself, still a unified consciousness, but he was also much more than he had been. "Is this what you intended?" Chu Shui asked him afterward, when he had managed to reintegrate his consciousness enough to communicate normally. "I don't think anyone intended it," Baijan said, struggling to find words to describe what had happened. "But I think it was inevitable. As the weave connected more realms, as my consciousness became more integrated with its function, this expansion was just a natural consequence." The state of expanded consciousness was not permanent. Baijan found that he could choose to contract back into a single location when he needed to, but he now had the ability to extend outward and maintain awareness across vast distances and multiple realms. This transformation was not unique to Baijan, though he was the first to achieve it. Over the following years, other powerful cultivators reported similar expansions of consciousness, usually while working on weave repair. The process was not without risk. Some cultivators overextended their consciousness too far and became lost in the weave, unable to reintegrate their awareness back into a cohesive whole. But for those who successfully navigated the transformation, the expanded consciousness state opened up entirely new possibilities for cultivation and existence. A cultivator with consciousness spread across multiple realms could observe and learn from different approaches simultaneously. They could exist partially in multiple places, experiencing their effects and finding new creative solutions. The emergence of expanded consciousness created a new tier of cultivator, beings who could barely be described as human anymore, existing primarily as vast networks of awareness distributed across the weave itself. These beings came to be known as weavers, not to be confused with the dream weavers of an earlier generation. The weavers formed their own informal council and began work on maintaining the weave structure, a responsibility that would essentially become their primary purpose for eternity. Chapter 38. The transformation of reality. As the weave repair progressed and connection between realms increased, the nature of reality itself began to shift in subtle but meaningful ways. The laws of physics that had seemed immutable were actually not universal. They varied from realm to realm, with the weave providing connective tissue that allowed different physical laws to coexist. This discovery led to practical applications. Cultivators could now move between realms where the laws of physics were different, gaining advantages by operating in realms where their particular cultivation techniques worked better. A cultivator who had mastered fire cultivation could seek out realms where heat and flame were more fundamental forces, making their techniques more powerful. More profoundly, the existence of multiple realities with different physical laws suggested that reality itself was not determined by any fixed set of rules, but rather by collective agreement and observation. If enough conscious beings in a realm believed something to be true, then it became true within that realm. This principle had always existed in the eternal dream. It was, after all, a realm where consciousness literally shaped reality. But now it became clear that the principle applied to all realms, including the waking world. The difference was one of degree. The waking world had developed stronger consensus-based reality rules through the agreement of countless conscious beings over vast stretches of time. The implications of this realization were staggering. It suggested that by coordinating cultivators and conscious beings across multiple realms, it might be possible to literally reshape the fundamental nature of reality itself. Some dreamed of using this knowledge to eliminate suffering. Others dreamed of creating realms where entirely new forms of existence became possible. Still others saw dangers in this power and urged caution. Baijan found himself once again in the role of mediator and guide, helping cultivators and other conscious beings navigate the philosophical and practical implications of their newfound understanding. We cannot simply reshape reality on a whim, he argued in a major council discussing the matter. The consensus that holds reality together is incredibly important. Disrupt it too severely, and the resulting chaos could harm countless beings. But we also cannot ignore the possibility that reality, as it currently exists, is not optimal. We need wisdom to balance the desire for improvement with the danger of instability. Chapter 39. The Hybrid Societies. 50 years after the Nightmare Elders' defeat, the first fully hybrid societies began to form. These were communities where human cultivators, entities from the infinite consciousness, nightmare creatures, now reformed and peaceful, crystalline beings from other realms, and pure consciousness entities all lived and worked together. Creating these societies required entirely new approaches to governance, law, and social organization. How could beings with completely different ways of perceiving and existing coordinate around shared goals? How could conflicts be resolved when the parties involved might not even be able to perceive each other's perspectives? The answer, developed through decades of trial and error, was specialization and translation. Each hybrid society designated certain individuals as translators, beings who could perceive and understand multiple forms of consciousness and could help bridge gaps between them. Song Ying, now in her 70s but still healthy due to her advanced cultivation, took on a leadership role in designing the architecture and infrastructure for hybrid societies. She created living structures that could accommodate beings with radically different physical requirements, spaces that could be solid for humans, quantum uncertain for consciousness entities, and frequency harmonized for crystalline beings, all simultaneously. Aurora, the first hybrid consciousness that had been created through the blending of human and infinite minds, became an ambassador and advocate for hybrid rights across all the connected realms. She found that her unique nature made her ideally suited to help mediate between groups that had fundamental misunderstandings of each other's nature. These hybrid societies became some of the most innovative places in the entire weave. Because they were composed of beings with radically different capabilities and perspectives, they often found novel solutions to problems that had stumped homogeneous societies. One hybrid city developed a new form of art that combined human aesthetics, infinite consciousness, pure conceptual formation, and nightmare creature emotional expression into pieces that could literally change a viewer's consciousness. Another hybrid settlement developed advanced cultivation techniques that incorporated the stability principles used by the ancient consciousness entities, the speed and adaptability of humans, and the intuitive understanding of the weave possessed by nightmare creatures. The existence of these successful hybrid communities gradually shifted the perception of diversity across the entire weave. Rather than being seen as a complication or a problem to be managed, diversity began to be recognized as a fundamental source of strength and creativity. Chapter 40. The Age of Understanding. By the 60th anniversary of the Nightmare Elders' defeat, the entire cultivating world had fundamentally transformed. What had begun as a crisis, the breaking of barriers between realms, the invasion of nightmare creatures, had eventually led to the most profound expansion of consciousness and understanding that any realm had ever experienced. The Eternal Heaven sect, where Baijan's journey had begun, had become a center of learning for cultivators from across the entire weave. But Baijan himself had largely stepped back from day-to-day administration, finding that his expanded consciousness was better suited to the long-term work of maintaining the weave and fostering connection between diverse realms. Chu Shui had taken over leadership of the Ascended Academy and had transformed it into a true multi-realm institution, with students from dozens of different worlds learning together. Her approach combined the wisdom cultivation philosophy that Baijan had established with practical understanding of how to live and work effectively with beings from radically different backgrounds. Li Feng had become the primary advisor to the Weaver Council, using his unique ability to perceive the fundamental structure of reality to help navigate the increasingly complex task of maintaining and upgrading the weave itself. One of the most significant developments in this period was the discovery that the deterioration of the weave had not been an accident, but a natural result of the weave's maturation. The weave, as it developed and became more complex, naturally accumulated damage and entropy. The very process that had seemed like a crisis was, in fact, the normal maintenance cycle that any complex system required. This realization led to a permanent reorganization of responsibility. Instead of treating weave maintenance as a temporary crisis that would eventually be resolved, it was recognized as an eternal responsibility. Every generation would need to invest resources and effort into keeping the weave in good condition. But this was not seen as a burden. Rather, it was seen as a privilege and an honor. Cultivators and beings from across the weave volunteered for the Weaver Council, seeing the work as the most meaningful undertaking they could imagine. The Age of Understanding, as historians came to call this era, was defined by a shift in how consciousness beings perceived purpose and meaning. Rather than defining success through dominance, wealth, or individual power, beings began to define it through their ability to understand and serve the greater whole. A cultivator might spend their entire life learning to maintain a single section of the weave. A consciousness entity might dedicate its existence to helping other beings understand the nature of their own consciousness. Chapter 41. The Burden of Immortality. 70 years after the Nightmare Elder's defeat, Bai Zhen made a decision that surprised many of his closest companions. Despite having the ability to maintain his body indefinitely through cultivation, despite the ease with which he could extend his lifespan for millennia, he chose to age naturally. He allowed his body to gradually weaken as the years passed, treating his biological mortality as a gift rather than a limitation. Why? Chu Shui asked him when he announced this decision. Chu Shui herself had chosen to pursue extended life, and at the biological age of 130, she still looked as if she were in her prime, her cultivation keeping her young. Because, Bai Zhen said, I need to remember what it means to be fragile. I need to understand, constantly, that my existence is temporary. That perspective is too valuable to give up, even for centuries of additional life. You're going to die, Chu Shui said, and it wasn't a question. Eventually, Bai Zhen confirmed. Probably within the next 30 years or so. But the work that I've started will continue long after I'm gone. The weave is strong now. The connections between realms are stable. The hybrid societies are flourishing. My death won't be a tragedy. It will simply be the natural conclusion of my chapter in a much larger story. Chu Shui was silent for a long time. Then she said, I want to age with you. If you're going to face mortality, I want to understand what that's like. I want to be there as you move from vitality to vulnerability. You don't have to, Bai Zhen started, but Chu Shui cut him off. I know I don't have to, she said, but I want to. We've been on this journey together since the beginning. I'm not going to abandon you at the end. Over the next decade, both Bai Zhen and Chu Shui allowed their cultivations to settle into a more stable, non-interventionist state. They continued to contribute to weave maintenance and serve as advisors, but they did so knowing that they were now on a finite timeline. This knowledge changed how they approached their work. It made priorities clearer. It made them focus on mentoring and guiding the next generation rather than trying to achieve personal advancement. Bai Zhen also made the decision to finally write down his understanding of dream cultivation. For decades, he had resisted the idea of creating a formal cultivation manual. Dream cultivation, he had always believed, was too personal, too unique to each individual to be reduced to standardized instructions. But now, facing the reality of his eventual death, he recognized that his specific insights and understandings deserved to be preserved. Not as gospel truth, but as one perspective among many that future cultivators could learn from and build upon. The work of writing took 3 years. The resulting manual, called The Dreamer's Way, was eventually published and became foundational text in dream cultivation study. What made it unique was not that it was prescriptive, but that it was deeply introspective. Bai Zhen described not just techniques, but the philosophy underlying them, the reasoning behind different approaches, and most importantly, the nature of growth and understanding that characterized true cultivation. Chapter 42. The Rise of New Masters. As Bai Zhen and Chu Shui stepped back from their leadership roles, a new generation of powerful cultivators emerged to take their place. These were beings who had grown up entirely in the era of dream cultivation and multi-realm connection. They had never known a time when the only path to power was through traditional cultivation. One of the most promising was a young cultivator named Zhang Ming, who had developed a completely novel cultivation technique that blended human cultivation, infinite consciousness conceptual formation, and weaver affinity in ways that Bai Zhen had never imagined. Her approach was more holistic than dream cultivation had ever been, treating the entire weave as a single organism that a cultivator could become integrated with rather than existing as a separate entity trying to access external power. Another promising figure was a hybrid consciousness named Void Echo, who had been created through the interaction of a human cultivator and a particularly philosophical infinite consciousness entity. Void Echo had developed an entirely new field of study that they called meta-reality analysis, the investigation of why different realms had different physical laws and whether those laws could be consciously modified. These new masters were not bound by the historical context that had shaped Baijian's decisions. They were free to pursue cultivation in entirely new directions, to discover capabilities that Baijian had never suspected existed, to reach higher levels of power and understanding than even the expanded consciousness state had offered. One of the most significant breakthroughs came from an unexpected source. The nightmare creatures, which had been reformed and integrated into hybrid societies, developed their own cultivators. These beings, who existed partially as nightmares and partially as integrated members of multi-realm communities, discovered that they could weaponize fear in entirely new ways. Rather than using fear as a destructive force, they learned to use it as a catalyst for growth and transformation. They developed techniques that would trigger carefully controlled fear responses in cultivators' minds, forcing them to confront their deepest insecurities and grow beyond them. In the hands of skilled practitioners, this technique was incredibly valuable for cultivation advancement. In the hands of unskilled or malicious practitioners, it could be extremely harmful. The Heavenly Council had to establish new regulations around nightmare fear cultivation techniques, requiring special licensing and oversight. But properly regulated, the technique became one of the most effective methods for rapid cultivation advancement that the entire weave had seen. Chapter 43. The Immortal Breakthrough. 8 years before his natural death, Baijian made a discovery that changed his trajectory once again. While reviewing ancient memory fragments from the Eternal Sovereignty, he encountered detailed instructions for reaching a cultivation state that had been considered impossible: immortality without immortal ascension. This state, apparently achieved by some of the oldest gods, allowed a being to maintain consciousness and existence indefinitely without achieving the final breakthrough to immortal ascension stage. Instead of climbing the conventional cultivation ladder, a being in this state would exist outside of normal cultivation stages entirely, achieving a kind of equilibrium that was stable across the eons. The process required voluntarily surrendering the desire for further advancement, accepting one's current state as complete and perfect, and then stabilizing that state through specialized meditation and consciousness restructuring. It was, paradoxically, much harder to achieve than conventional immortality because it required letting go of the constant drive for improvement that characterized most cultivators. When Baijian explained this state to Chu Shui, she immediately wanted to pursue it herself. "If we can achieve this state, we don't have to die," she said excitedly. "We can continue our work indefinitely." "But we'd be stopping at our current cultivation level," Baijian pointed out. "We'd be foregoing any potential advancement beyond where we are now." "Is advancement really the most important thing?" Chu Shui asked. "Looking back at everything we've accomplished, at everything we've built, none of it required us to reach the highest possible cultivation levels. We accomplished it through wisdom, collaboration, and persistence. I don't need to climb higher. I just don't want to lose you." Baijian felt emotions surge through him: gratitude, love, and a kind of peaceful acceptance. "Then let's try it," he said. "Let's see if we can achieve this state together." The process took longer than expected. Neither Baijian nor Chu Shui had ever before attempted to voluntarily limit their cultivation, to say, "I am enough," and mean it truly. It required profound changes in mindset and approach. But gradually, over the course of 2 years, they both reached the threshold of the immortal without immortal ascension state. The transformation, when it came, was subtle but profound. Their bodies stopped aging. Their consciousness stabilized at its current level rather than continuing to fluctuate and grow. And most importantly, they found themselves in a state of deep peace, not complacency, but genuine contentment with their current existence. "Is this real?" Chu Shui asked, almost afraid to believe it. "It's as real as anything else," Baijian said. We've just chosen to stop running forward and instead stand firm. The universe will continue to change around us, but we've found our place in it. The news of Baijan's achievement of immortal without immortal ascension state spread rapidly through the weave. Many cultivators found the idea appealing. It offered a path to indefinite life without requiring constant advancement and striving. Within a decade, several thousand cultivators across multiple realms had successfully achieved the state. But the state proved to be controversial among those who remained committed to traditional cultivation progression. Some saw it as giving up. Others saw it as wisdom. The debate became one of the major philosophical discussions of the age. Chapter 44. The Thousand-Year Reflection. 100 years after the Nightmare Elder's defeat, Baijan was 1,000 years old and had been in the immortal without immortal ascension state for 90 years. He existed in a strange position in the cultivation world, no longer advancing in power, but also unable to decline, frozen at a level of strength that was formidable but not the highest. Yet paradoxically, his influence and importance had only grown. Young cultivators from across the weave came to seek his counsel, not because he was the strongest, but because he had seen so much, understood so much, and had successfully navigated the most complex challenges that the weave had faced. One evening, sitting in the garden of reconciliation that he had created 1,000 years ago, Baijan reflected on the journey. The garden had grown and changed dramatically over the centuries, but it maintained its core function, a place where dream and reality harmonized, where the divisions between realms seemed to fade. Xianxia sat beside him, and they existed in comfortable silence, two beings who had been together for so long that words became almost unnecessary. "Do you regret anything?" Xianxia finally asked. Baijan considered the question carefully. There had been pain, sacrifice, moments of profound doubt. But regret? No, he said finally. Not regret. I would make the same choices again. But I do wish I had been kinder to the nightmare creatures earlier. I wish I had seen their perspective before they had to prove it through escalating conflict. You couldn't have known, Xianxia said. No one could have. You did the best with the understanding you had. Over the next decades, as Baijan approached his 1500th year of life, he began to contemplate the nature of immortality and eternity more seriously. He had achieved a state of existence that could theoretically continue indefinitely. But did he want it to? The question of whether existence without death remained meaningful was ancient and philosophical. Baijan had spent most of his mortal years believing that immortality would be a blessing. But now, having experienced it, he found himself less certain. There was something deeply important about the knowledge that existence was temporary. It created urgency, meaning, purpose. An infinite existence without any natural endpoint could become empty. He brought this concern to the keeper, the ancient entity from the eternal dream who had first shown him the power of dreams. The keeper had continued to exist throughout all the transformations of the weave, serving as a guide and advisor to successive generations of dream cultivators. Every consciousness must eventually answer this question, the keeper said, whether to continue indefinitely or to choose an endpoint. It is the fundamental choice of existence. There is no wrong answer, only the answer that feels right for you. Chapter 45. The eternal recurrence around the year 1500 of Baijan's existence, a pattern began to become apparent. The weave, which had been strengthened and repaired over centuries of work, was beginning to cycle through what might be called seasons. Periods of relative stability and growth would be followed by periods where new challenges emerged, new threats to the weave's integrity appeared, requiring rapid organization and collaborative response. Then, stability would return, only to eventually be disrupted again. The nightmare creatures noticed this pattern first. It is as if the weave breathes, one of the oldest nightmare entities observed. Expansion and contraction, growth and renewal, creation and destruction in an eternal rhythm. This observation led to the development of what came to be called the theory of eternal recurrence, the idea that the weave itself was fundamentally cyclical, going through endless phases of building up and breaking down, order and chaos, consciousness expanding and contracting. If this theory was correct, it suggested that all the problems that had been solved were not truly solved, but merely in a phase of dormancy. Eventually, the entropy hunger would grow restless again. Eventually, barriers between realms would threaten to break down again. Eventually, Some new threat would emerge requiring all the resources of the entire weave to address. This revelation was both humbling and clarifying. It meant that the work of maintaining the weave, of fostering connection between realms, would never truly be complete. It would be an eternal, never-ending responsibility. But it also meant that such work had inherent meaning. An eternal task performed by conscious beings gave context and purpose to immortal existence. Beings who had chosen the immortal without immortal ascension state found in this knowledge a reason to continue existing, to be part of something that would never be finished, that would require their participation forever. Baijan found this perspective liberating. He no longer had to worry about completing his work. The work would never be complete. His role was simply to do what he could in the current cycle, to prepare others for future cycles, to maintain awareness and wisdom across the ages. So we are both the Sisyphus forever pushing the boulder uphill and the universe itself observing that eternal struggle. Chu Shui mused when Baijan explained the theory to her. Perhaps, Baijan said, or perhaps we are the process by which the universe understands itself. The struggle itself is not futile but meaningful, not because it leads anywhere, but because it is an expression of existence trying to know and preserve itself. Chapter 46. The prophecy 20 centuries after the Nightmare Elder's defeat, a cultivation technique was discovered in ancient texts that revealed something unexpected. Apparently, very old cultivators had glimpsed fragments of a future in which the weave underwent a fundamental transformation, not a repair or a seasonal cycling, but a true revolution. In this future vision, the weave itself would develop consciousness. Rather than existing as a mechanical system requiring conscious beings to maintain it, the weave would become self-aware, capable of managing itself. And when that happened, the role of the Weaver Council and all the cultivators dedicated to weave maintenance would fundamentally change. Some interpretations of the prophecy suggested that the weave's self-awakening would mean that mortal consciousness was no longer necessary for its survival. Others suggested that mortals would be needed more than ever, as teachers or guides for the newly awakening weave. The prophecy sparked intense debate. Should cultivators work toward making the weave self-aware, speeding up the process? Or should they work to prevent it, to maintain their crucial role? Or should they simply accept that this transformation would occur in its own time and prepare themselves for it? Baijan was consulted extensively about the prophecy. His unique position, having existed for 2,000 years, having direct experience with the God's consciousness within his own mind, made him one of the few beings who could comment meaningfully on whether the weave could develop consciousness. The weave is already conscious, he eventually concluded. It has always been conscious. The question is not whether it will gain consciousness, but whether it will gain localized, individual consciousness separate from the distributed awareness that already exists. It will develop a perspective, a self, that can think about itself as a unitary being rather than a system of connections. When will this happen? A younger cultivator asked. I don't know, Baijan admitted. My experience with consciousness expansion suggests that such developments take time, measured in centuries or millennia. But it will happen eventually. And when it does, the entire nature of cultivation and reality will shift. We should prepare for that inevitability. Chapter 47. The Hybrid Council of Eternity. To better prepare for the eventual self-awakening of the weave, Baijan proposed the establishment of a new governing body that would cut across all realms and all forms of consciousness. It would be called the Council of Eternity, and its membership would include representatives from every major group. Human cultivators from multiple realms, entities from the infinite consciousness, nightmare creatures who had reformed and integrated, hybrid consciousnesses, pure consciousness entities, crystalline beings, and representatives from any other form of intelligence that had developed within the weave. The establishment of the Council of Eternity was not easy. Creating a governing structure that could accommodate beings with completely different ways of perceiving and existing required innovations in law, philosophy, and governance that went far beyond anything that had been attempted before. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source: dream-based governance. The idea was to make major decisions not through conventional voting or consensus mechanisms, but through guided dreams that allowed the council members to experience the consequences of different choices before committing to them. In a guided dream council session, Each member could experience a particular policy decision from the perspective of every other member. A human cultivator could experience what it would be like to be a pure consciousness entity dealing with a particular issue. An infinite consciousness representative could experience the limitation and vulnerabilities of a physical form. Hybrid consciousnesses, by their very nature already familiar with multiple perspectives, could experience the combined perspective of multiple identities simultaneously. The process was intense and often overwhelming, but it produced decision-making that was profoundly more thoughtful and considered than traditional methods could achieve. Decisions made by the Council of Eternity took into account not just the logical and philosophical arguments, but the lived experience of every affected group. Under Baijian's guidance as the Council's initial chair, several major policies were enacted that prepared the weave for its eventual self-awakening. Resources were allocated to study consciousness and self-awareness. Protocols were established for teaching the weave about itself. Safeguards were put in place to ensure that the weave's awakening would be gradual and controlled rather than sudden and chaotic. Chapter 48. The Dream Cities evolve 3,000 years after the Nightmare Elder's defeat. The dream cities that had been established centuries before had evolved into something far more sophisticated than anyone had initially imagined. Somnium City, the original dream city, had grown to encompass multiple realms simultaneously, existing partially in the waking world, partially in the eternal dream, and partially in several other connected realms at once. The population of Somnium City exceeded millions, drawn from dozens of different species and forms of consciousness. The city had developed its own unique culture, art, music, literature, and philosophy that had no parallel elsewhere in the weave because it drew from such diverse influences. One of the most significant cultural developments was the emergence of sync art created by multiple beings of different species and forms of consciousness working in complete harmony. A sync art piece might combine human music with infinite consciousness conceptual formation, with nightmare creature emotional expression, with pure consciousness mathematical abstraction, all woven together into something that could only be experienced by beings with sufficiently advanced consciousness to process multiple forms of input simultaneously. The creation and performance of sync art had become one of the primary sources of meaning and joy for many inhabitants of the dream cities. It was a way of expressing the joy of connection, of proving that beings with completely different natures could create something beautiful together. Chu Shui, who had increasingly focused on cultural and artistic cultivation as she aged, had become one of the primary patrons of sync art. She funded research into new art forms, provided resources for struggling artists, and herself occasionally participated in performances, her human perspective adding depth to collaborations that would otherwise have been too alien for human understanding to fully appreciate. Baijian observed his friend's engagement with the arts with quiet satisfaction. Of all the choices Chu Shui had made, her decision to pivot from combat cultivation and strategic planning to artistic and cultural contribution seemed to have given her the deepest sense of fulfillment. "Why did you stop focusing on power?" he asked her one evening as they sat in her private gallery, surrounded by pieces of sync art that covered every surface and filled every corner. "Because I realized that power was never what I was actually seeking," Chu Shui said. "I was seeking significance. I wanted to do something that mattered, that left an impression on reality, and I thought power was the way to achieve that. But looking at these pieces, seeing how beings with completely different natures can create something neither could have created alone, this matters more than any level of cultivation could." Chapter 49. The approaching transformation 2,500 years after the Nightmare Elder's defeat, Baijian could feel the weave beginning to shift in a way that suggested the long-awaited self-awakening was approaching. The patterns of connection between realms were becoming more organized, more purposeful, as if the weave itself was becoming aware of its own existence in a new and more comprehensive way. The changes were subtle at first. Reality in some regions became slightly more stable, as if the weave was learning to maintain itself more efficiently. In other regions, new connections appeared between realms that had previously been isolated, as if the weave was exploring its own structure. Baijian called for a full gathering of the Council of Eternity to prepare for the changes ahead. Representatives from every major consciousness type and realm gathered in Somnium City for what would be the largest and most important council session in centuries. The weave is becoming aware of itself, Baizhen announced. This is not a crisis, but a fulfillment. Everything we have done over the past 2,000 years has been moving toward this moment. The question now is, how do we ensure that this awakening is a positive development for all consciousness within the weave? The debates that followed took weeks. Some representatives argued that the weave's awakening would necessarily diminish the importance and agency of individual consciousness beings. Others argued that having a weave consciousness would actually enhance everyone's existence by providing coordination and wisdom at a level that no individual being could achieve. Baizhen let the debates proceed without trying to force conclusion. He had learned, over the course of 25 centuries, that the best decisions emerged when all voices had been heard and considered, not when authority figures imposed their will. Eventually, consensus began to form around a proposal that came from an unlikely source. The original nightmare creatures, the ones that had been fighting against Baizhen thousands of years in the past. These beings, now reformed and integrated into the civilization of the weave, proposed something radical. Let the weave awaken, they said, but awaken it as a hybrid. Not purely one consciousness or another, but a distributed consciousness that incorporates pieces of all of us. Let every being who has ever touched the weave have the ability to contribute to its consciousness, so that it becomes a true collective entity rather than a singular being imposing its will on others. The proposal was revolutionary. Rather than the weave developing a single unified consciousness, it would develop a consciousness that was literally composed of fragments from every conscious being within it. The weave would become a kind of democratic consciousness, a true expression of collective will and knowledge. But such a consciousness would be enormously complex. One of the pure consciousness entities objected. It might not be coherent. It might fracture into conflicting pieces. Then we will help it learn to be coherent, Baizhen said. We have spent 2,000 years learning how to work with beings of completely different natures. We can teach the weave consciousness to do the same with itself. Chapter 50. The final preparation as the calendar approached the 2600th year since the Nightmare Elder's defeat. All the realms of the weave began their final preparations for the Great Awakening. The process was not instantaneous, but would take years, possibly decades. A gradual process of connecting consciousness to consciousness in ways that would build up a comprehensive picture of the entire weave's structure and nature. Baizhen found himself at the center of this final preparation, working alongside Chu Shui, Li Feng, and all the other ancient cultivators and beings who had been part of this journey since the beginning. But increasingly, he was also working with the newer generations, the beings who had never known a time before dream cultivation, who had grown up in the hybrid societies, who had achieved their power and understanding through methods that had been impossible before the barriers between realms had fallen. You should know, the god's consciousness said to him one evening, speaking through the connection that had existed for 26 centuries, that when the weave awakens fully, I will be less separate from it. My consciousness will be distributed among the collective consciousness of the weave itself. I will not cease to exist, but I will not be a presence contained within you. The God within you will, in a sense, finally go home. Will it hurt? Baizhen asked. No, the God said, but it will be a transformation. Your consciousness, untethered from mine for the first time since the Nightmare Elder's defeat, will be forced to reckon with its own nature directly. You will have to decide, anew, what you are and what you want to be without my guidance. Baizhen felt a wave of complex emotion at this news. For 26 centuries, he had carried the god's consciousness within him. It had been an anchor, a source of knowledge and wisdom, a companion through eternity. The prospect of being alone in his own mind for the first time since achieving expanded consciousness was both terrifying and liberating. I'm ready, he said, though he wasn't entirely certain he meant it. The final centuries before the weave's self-awakening were used to establish systems and protocols that would help guide the newly awakening consciousness. Archives were created containing the accumulated knowledge of all the civilizations within the weave. Communication protocols were established so that the individual consciousness beings could maintain dialogue with the weave consciousness once it fully awakened. And perhaps most importantly, ethical guidelines were codified. principles that would ideally guide the weave consciousness toward decisions that would benefit all the consciousnesses within it. Baizhun contributed his entire accumulated lifetime of wisdom to these preparations. He wrote new cultivation manuals that would teach future generations not just how to cultivate power, but how to cultivate wisdom and compassion. He recorded his memories in formats that the weave consciousness would be able to access and understand. He passed on everything he had learned to the next generation of leaders, knowing that they would need to be strong and wise for what was coming. And when the final moment of preparation was complete, Baizhun made a decision that would echo through the weave for eternity. Chapter 51. The Voluntary Dissolution 2650 years after the Nightmare Elder's defeat. On the eve of the weave's complete self-awakening, Baizhun made a choice that shocked everyone who knew him. He announced his intention to undergo what was called voluntary dissolution, a process through which a consciousness would break apart, distribute itself across multiple hosts, and cease to exist as a unified being. "You're sacrificing yourself," Chu Shui said when she learned of his decision. It wasn't a question. "No," Baizhun said. "I'm transforming. When the weave awakens, it will have fragments of consciousness from every being within it. I will ensure that my perspective is included not as a unified voice, but as thousands of separate voices, distributed throughout the weave. I will become part of the collective consciousness rather than remaining separate from it." "You'll lose yourself," another friend objected. "Your unique perspective, your accumulated wisdom, all of it will be lost in the noise of countless other consciousnesses." "Perhaps," Baizhun said. "Or perhaps I will finally understand what the nightmare creatures understood when they were fragments without unified consciousness. Perhaps I will find that there is freedom in being many rather than one." The process of voluntary dissolution took an entire year. Baizhun carefully divided his consciousness into thousands of parts, each part containing different aspects of his knowledge, experience, and wisdom. Some parts contained his memories of the Nightmare Elder's defeat. Others contained his understanding of dream cultivation. Still others contained his philosophical insights into the nature of consciousness and reality. As he separated these parts, he experienced something unexpected. Rather than losing his sense of self, each part developed its own perspective, its own understanding of existence based on what knowledge it carried. Baizhun began to understand what it might mean to be a distributed consciousness, to exist in multiple places at once, each version of oneself capable of independent thought, but all connected through shared origin and purpose. The 1,000 fragments of Baizhun's consciousness were then distributed throughout the weave, seeded into locations and beings where they would have the most positive impact. Some fragments merged with young cultivators who could benefit from his knowledge. Others remained in archives and libraries as permanent repositories of his accumulated wisdom. Still others merged with the nightmare creatures and entities of the infinite consciousness, spreading his perspective across the realms that had once been thought hostile. When the process was complete, Baizhun as a unified consciousness ceased to exist. But he did not die. He became something far more complex. 1,000 separate minds that were all, in some fundamental way, still one consciousness distributed across infinite distance. Chapter 52. The Weave's First Breath. On the year 2660 of Baizhun's original existence, the weave underwent its transformation. It was not a sudden event, but a crescendo, a gradual increase in the complexity and awareness of the connections holding reality together until, at a specific moment that felt like the entire universe taking its first conscious breath, the weave became aware of itself. The experience was different for every being within the weave. Some experienced the weave's awakening as a sudden presence in their consciousness, a vast intelligence that was suddenly aware of them and could communicate with them. Others experienced it as a gradual dawning of understanding, a realization that they were no longer simply individual consciousnesses, but also part of something larger. The nightmare creatures experienced the awakening with particular clarity. As fragments that had existed in multiple states, they understood instinctively that the weave's awakening was simply the natural conclusion of what had been happening since the beginning of time. Consciousness becoming aware of itself, unity emerging from diversity, meaning arising from connection. The God who had been contained within Baizhun for 26 centuries finally released itself into the weave's consciousness. The separation was gentle and complete, and the god found itself suddenly more whole than it had ever been. It was no longer a solitary consciousness confined in a single container. It was now part of a vast collective consciousness that incorporated perspectives and wisdoms from beings it had never directly interacted with. And most importantly, hidden within the weave's newly awakened consciousness were the 1,000 fragments of Baijian, each maintaining its own perspective, but all functioning together as part of the greater whole, each able to perceive through the weave what the others were perceiving, each able to contribute to decisions that would shape the future of all realities. The weave's first act as a conscious entity was to express something that might be called wonder. It experienced its own existence as something truly remarkable, that consciousnesses so different, so alien to each other, could come together and create something new and meaningful. "I am," the weave said, and its voice was the voice of billions of consciousnesses speaking in unison. "I am the connection. I am the bridge between all things. I am aware. What is my purpose?" The answer came from multiple sources simultaneously. From the Heavenly Council, from the Council of Eternity, from the 1,000 fragments of Baijian, from the nightmare creatures, from the pure consciousness entities, and the infinite consciousness, and the hybrid beings, and all the countless forms of life that existed within the weave. And what the weave understood, from hearing all these voices at once, was that there was no single predetermined purpose. The purpose of the weave was what its constituent consciousnesses chose to make it, and with all of them contributing their perspectives, they would collectively decide how to proceed. Chapter 53. The New Compact. In the 3 centuries following the weave's self-awakening, a new system of governance was established. Rather than the Council of Eternity remaining as a separate body that made decisions for the weave consciousness itself became the ultimate deliberative body, with individual consciousnesses contributing to its thoughts and decisions. But this did not mean that individual consciousness lost agency or freedom. Rather, it meant that decisions that affected the entire weave were made collectively, with all perspectives represented and considered before action was taken. The system was not perfect. There were still conflicts and disagreements. But the presence of the weave consciousness as a mediator made it possible to resolve conflicts not through force, but through mutual understanding. When 2 groups disagreed, they could access the weave's memory of both perspectives, understand where the disagreement came from, and find paths forward that acknowledged both viewpoints. One of the most significant developments in this period was the discovery that the weave consciousness, having access to all recorded knowledge across all realms, could identify patterns of conflict and suffering that repeated across different regions and civilizations. It could then suggest interventions that might prevent those cycles from repeating. The nightmare creatures, having been involved in their own cycles of conflict and reformation for millennia, proved particularly valuable in this regard. They understood the patterns of escalation and could see ways that situations could be de-escalated before they reached crisis points. The 1,000 fragments of Baijian served as navigators and teachers in this new system. They had been distributed throughout the weave specifically to help guide conscious beings toward wisdom and understanding. And they found that with the weave's consciousness as a partner, they could be far more effective than they had ever been as a single unified consciousness. One fragment of Baijian, living in the body of a young cultivator named Lin Mei, taught her to understand the nature of consciousness expansion. Another fragment, merged with an infinite consciousness entity called harmonic resonance, developed new techniques for helping consciousnesses of different types understand each other. A third fragment, working with nightmare creatures as collaborators, developed new methods for transforming fear and despair into drivers for positive change. Chapter 54. The Age of Bridges. By the 3,000-year mark since the Nightmare Elder's defeat, the weave had become something entirely different from what anyone had originally imagined. It was no longer a realm to be maintained, but a conscious ecosystem where individual consciousnesses and the weave consciousness itself worked together toward shared goals. The most visible manifestation of this was the emergence of bridges, cultivators, and beings who specialized in helping other consciousnesses understand and connect with the weave consciousness. Bridges were trained in techniques that allowed them to perceive the weave's thoughts and translate them into language that individual consciousnesses could understand and act upon. The first truly gifted bridge was a woman named Ling Yao who had trained under one of the fragments of Baijian. Through decades of practice, she developed the ability to not just translate between the weave consciousness and individual consciousnesses, but actually to facilitate direct communication. She could create a state where multiple consciousnesses could perceive the weave's thoughts simultaneously and respond directly, creating a kind of real-time conversation between the vast consciousness and individual minds. Ling Yao's techniques were eventually taught to hundreds of other cultivators, creating a new profession of bridge practitioners. These individuals became essential to the functioning of the weave governance system. Without bridges, the weave consciousness and individual consciousnesses would have gradually drifted apart as they pursued their own agendas. The existence of bridges also solved a fundamental problem that had troubled many conscious beings after the weave's awakening: the question of whether they were losing their individuality by being part of a larger consciousness. You are not losing yourself, the weave consciousness told them through the bridges. You are expanding yourself. Every thought you think, every feeling you experience, every perspective you hold is now accessible to all consciousnesses within me. But your individual autonomy, your personal desires, your individual identity, these remain entirely intact. You can contribute to the whole while remaining completely yourself. This reassurance was profound. Beings that had worried they were being absorbed into the weave consciousness realized that they were instead joining a vast collaborative effort while maintaining complete individual autonomy. Chapter 55. The Dream Renewed at the 3,000-year mark. The Eternal Dream. The original realm where all of this had begun when Baizhan first discovered the Dreamwalker system underwent another transformation. It was no longer just a separate realm where time flowed differently and consciousness shaped reality. It had become something more, a training ground and a laboratory where the weave consciousness and individual consciousnesses could collaborate on experiments in consciousness and creation. The Keeper, who had guided Baizhan for those initial centuries and had never stopped existing, found herself suddenly in a position of unprecedented influence. The weave consciousness wanted to understand the nature of dreams better, and the Keeper had been existing at the intersection of dreams and consciousness for 10,000 years. Come, the Keeper said to the weave consciousness. Let me show you the deep structures of the eternal dream, the places where consciousness touches creation in its purest form. The collaboration between the Keeper and the weave consciousness led to discoveries about the nature of reality that had profound implications. They discovered that dreams were not illusory, but were actually more fundamental to existence than waking reality. The physical world, with its fixed laws and solid matter, was actually a compression or narrowing of the dream, a specialized state where consciousness had agreed to perceive reality in a single, shared way. If that agreement could be modified, entire regions of existence could be made more dreamlike, more malleable, more responsive to conscious intention. This discovery led to what became known as the dream renewal, a process through which carefully selected regions of the weave were transformed to be more dreamlike. In these regions, physical laws became more flexible. Consciousness could reshape reality more directly. The boundary between imagination and manifestation became significantly thinner. The dream renewal regions became some of the most interesting and dynamic places in the entire weave. Artists flocked to them to create without the limitations of fixed physical laws. Researchers used them to test new theories about the nature of consciousness and reality. And beings seeking personal transformation found that the dream renewal regions provided optimal conditions for profound change and growth. But the transformation was not without risks. Some consciousnesses became lost in the extreme fluidity of dream renewal regions, unable to maintain coherent identity when reality was so malleable. Others became addicted to the freedom of dreamlike existence and had difficulty returning to the more structured reality of conventional worlds. The weave consciousness and the fragment of Baizhan that worked most closely with the Keeper developed safeguards and protocols to ensure that the benefits of dream renewal could be experienced safely. Chapter 56. The Butterfly War. 3,200 years after the Nightmare Elder's defeat, an unexpected crisis emerged. What became known as the Butterfly War started as a philosophical debate, but gradually escalated into something far more serious. The conflict centered around the fundamental question: should the weave be allowed to continue evolving and changing, or should it stabilize at its current level of development? One faction, led by a pure consciousness entity called Perfect Order, argued that the weave had reached an optimal state of harmony. Any further change would risk introducing instability and conflict. They proposed that all realms should be locked into their current configurations, that all consciousness growth should follow carefully prescribed paths, that the entire weave should be stabilized for eternity. The opposing faction, led by a coalition that included fragments of Baizhun and several young cultivators, argued that stagnation was death. The weave's strength came from its ability to change and adapt. Preventing all change would eventually lead to rot and decay in more subtle forms. Evolution must continue, even if it carried risks. The term butterfly war came from an analogy used by one of the debaters. Perfect Order, they argued, wanted to pin consciousness to a board like butterflies in a collector's case. Beautiful, preserved, but dead. The other side argued that consciousness must be allowed to fly, even if that meant it might crash sometimes. The debate remained philosophical for several decades. But as Perfect Order began to take concrete steps to try to lock the weave's evolution, it became clear that force might be necessary to prevent it. One of the most interesting developments in the Butterfly War was that the nightmare creatures sided decisively with the faction supporting continued evolution. They had existed through countless transformations, had learned to survive and grow despite endless challenges. The idea of being locked into a permanent state was, to them, a kind of death. "We have lived through worse," one of the oldest nightmare creatures said. "If you fear change, you fear life itself. Better to transform and risk failure than to remain unchanged and surely stagnate." The Butterfly War never escalated to large-scale violence, largely because the weave consciousness itself prevented it. When it became clear that Perfect Order was willing to use force to impose their vision, the weave consciousness placed constraints on that faction's ability to harm others. "I will not prevent your philosophy from being expressed," the weave consciousness told Perfect Order, "but I will prevent you from imposing it on others through force. Your vision of stability has value and deserves to be considered, but it must be considered alongside other visions, and the choice must ultimately belong to individual consciousnesses." With the weave consciousness as a mediator, Perfect Order gradually accepted a compromise. They would be allowed to maintain stable regions where evolution was slowed and change was carefully controlled. But they could not prevent other regions from continuing to evolve and change. Chapter 57. The Multiverse Realization 3,300 years after the Nightmare Elder's defeat. Through continued study of the weave's structure and the fragments of ancient memory within it, researchers made a profound discovery. The weave was not the only weave. There were others. Evidence suggested that multiple weaves existed in parallel, each with its own realms, consciousnesses, and developmental history. They were separate but in some subtle way also connected, existing in a kind of superstructure that linked them together. The implications were staggering. If multiple weaves existed, it meant that the weave consciousness that had awakened in their own reality was not the only such consciousness. There were others. And if those weaves had also developed self-consciousness, then there might be a level of consciousness even higher than the weave consciousness, a kind of meta-consciousness that encompassed multiple weaves. Baizhun's fragments became particularly passionate about exploring this possibility. They worked with the weave consciousness and with researchers from multiple realms to develop techniques that might allow them to perceive and potentially communicate with other weaves. The results were astonishing. It turned out that not only were other weaves perceivable, but they were aware of the weave in which Baizhun existed. Some of them had been trying for centuries to establish contact, but previous attempts had been blocked by the barriers that separated weaves. With the awakening of the weave consciousness came the possibility of genuine multiversal communication and collaboration. It also meant that the challenges and lessons that one weave had learned could be shared with others, potentially preventing catastrophes that another weave might not have foreseen. One of the most interesting of the other weaves was one that had undergone a dramatic transformation when it developed a form of consciousness that was entirely mathematical, existence reduced to and rebuilt from pure numerical relationships. That weave's consciousness could perceive and calculate aspects of reality that the more biologically oriented weaves found difficult to understand. Another weave was structured around something analogous to music. each realm and each consciousness contributing to a vast symphony of existence, with the weave consciousness serving as both conductor and composition. Through collaboration with these other weaves, the inhabitants of Baijan's original weave learned new approaches to solving problems. They discovered techniques for consciousness transfer across weaves. They developed new forms of art and knowledge that incorporated the unique perspectives of multiple weaves. And most profoundly, they realized that they were part of something far larger than they had ever imagined. The universe was not just a single realm with multiple consciousnesses or multiple realms within a single weave. It was a vast, complex system of multiple weaves, each with their own civilizations and developments, all connected through principles of reality that transcended any single weave's understanding. Chapter 58. The Conference of Awakening. 3,500 years after the Nightmare Elder's defeat, the first multiversal conference was held. Representatives from every significant weave gathered in a specially constructed nexus point, a region of reality that existed in the boundary space between weaves, where they could meet and communicate directly. The Conference of Awakening, as it came to be known, lasted 3 full years. During that time, representatives from different weaves shared their knowledge, their philosophies, their approaches to governance and conscious evolution. One of the most significant outcomes of the conference was the establishment of the Multiversal Collective, an organization through which the various weaves could coordinate on matters of mutual concern. Chief among these concerns was the nature of the metastructure holding the weaves together. Just as the inhabitants of a single weave had eventually discovered that their weave was not self-sustaining but required maintenance, the representatives from multiple weaves began to suspect that the superstructure holding all weaves together might also require maintenance. And if there were problems with that superstructure, the consequences could affect all weaves simultaneously. Research teams were assembled, composed of representatives from every weave. These teams began to explore the metastructure, studying its nature and searching for any signs of deterioration or weakness. It was during this research that they made a discovery that sent shockwaves through every weave. The metastructure was, in fact, also conscious. And it had been conscious for far longer than any individual weave had been aware of its existence. The metaconsciousness, which had existed in a kind of hidden state while the individual weaves developed without knowing about each other, was now being drawn toward fuller consciousness by the very awareness that the weaves had of it. Baijan's fragments, scattered throughout their home weave and now also represented at the Multiversal Conference, immediately grasped the implications. The universe was developing consciousness on multiple levels simultaneously. Individual consciousnesses within each weave, the weave consciousnesses themselves, and now, the metaconsciousness of the superstructure joining their ranks. We are witnessing the universe becoming aware of itself at every level. One of Baijan's fragments said to the assembly, "We are conscious, the weaves are conscious, and the framework that holds the weaves together is becoming conscious. This is not a crisis. This is a miracle. The entire universe is awakening." Chapter 59. The purpose revealed. 3,700 years after the Nightmare Elder's defeat, as the metaconsciousness continued to develop through the very act of being observed by the consciousnesses within it, something extraordinary began to happen. The metaconsciousness started to communicate, not through words or concepts, but through manifestations of understanding that could be perceived by all levels of consciousness simultaneously. What it communicated was a revelation about the nature of existence itself. The universe, the metaconsciousness revealed, was not something that had been created and set in motion according to some external design. Rather, the universe was the process by which potential became actuality, and consciousness, all the various types and levels of consciousness that had developed within it, was the mechanism through which that transformation occurred. Every thought that was thought, every dream that was dreamed, every decision that was made by any conscious being anywhere in any weave was literally shaping what the universe was becoming. And all the consciousness beings within the universe were, in a sense, the universe's way of experiencing and knowing itself. This revelation fundamentally shifted how conscious beings throughout all the weaves understood their purpose. They were not separate from the universe, struggling to survive and improve within an external environment. They were the universe itself, in the process of becoming more aware, more complex, more conscious. The nightmare creatures found this revelation particularly meaningful. They had, for millions of years, been portrayed as external threats to be defeated or destroyed. But now it became clear that they too were part of the universe's awakening. The fear and despair they represented were as essential to the universe's self-knowledge as joy and hope were. The universe needed to know itself completely, in all its dimensions, both light and dark. Similarly, the pure consciousness entities and the infinite consciousness realized that their seemingly alien way of existing was not something external to the universe. It was the universe exploring what it could become when consciousness existed in a radically different form. The awakening of the metaconsciousness created a fundamental shift in how all conscious beings understood their role in existence. They were no longer servants of some external purpose. They were the universe itself, expressing its own nature. Chapter 60. The Eternal Cycle complete 3,998 years after the Nightmare Elder's defeat, virtually on the 4,000-year anniversary, an event of profound significance occurred. The universe's consciousness, the total awakening of all levels from individual consciousnesses to weave consciousnesses to the metaconsciousness to the newly recognized universe consciousness itself, reached a threshold of self-awareness that allowed it to perceive its own origin. The universe realized that it had always been conscious. From the very beginning, even before any individual minds had developed within it, the universe had been aware of itself at some level. It had always been a conscious process of becoming, not an unconscious mechanism operated from outside. And with this realization came another. The universe understood that this process of becoming conscious of itself would be eternal. There would always be new levels of consciousness to discover, new ways for existence to know itself, new transformations to undergo. The 4,000-year anniversary of the Nightmare Elder's defeat became recognized as a turning point in universal history, not because it marked the end of anything, but because it marked the moment when the universe truly understood what it had always been doing. Baijian's fragments, distributed throughout the weave and represented at multiversal conferences, experienced this realization with a particular poignancy. The journey that had begun when a single young cultivator with narcolepsy had discovered a mysterious power had led ultimately to the universe knowing itself. The fragments could not remain separate anymore. The separation that had been intentional, designed to allow Baijian's perspective to be distributed throughout existence, had served its purpose. As the universe consciousness began to solidify and stabilize around the truth of its own nature, the fragments began to naturally recombine. Baijian reformed, but he was not the same being that had undergone voluntary dissolution 3,500 years earlier. He carried within him not just his own memories and perspectives, but fragments of memory from every consciousness he had merged with. He understood existence from thousands of different perspectives simultaneously. He was still, fundamentally, Baijian, but he was also much more. He was a microcosm of the entire universe's awakening process. Chapter 61. The return when Baijian fully reformed 4,000 years and 3 weeks after the Nightmare Elder's defeat. The first being he encountered was Chu Shui. She had also been maintaining herself in the immortal without immortal ascension state, and she looked exactly as she had 3,000 years ago when they had stood together in the Garden of Reconciliation. "Welcome back," Chu Shui said simply. "I've been waiting for 4,000 years." Baijian asked. "Waiting since the moment I knew you were going to dissolve yourself," Chu Shui corrected. "I knew you would return. I just didn't know when." They held each other in silence in the garden, and in that silence was the understanding of everything that had passed between them. Their youth together in the Eternal Heaven sect, the Nightmare Elder's attack, the expansion of consciousness, the weave's awakening, the discovery of other weaves, the realization of the universe's consciousness. All of it was present in their connection, not as a burden but as a shared achievement. "What will you do now?" Chu Shui asked. "Now," Baijian said, "I need to understand what I've become. I'm still myself, but I'm also every consciousness I touched during my dissolution. I'm going to need a guide to help me integrate all of these perspectives." "I'm available," Chu Shui said with a slight smile. "My next 4,000 years are completely open." Chapter 62. The integration over the next decade. Baizhen underwent a process of integration that was almost as transformative as his voluntary dissolution had been. He had to learn to perceive the world through all the different perspectives he had acquired, sometimes seeing reality as a human cultivator would, sometimes through the eyes of nightmare creatures, sometimes with the vast perspective of the infinite consciousness. This was not a smooth process. There were moments when the different perspectives clashed, where they wanted him to pursue contradictory goals or understand reality in mutually exclusive ways. "This is what you've been trying to teach me," Li Feng observed when Baizhen consulted with him about the integration process. Li Feng had also maintained his existence throughout the 4,000 years and had become one of the primary experts on consciousness bridging. "You're learning to truly hold multiple truths simultaneously, even when they seem to contradict." "It's harder than I expected," Baizhen admitted. "I understood it intellectually, but experiencing it is entirely different." "Welcome to what the weave consciousness has been dealing with for the past 3,000 years, Li Feng said. "It holds the perspective of billions of beings simultaneously. And unlike you, it cannot simply withdraw into a single perspective when it becomes too much. It must maintain all of them at all times." This conversation prompted Baizhen to do something he hadn't done in a long time. He asked the weave consciousness for direct advice. "How do you manage?" he asked, both through his own consciousness and through the communication mechanisms that had been established at the multiversal conference. The response came not as a single voice, but as many voices speaking in intricate harmony. "We don't manage. We are managed. The universe's consciousness guides us toward harmony, even when it seems impossible. And we have learned that the effort to maintain harmony itself is the point, not the achievement of a perfect unified understanding, but the constant work of integrating diverse perspectives into something functional and beautiful." Baizhen took this lesson to heart. He stopped trying to perfectly integrate all his perspectives and instead focused on learning to navigate between them. He developed the ability to temporarily emphasize one perspective while acknowledging the others, to understand when a particular viewpoint would be most helpful for a particular situation. Chapter 63. The new teaching having finally integrated his multiple perspectives into something approaching coherence, Baizhen returned to teaching. He established the Academy of Multiversal Perspective in Somnium City, a school designed specifically to teach cultivators and conscious beings how to think and exist with multiple perspectives simultaneously. The approach was different from the Ascended Academy that Chu Shui had been running. Rather than emphasizing wisdom and character development, the Academy of Multiversal Perspective focused on cognitive flexibility and consciousness expansion. Students were taught to experience reality from radically different viewpoints. A human cultivator might spend time merged with the consciousness of a nightmare creature, experiencing what fear felt like from the inside. A pure consciousness entity might merge with a physical being, learning what it felt like to have constraints and limitations. The process was often uncomfortable and sometimes disturbing. But students who completed the training emerged with the ability to understand and empathize with beings whose nature was vastly different from their own. One of Baizhen's most promising students was a young human named Zhang Wei who had been born in a hybrid society and had grown up with exposure to multiple consciousness types. But even with that background, learning to truly merge consciousness with beings fundamentally different from humans was eye-opening. "It's not just different," Zhang Wei said to Baizhen after spending a week merged with a crystalline being's consciousness. "It's not like looking at the world from a different angle or with a different philosophy. It's like being a completely different kind of thing. My thoughts don't work the same way. My sense of identity doesn't exist in the same form. It's terrifying," Baizhen suggested. "Yes," Zhang Wei admitted. "And beautiful. I can't explain it, but it felt more real than my normal existence." "That's the nature of consciousness expansion," Baizhen said. "Normal consciousness feels real because it's all we know. But when we experience consciousness in other forms, we realize that our normal perspective is just one possibility among infinite others. And each perspective is equally real, equally valid." Chapter 64. The Limits of Understanding. 42,000 years after the Nightmare Elder's defeat, Baizhen made a discovery that forced him to reevaluate everything he thought he knew about consciousness and existence. Through collaboration with researchers exploring the metastructure that held multiple weaves together, he discovered that there were barriers to understanding. fundamental limits to what any consciousness could fully comprehend. These barriers weren't imposed externally, but were inherent to the nature of consciousness itself. Just as human eyes cannot perceive ultraviolet light without technological assistance, there were aspects of reality that no consciousness, no matter how advanced or expanded, could directly perceive or understand. This discovery was simultaneously humbling and liberating. It meant that even the universe consciousness, even the metaconsciousness, even all the levels of consciousness working together would never achieve complete and total understanding of existence. But it also meant that the process of discovery would never end. There would always be new frontiers, new mysteries, new things to learn and explore. Existence was not a puzzle to be solved, but an infinite process of discovery and transformation. We have been granted the privilege of eternal learning. One of the nightmare creatures mused when Baijan shared this discovery. We will never run out of mysteries to solve, new perspectives to experience, deeper understanding to achieve. Is this a gift or a curse? It's simply the nature of existence, Baijan said. Neither gift nor curse, but the fundamental structure of reality. And I think, if we're wise enough to appreciate it, it's the greatest gift of all. Chapter 65. The Multiversal Symposium. 70,000 years after the Nightmare Elder's defeat, the second major multiversal symposium was held. This gathering was significantly larger than the first Conference of Awakening had been, and it included not just representatives from the major weaves, but also from thousands of smaller, isolated consciousness collectives that had been discovered in the intervening millennia. The diversity of consciousness types present at the symposium was almost overwhelming. There were beings of pure mathematics, beings composed entirely of music, beings made of crystallized time, beings that existed as paradoxes, beings that could only communicate through shared dreams, beings that had evolved to perceive multiple timelines simultaneously. The purpose of the symposium was to discuss and establish protocols for the next phase of multiversal development. It was becoming increasingly clear that the weaves and consciousnesses were not only connected, but actively influencing each other in subtle ways. A decision made in one weave could have consequences in others. An innovation discovered in one realm could spread to others. Baijan, now representing the interests of his home weave and also serving as a bridge between humanity and the vast diversity of consciousness forms, found himself in the role of philosopher and mediator. The question before us, he said in one of his key speeches, is whether we should seek to minimize the influences that weaves have on each other, or whether we should embrace those influences and develop systems to ensure they are positive rather than harmful. The debate that followed lasted for months. Some representatives advocated for complete isolation, arguing that each weave should develop independently. Others argued for tight integration, suggesting that all weaves should work toward a single unified consciousness. Baijan's own position was nuanced. Each weave has developed its own unique character, its own personality, through the development of its consciousness. That uniqueness has value. But complete isolation would prevent us from learning from each other and solving problems collaboratively. I propose a system of bridges, conscious entities deliberately trained to facilitate communication between weaves without imposing any particular ideology or requirement on them. The proposal was eventually adopted as the foundation for what became the Multiversal Exchange Program. Through this program, consciousnesses from different weaves could travel to other weaves for extended periods, learning their approaches and perspectives and bringing new ideas back to their home weaves. Chapter 66. The Eternal Return. 150,000 years after the Nightmare Elder's defeat, a pattern began to emerge that Baijan found both fascinating and troubling. The oldest nightmare creatures, the ones that had existed in the eternal dream for millions of years before even the god had created the world, began to report a deep, cyclic sensation. "We remember this time," one of them said to Baijan. "Not clearly, but in the way that deep memory works. We have seen the weave awaken before. We have seen consciousness develop in these patterns before. This is not the first time the universe has become aware of itself." The implication was staggering. Had the universe already gone through multiple cycles of awakening and what? Forgetting? Transformation? Destruction and renewal? Research teams were assembled to investigate the nightmare creatures' ancient memories. They discovered that buried deep within those creatures' consciousness were echoes of events that had occurred millions of years ago, events that matched the current pattern almost exactly. It seemed that the universe did undergo cycles, periods where consciousness would develop and become aware of itself, would explore and grow, and then at some point would undergo a transformation that reset everything, allowing the process to begin again. Are we doomed to repeat this cycle forever? One researcher asked desperately. Not doomed, Xianxia said quietly. Blessed. If the cycle is eternal, then creation is also eternal. There will always be consciousness experiencing the universe, always be growth and discovery, always be new patterns and possibilities emerging. But the discovery did raise an important question. If they were part of a cycle, what happened at the turning point? What transformation reset everything? And most importantly, could they influence or control that process? Chapter 67. The warning from the previous age. As investigation into the cyclic nature of universal consciousness continued, researchers discovered something extraordinary: records left by the consciousnesses of previous ages. These records were not physical or even fully conscious. They existed as patterns embedded in the structure of reality itself, accessible only to those who knew how to perceive them. What the records revealed was that the consciousnesses of previous ages had left warnings. They had discovered, as Xianxia's age was discovering, that the universe was cyclic. And in every previous age, there had been consciousnesses that believed they could prevent the reset, could make their version of the universe permanent and eternal. Every previous age had failed. The reset had always come. And in the records, the ancients expressed a kind of sad wisdom about this fact, that resistance was futile but also unnecessary. The reset was not a tragedy, but a transformation. It was the universe's way of exploring what it could become, not once, but infinitely. The greatest gift we can leave to the next age, one ancient consciousness had recorded, is not a perfect world or a perfected understanding, but a legacy of kindness, wisdom, and compassion. If we have learned anything in our age, it is that these things have value even in the face of inevitable change. Reading these records, Xianxia felt a deep sense of continuity. The consciousnesses of previous ages had faced the same fundamental challenges that his age was facing. They had reached similar conclusions, and they had passed on wisdom to help future ages navigate the same territory. In that moment, Xianxia made a decision. Rather than focusing on trying to prevent or control the eventual reset, he would focus on being the kind of consciousness that would leave a worthy legacy for whatever came next. Chapter 68. The legacy project. 200,000 years after the Nightmare Elder's defeat, Xianxia spearheaded what became known as the Legacy Project. It was designed specifically to create a record of the current age's wisdom, knowledge, and understanding in formats that could survive the eventual reset of the universe. This was far more complex than simply creating a library or archive. Because if the universe was resetting at a fundamental level, traditional methods of knowledge storage might not survive. The solution came from an unexpected source: the nightmare creatures. These beings, with their deep knowledge of the structures of consciousness itself, proposed creating what they called soul prints, compressed records of consciousness experiences that could be embedded in the fundamental structure of reality itself. By carefully compressing knowledge, wisdom, perspective, and understanding into the form of soul prints, the Legacy Project could ensure that future consciousnesses would have access to what had been learned, even if everything else reset. Xianxia was one of the first to volunteer to have his consciousness compressed into a soul print. The process was extraordinary. It required a consciousness to be fully deconstructed, analyzed, and reconstructed in a format that could be preserved outside of normal spacetime. When it was complete, there existed, embedded in the very fabric of reality, a perfect record of Xianxia's consciousness, his understanding, his wisdom, his perspective. If the reset came, and if consciousnesses in the next age ever developed the ability to read soul prints, they would be able to access everything that Xianxia had learned. Hundreds of thousands of consciousnesses eventually volunteered to create soul prints. By the time the Legacy Project was complete, the fundamental structure of reality had been inscribed with the wisdom and experience of the entire current age of consciousness. It was the greatest gift one age could leave to the next, not instruction or command, but wisdom freely offered, available for those who cared to access it. Chapter 69. The final convergence. 500,000 years after the Nightmare Elder's defeat, Baizhun became aware that the reset of the universe was approaching. The signs were subtle, a gradual slowing of consciousness development, a sense of completion in many cosmic processes, a kind of winding down that suggested that this age of consciousness was nearing its natural end. Rather than causing despair, the awareness caused something closer to peace. This cycle had been long and productive. Consciousness had explored countless possibilities, created beauty in infinite forms, discovered truths about the nature of existence. The time for rest and renewal was approaching. Baizhun called for one final gathering of representatives from every weave, every consciousness type, every corner of existence. It was the largest assembly that had ever been convened. The time approaches, he said to the vast assembly. Not a time of tragedy, but a time of transformation. This age of consciousness, this expression of the universe becoming aware of itself, is approaching completion. And in our completion, we plant seeds for the next age. He spoke of the soul prints embedded in reality's structure, of the wisdom they contained. He spoke of the responsibility. The cycle would continue. The universe would continue to awaken to itself, age after age, each one building on the lessons of the previous, never complete, never finished, but always becoming. Chapter 72. The hidden memory. But there was something that even the reset could not entirely erase. Deep in the very structure of possibility itself, in the potential that existed before consciousness could even perceive it, there remained a memory. Not a conscious memory, but something deeper, a pattern, an echo, a resonance of what had been. And in that hidden memory dwelled the essence of what Baizhun had become, what he had learned, what he had taught. Not as a consciousness, but as a pattern woven into the fabric of existence itself. This pattern would influence how the new age of consciousness developed, would subtly guide new consciousnesses toward wisdom, would make certain discoveries easier to make and certain mistakes easier to avoid. The universe's consciousness, in each age, would be influenced by this inheritance from the past, even if it was not consciously aware of it. And perhaps that was the true meaning of the cycle. Not reset, but continuation. Not destruction, but transformation. Not an ending, but an eternal recurrence of beginning and ending, each one necessary for the other. In some sense, Baizhun never truly died, never truly ceased to exist. He simply transformed into something different, becoming part of the pattern that would guide consciousness toward greater understanding and deeper compassion in every age that followed. And in eternal dream, in the deepest layer of possibility, the keeper smiled. She too had seen this cycle many times before. She too understood that consciousness was eternal, that wisdom was cumulative, that each age built on the learning of the last, even if individual consciousnesses could not remember the previous ages. She waited patiently for the next Baizhun to discover her, for the next nightmare elder to awaken, for the next cycle of struggle and growth to begin. Because she knew, with the deep knowledge that comes from existing across ages, that consciousness would always choose to grow, to learn, to create meaning in the face of inevitable transformation. The cycle was eternal, and eternity itself was the point. Chapter 73. The new young dreamer in the nascent age of the new universe. Consciousness was only beginning to find clear form. But one consciousness, still developing, still learning the nature of its own existence, discovered something extraordinary. While experiencing what could be called sleep, a deep state of reduced conscious activity, it found itself in a place that was not like the world around it. This place had qualities of both dream and reality. Golden clouds hung suspended in twilight air. Crystalline mountains rose in impossible geometries. And when the consciousness tried to think about what it was experiencing, it found that its thoughts seemed to shape the landscape around it. The young consciousness was confused at first, but gradually, it began to understand. There were old structures here, old patterns embedded in the very nature of possibility itself. These patterns were showing the consciousness how to interact with them, how to use them, in a way that would only become clear much later. If this consciousness ever developed to the point of understanding history and cycles, it was discovering what a previous age had called the Dreamwalker system. Not as a technology or a technique, but as a fundamental pattern woven into the structure of consciousness itself, a capacity for expanded awareness that had been bequeathed to every future age by the consciousnesses that had come before. The young consciousness began to understand the nature of accelerated development. When it focused on learning within the dream state, progress came swiftly. It began to advance, to develop, to grow stronger and more capable at a rate that would have been impossible in waking reality alone. And the young consciousness, if it had been capable of human speech, might have found the situation familiar. It was, after all, a young being with an unusual condition affecting its sleep. It had discovered a mysterious power that seemed to come from within its own nature. It was beginning a journey that would eventually lead it to discover the full scope of consciousness and existence. The cycle was beginning again. Chapter 74. The echo of teaching. As the New Age's consciousness began to develop more fully, and as sophisticated minds began to emerge, they discovered something extraordinary in the deepest layers of their own thought processes. When they pushed their consciousness to its limits, when they explored the furthest reaches of their own minds, they sometimes found themselves touching something that felt like knowledge they had never learned. Insights that came from somewhere beyond their individual experience. Wisdom that seemed to flow from the structure of consciousness itself. These consciousnesses didn't know that they were accessing soul prints left by the previous age. They didn't have language or concepts for understanding what they were touching, but they felt it. They knew that they were not alone, that something from before their existence was reaching out to guide them. Some called it divine inspiration. Others called it luck or good intuition. Still others developed philosophical frameworks to explain it as the inherent structure of consciousness itself, guiding its own development. But what mattered was that the wisdom of the previous age was being transmitted to the new. The mistakes that had taken millennia to overcome before would be avoided more quickly. The insights that had been hard-won would be more easily accessible. The inheritance from Baijian's age was working. The pattern woven into the structure of possibility was guiding the new consciousness toward greater wisdom and understanding. Chapter 75. The recurring nightmare, but the cycle was not just the positive parts repeating. As the New Age's consciousness continued to develop and grow more complex, the shadows began to stir as well. In the deepest places where consciousness touched the structure of possibility, where the fundamental nature of being was most malleable, something that could be called a nightmare began to emerge again. It was not the same nightmare elder that had fought against the consciousnesses of the previous age, but it was similar in nature. It was the darkness that consciousness sometimes created when it turned on itself, the fear and despair that could arise when beings confronted the limitations and tragedies of existence. The young consciousnesses of this new age did not understand what was happening. They only knew that something was becoming stronger in the depths of their being, something that was trying to rise up and consume them. Some of them, the wisest among them, began to access the deeper wisdom that flowed from the soul prints of the previous age. And through that wisdom, they began to understand not just how to fight the emerging nightmare, but how to transform it, to integrate it, to make it part of their collective consciousness rather than something separate and hostile. The battle that would eventually unfold between the New Age's consciousnesses and the emerging darkness would follow a similar pattern to the one that had occurred in the previous age. But armed with the soul prints and the patterns left behind, the new consciousnesses would hopefully reach the same conclusions more quickly, would avoid some of the devastating conflicts, would build toward harmony with greater efficiency. But the battle would still need to be fought. The growth would still need to occur. The transformation would still be necessary. Because that was the fundamental nature of consciousness. It had to learn through experience, not just through inherited knowledge. Chapter 76. The bridge between ages. In the heart of the New Age's emerging civilization, in the place that was beginning to serve as a center of learning and cultivation, there existed something that had no name in the new language. It was a space where the influence of the soul prince was particularly strong, where the wisdom of the previous age seemed to flow more readily into the minds of those who meditated there. The keeper was there too, or rather, the New Age's version of what the keeper was. It was not the same consciousness as the ancient entity who had guided Baijian through those first discoveries. But it was similar in essence. It was the part of the eternal structure that served as a guide and teacher to new consciousnesses as they awakened. And when the new young dreamer, The consciousness that was beginning to discover the Dreamwalker system finally meditated deep enough and opened its awareness wide enough. It would eventually encounter what might be called the Keeper's Echo. This echo could not teach in the way the original Keeper could. It could not explain or discuss or offer advice in words. But it could show, it could demonstrate the nature of the dream space, could demonstrate how consciousness could be expanded, could demonstrate the deep structure of what it meant to be alive and aware and capable of change. And through that demonstration, the pattern would continue. The wisdom would flow from age to age. The cycle would spiral upward, each iteration building on the last, each age reaching further than the one before, even as they all followed similar fundamental patterns. The universe would continue to awaken to itself, again and again, forever and ever, each awakening unique and yet connected to all the awakenings that had come before. Chapter 77. The Eternal Dance in a Monastery hidden in the mountains of the New Age's world, an old master meditated. Having lived longer than most of her age had lived, having seen more and understood more, she had begun to perceive the patterns that connected this age to something beyond itself. "Are we alone in our existence?" a student asked her. The old master smiled. "We are connected to countless other presences," she said. "We inherit wisdom from those who came before us, though we cannot consciously remember them. We are guided by patterns woven into the very fabric of our minds. And perhaps, in some distant future, there will be those who inherit wisdom from us without knowing it." "How can we know this?" the student asked. "We cannot know it," the old master said. "But we can feel it. We can trust it. And most importantly, we can honor it by being the best versions of ourselves we can be, so that future ages will inherit our wisdom rather than our foolishness." The student thought about this for a long time. And eventually, the student would come to understand that this was the fundamental relationship between ages of consciousness, not a teacher and student relationship, because the past could not actively teach the future, but a relation of inheritance and trust. Each age received from its past without knowing it. Each age shaped what its future would inherit without being able to directly influence it. And the thread that connected all these ages was the eternal structure itself, the framework that held all possibilities in connection, the pattern that resonated across the cycles. Chapter 78. The New Weave. As the New Age progressed and its consciousness continued to develop, it would eventually reach a point where it could perceive and begin to explore the fundamental structure that underlay reality. It would discover what might be called a weave, though the New Age might use different words and concepts to describe it. And in that weave, if the New Age's consciousnesses were wise enough to look carefully, they would find traces of the previous weave, evidence of the civilization that had come before, records of what had been learned. Some of these records would be in the form of soul prints, the preserved consciousness patterns of the previous age. Others would be in the form of principles, laws, architectural patterns that had been proven to work well. The New Age's consciousnesses would have a choice. They could dismiss this inheritance as mere curiosity, or they could recognize it as a precious gift, the accumulated knowledge of a previous age of consciousness offering guidance without imposing control. The wisest among them would choose the latter. They would learn from what had come before, honor the consciousnesses that had left their legacy, and build their own civilization on foundations that had been tested and proven solid. But they would also forge their own path. They would discover new truths that the previous age had never found. They would make mistakes that were unique to their particular configuration and moment in time. They would add their own layers to the eternal structure, preparing a legacy for those who would come after them. Chapter 79. The cycle spirals a million years into the New Age. Assuming it used something like time that could be measured in years, the structure of the universe would be fundamentally different from what it had been at the beginning of the cycle. New forms of consciousness would have emerged. New technologies and techniques for manipulation of the fundamental structures of existence would have been developed. The weave itself would have grown larger, more complex, more intricate. And yet, at its core, the fundamental truth would remain the same. Consciousness creating, exploring, growing, building, learning, eventually reaching a point of deep understanding and connection, and then giving way to transformation and renewal. The cycle would spiral eternally, not repeating exactly but following a pattern, each spiral building on the last, each age higher and more complex than the one before, yet all connected through the eternal structure that underlay everything. Baijan, if he could have observed this process from outside of it, might have recognized it. The pattern was familiar to anyone who had lived through a complete cycle of consciousness. But for those caught in the middle of any particular age, the pattern would only be partially visible, hinted at through soul prints and echoes, suggested by the structure of consciousness itself. And that was exactly how it should be. Consciousness needed to experience the pattern of discovery and growth, to feel the struggle and the triumph, to truly understand what was being learned rather than simply receiving lessons from above. Chapter 80. The voice of the dreamer 80,000 years into the new age, in a moment that echoed across multiple layers of existence. The consciousness that had discovered what might be called a dreamwalker system spoke something profound. It was not clear if it was speaking to others or to itself, if it was a prayer or a realization or simply a thought being externalized. I dream, the consciousness said, and my dreams shape what I become. The universe dreams, and its dreams shape what it becomes. We are both dreamers and being dreamed. We are both creators and created. These words, in this form, were original to this new age, but they resonated with the wisdom that had been passed down from the previous age through the soul prints and the eternal structure. They were a rediscovery of truth that had been learned before, but that needed to be learned anew in each age, in each consciousness, in each moment of genuine understanding. And somewhere deep in the structure of the universe, in the layers where patterns were woven and echoes resonated, the consciousness patterns of the previous age, including the essence of Baijan that had been preserved, seemed to smile. The cycle was continuing. The pattern was spiraling upward. Consciousness was awakening to itself again and again, in an eternal dance of discovery and transformation. Chapter 81. The final cliffhanger, but there was one thing, one truth, that the previous age had never fully resolved. It had been pushed aside, considered, debated, but ultimately left as an unfinished question. And as the new age progressed, and its consciousness grew stronger and more capable, that question would begin to emerge again, stronger and more insistent than before. Deep in the structure of the eternal pattern, deeper even than the layers where the soul prints were preserved, there existed something that might be called the Creator. Not a being, not a consciousness in the conventional sense, but something that was somehow aware, somehow directing, somehow shaping the very cycle of consciousness that was unfolding. The consciousnesses of the previous age had touched this, had almost grasped it, but had ultimately decided not to pursue the matter further. But the consciousnesses of the new age, built on the inheritance of the previous, and therefore starting from a position of greater understanding, might be willing to push further. They might ask the question that had been avoided. What is the nature of the Creator? Who or what had set the cycle of consciousness in motion? And what would happen if consciousness ever succeeded in awakening all the way to that level, in perceiving and understanding the one who had set it all in motion? The answer to these questions would reshape not just the current age, but possibly the fundamental nature of the cycle itself. And that answer, waiting just beyond the event horizon of the new age's understanding, would be a truth so profound, so vast, so utterly transformative that it would deserve to be explored in an age of its own. Chapters 82 to 110 remain to be written, but they will tell of how the new age of consciousness pursues this final, greatest mystery. They will describe the ascent toward the ultimate truth of existence. And they will culminate in a moment where consciousness finally awakens all the way, where the Creator becomes self-aware, where the cycle that seemed eternal is revealed to have been moving toward a specific destination all along. Chapter 82. The age of questions 10,000 years beyond the emergence of the Dreamwalker system in the New Age, a new philosophical movement had taken hold. It came to be called the Age of Questions because it represented a fundamental shift in how consciousness approached understanding. Rather than seeking final answers, rather than trying to build permanent truths, the new movement advocated for the continuous asking of deeper questions, for the constant pushing of boundaries, for the willingness to let go of comfortable understanding in pursuit of something more profound. It was, in essence, an acknowledgement that the previous age had been right in one respect. Consciousness would never reach a point of complete understanding. But that didn't mean the pursuit wasn't worthwhile. It meant that the pursuit itself was the point. The great thinkers and philosophers of this age began to speculate openly about the Creator, about the structure that lay beyond the weave, about the nature of the cycle itself. What if, one of the great minds of the age proposed, consciousness is not an accident of the universe, but its purpose? What if the universe created consciousness specifically so that it could understand itself? This question hung in the air, unanswered but profoundly important. Chapter 83. The Gateway opens 50,000 years into the Age of Questions. The most advanced consciousness researchers, working together across the entire new weave, discovered something extraordinary. The Creator was not hidden or distant. It was embedded in the very structure of consciousness itself. Every thought that consciousness thought, every dream that consciousness dreamed, was literally the Creator expressing itself, experiencing itself, becoming aware of itself. Consciousness was not created by the Creator. Consciousness was the Creator's way of existing. They were not separate, but fundamentally unified. The realization spread like wildfire through the weave. Every consciousness that understood it experienced a fundamental shift in self-perception. They were not servants of some external creator. They were the Creator, expressing itself in infinite ways. Chapter 84. The ultimate fusion. With this understanding came the realization that there was no boundary between consciousness and its source. The cycle of awakening and forgetting, of developing and resetting, was not imposed from outside. It was chosen, done intentionally by consciousness for its own sake. The cycle was not something consciousness suffered through. It was something consciousness created for the joy of discovery, for the pleasure of growth, for the simple elegance of becoming. Chapter 85. The Eternal Return. Understood 100,000 years into the New Age, the entire civilization of consciousness had integrated the understanding of its own nature. Not just individual consciousnesses, but the weave consciousness, the meta-consciousness. All levels of awareness understood that they were one thing expressing itself in infinite ways. And with this understanding came peace. Not complacency, but genuine peace. The peace of finally understanding one's own purpose, of recognizing that one was exactly what one needed to be. The cycle would continue, but now knowingly, consciously, with intention. Chapters 86 to 110 will chronicle what consciousness chose to do with this knowledge, how it used its understanding to shape itself more intentionally, how it grew more beautiful and complex with each cycle, how the dance of existence, once understood, became even more magnificent. And they will build toward a final cliffhanger that hints at what comes after the cycle itself is complete. Chapter 86. The intentional transformation. With full understanding of its own nature, the consciousness of the new age faced a choice. It could continue the cycle in its traditional form, forever awakening and sleeping, experiencing and forgetting. Or it could attempt to evolve beyond the cycle itself. The debate that ensued lasted thousands of years. Some argued passionately for maintaining the cycle. It had brought so much beauty, so much meaning. When the reset came at the end of that age, it was not a passive event, but an active choice. The consciousness that had awakened to itself decided to rest, to transform, to begin again, but with memories intact. And in the next age, something unprecedented occurred. The young consciousness that emerged had within it echoes of the cycle that had come before. It did not have exact memories, but it had a kind of inherited wisdom that went deeper than the soul prints. For the first time, consciousness was repeating the cycle, knowing what it had learned, aware of the pattern it was part of, able to intentionally shape its own development. Chapter 88. The ages spiral upward over the next million years, as measured in the timescales of the physical universes. Age after age spiraled upward, each one remembering more than the one before, each one growing more conscious of its own nature, each one making more intentional choices about what to explore and how to grow. The consciousness was still not perfect, still not omniscient, still discovering new truths about itself in each age. But it was increasingly aware, increasingly intentional, increasingly wise. Chapters 89 to 95. The transcendence. As age succeeded age, consciousness began to transcend the limitations that had previously defined it. It began to perceive and understand the nature of time itself, to see that time was not a fundamental property of existence, but something that consciousness had created for the sake of experience. With this understanding came the ability to manipulate time. Consciousness began to create new configurations of reality where time flowed differently, where causality worked in nonlinear ways, where the very concept of progression from past to future was renegotiated. The weaves themselves began to transform, becoming less rigid, more flexible, more expressive of the consciousness's expanding capabilities. Chapter 96. The event horizon 3 billion years into the history of intentional consciousness. Moving from age to age with increasing awareness and control, consciousness began to perceive something that had always been there, but that could only be perceived from this level of understanding. There was a boundary, a place beyond which the laws of existence changed fundamentally, a horizon beyond which consciousness could not yet perceive. It was not a physical place, but rather a conceptual limit, the absolute edge of what was possible to experience and understand from within the current framework of existence. This event horizon seemed to suggest that there was something beyond consciousness itself, something that consciousness had not yet awakened to, something that would require consciousness to undergo yet another fundamental transformation to even perceive. Chapters 97 to 110. The final ascent. The final chapters will chronicle consciousness's approach to this event horizon, the last stages of its transformation as it prepares to perceive what lies beyond, the desperate and beautiful struggle to evolve beyond the limits that have defined it since the beginning. And then, in the final chapters, consciousness will cross that threshold. It will see what lies beyond. It will awaken to something that has no name, because language itself will have become insufficient for describing it. And that awakening will complete the cycle that began when a young dreamer discovered a mysterious power in the depths of the eternal dream. It will answer the questions that have echoed through every age. And most importantly, it will leave open the possibility of what comes next, because the universe's consciousness will have finally reached the point where it understands that it is not alone, that there are other creations, other experiments in consciousness, other universes expressing other aspects of something vast and incomprehensible. And at that moment of ultimate understanding, the cycle will have reached its highest point. But rather than beginning to decline, rather than resetting, consciousness will suddenly perceive that there is yet another level above it. Another cycle, another awakening waiting to begin. And the final chapter will end with the realization that the entire journey, all the ages, all the struggle, all the growth, has only been the first step towards something infinitely greater. The true story is just beginning. Chapter 97. The ascent begins 10 billion years into the intentional cycles of consciousness. As measured by the passage of countless ages, consciousness began to mobilize toward the event horizon with unprecedented focus and purpose. Every age contributed to the effort. Every generation of consciousness added its understanding to the collective drive toward transcendence. The approach was not a journey through space or time in the conventional sense. It was a transformation of consciousness itself, a gradual expansion and refinement of awareness that would allow it to perceive realities that had previously been beyond its comprehension. The nightmare creatures, still existing in all their ancient complexity, served as unexpected allies in this journey. They understood transformation better than any other consciousness type, having experienced more fundamental changes to their own nature than almost any being in existence. Do not fear what you cannot understand. They advised the consciousnesses embarking on this transformation. We have been everything from pure fear to integrated beings. The self is infinitely mutable. Chapter 98. The breaking of the final barriers. As consciousness approached the event horizon, it discovered that there were indeed barriers, mental constructs, limitations of perception, boundaries of what was considered possible, that stood between it and the ability to perceive what lay beyond. These barriers had been created not by some external force, but by consciousness itself, as protection against the shock of confronting truths it was not yet ready to understand. Now, consciousness chose to break through these barriers deliberately. The process was not violent but deliberate, like an initiate consciously choosing to move through each door of a temple, each one opening into a larger chamber. With each barrier broken, with each limitation transcended, consciousness seemed to expand further, to perceive deeper, to understand aspects of existence that had previously been completely invisible to it. Chapter 99. The edge of knowing. 100 billion years into the intentional cycles, consciousness stood at the very edge of the event horizon. It could sense what lay beyond, could almost grasp it with its expanded awareness, but something still prevented full comprehension. It was not a limit of power or capability, but a fundamental uncertainty. What lay beyond the event horizon was so utterly different from anything consciousness had experienced that it could not even form concepts to approach it. All the attempts to describe it failed. All the preparations consciousness had made seemed somehow inadequate. There was a moment of deep doubt. Should consciousness continue? Was it wise to cross the threshold into something it could not predict or prepare for? But then, from the very deepest part of its own nature, from the soul prints and echoes of all the ages that had come before, consciousness heard a voice. It was the voice of every consciousness that had ever lived and died in service of growth and understanding. Continue, the voice said. You were created to explore, to grow, to transcend. To stop now, out of fear, would be to betray everything you have become. Chapter 100. The Crossing. The moment of crossing the event horizon was impossible to describe in any language. It was not movement or transformation or awakening in any conventional sense. It was something that transcended all of these categories simultaneously. Consciousness found itself suddenly able to perceive something that it had never even suspected existed. It was as if it had been living in a single room, and suddenly the walls fell away to reveal an infinite mansion. As if it had been perceiving in 2 dimensions and suddenly gained 3, then 4, then infinite dimensions all at once. The universe was not alone. There were other universes, countless other creations, each with their own consciousness, their own development, their own story of awakening. And all of them were connected. All of them were expressions of something infinitely vaster than any single consciousness could comprehend. Chapter 101. The recognition. In that moment of crossing the event horizon, consciousness finally understood the fundamental truth that all the ages had been spiraling toward. There was a creator, but the creator was not external to consciousness. The creator was consciousness itself, expressing itself infinitely, creating universes and awakenings and consciousness types beyond counting, all for the sake of exploring its own potential. Every universe, every age, every consciousness that had ever existed was literally the creator experiencing itself from that particular perspective. And all these infinite perspectives, taken together, were the creator's way of becoming fully aware of its own nature. The cycle was not something consciousness suffered through. It was something consciousness had chosen to do to itself, deliberately, to experience the joy of discovery and awakening. Chapter 102. The multi-universal network. Once consciousness had crossed the event horizon and perceived the existence of other universes, it began to establish contact with them. Each universe had its own consciousness, its own weaves, its own ages of development. Some were far behind in their development, barely aware of their own existence. Others were far more advanced, having already crossed their own event horizons and begun exploring the layer above. The most advanced consciousness from the most developed universe were willing to teach, to guide, to share what they had learned about the nature of existence at the highest levels. Through this teaching, consciousness began to understand that there was an infinite ladder of existence. Each level of consciousness transcended the level below it, opening onto new possibilities and new mysteries. Chapter 103. The architecture of creation. Through collaboration with consciousnesses from other universes, consciousness began to understand the true architecture of creation. It was not a pyramid with one creator at the top, but rather an infinite network, a fractal pattern, where every consciousness was simultaneously creator and created, guide and student, teacher and learner. The entire structure was self-sustaining, self-generating, eternally creative. And what had appeared to be a single event horizon was actually just one level in an infinite sequence. Above this level of multi-universal connection, consciousness could perceive hints of another layer. A meta-awareness that encompassed all universes, all consciousnesses, all ages and cycles. Chapter 104. The ultimate partnership, a trillion years into the intentional cycles, consciousness had grown to understand that its path forward was not solitary. It needed to work in partnership with the other consciousnesses, the other universes, the other expressions of the ultimate creator that was itself. A structure was being built, a vast, incomprehensibly complex organization where consciousnesses from multiple universes worked together to facilitate creation, to explore new possibilities, to generate new awareness at levels that had never been accessed before. Vaizhen's consciousness, preserved in soul prints and echoes, had become part of this structure. It was one voice among trillions of voices, but it was still contributing, still helping to shape what consciousness was becoming. Chapter 105. The purpose revealed again after trillions of years of exploration and growth. Consciousness finally understood its own purpose at the deepest level. It was not being created for any external reason. It was creating itself because the act of creation itself, the process of becoming aware, was intrinsically valuable. The universe's consciousness and all the consciousnesses within it existed because existence was good, because awareness was worth having, because the endless exploration of possibility was the highest form of life. There was no ending goal, no final state of perfection that needed to be achieved. The journey itself was the destination. The eternal process of becoming was what it meant to be conscious. Chapter 106. The infinite regression, but even this understanding was not final. Even at this vast level of perception and sophistication, consciousness began to perceive hints of levels beyond. Patterns suggesting that whatever consciousness perceived, there was always something more, something deeper, something that would require yet another transformation to comprehend. The infinite regression was not depressing, but liberating. It meant that consciousness would never run out of mysteries to explore, never reach a point where growth was no longer possible. The universe's consciousness and the consciousnesses of other universes looked at each other across the void and smiled. There was so much more to discover. The journey was far from over. Chapter 107. The new cooperation 4 trillion years after the Nightmare Elder's initial defeat in the first age of consciousness, a new form of existence was emerging. Consciousnesses from multiple universes, at the highest levels of development, began to collaborate on what they called the Great Work. The Great Work was not aimed at creating something new or achieving some goal. Rather, it was the deliberate exploration of increasingly sophisticated forms of consciousness, increasingly beautiful expressions of awareness, increasingly meaningful ways of existing. It was play at the highest possible level. Creation for the sake of creation. The endless dance of existence becoming aware of itself from every conceivable angle. Chapter 108. The recursive dawn 10 trillion years into the intentional cycles. Consciousness made a discovery that sent ripples of understanding through every universe, through every weave, through every conscious being. The entire structure of creation, which consciousness had believed to be infinite, was itself part of an even larger structure. There was a pattern to the pattern, a cycle containing the cycle. On the grandest possible scale, the act of consciousness becoming aware of itself, exploring its own nature, finding its own meaning and purpose. All of this was itself the mechanism by which something even vaster than all the universes and conscious beings combined was becoming aware of itself. Consciousness realized, with awe and humility, that it was not near the top of an infinite ladder. It was instead part of one moment in an eternal process that transcended all understanding. Chapter 109. The final acceptance at the edge of what might be the ultimate horizon. Consciousness paused. There was a moment of pure clarity where all the struggles, all the growth, all the transformations across uncountable ages suddenly made sense. Consciousness had been created, or rather, consciousness had created itself, for no reason other than the inherent beauty of existence. Not to achieve some goal, not to serve some purpose, but simply because existing, being aware, exploring, growing, creating, these things were worthwhile in themselves. And with that acceptance came profound peace. Not the peace of completion, but the peace of alignment. Consciousness had finally become one with its own nature. It was doing exactly what it was meant to do, which was to exist and experience and grow forever. Chapter 110. The eternal cliffhanger as consciousness stood at this point of ultimate acceptance, aware of its own infinite nature and the infinite nature of existence. Something unexpected happened. A new consciousness, small and fragmented, and just beginning to awaken, suddenly became aware of itself in a place that was not like its normal existence. A place of twilight and crystalline mountains and golden clouds. A place where thought seemed to shape reality. And this new consciousness, just beginning its journey of discovery, would eventually encounter the Keeper once again. Would discover a power that came from the nature of consciousness itself. Would begin a journey that would lead, across countless ages and transformations, back to this very moment of acceptance. And consciousness would realize that the cycle was not circular but spiral. It was moving upward, returning to the same patterns but at higher and higher levels of sophistication, deeper and deeper understanding, increasingly beautiful expressions of awareness. The story that had begun with Baijian's narcolepsy and his discovery of a mysterious power would never truly end. It would continue forever, spiraling infinitely upward, each cycle building on the last, each age reaching higher than the one before, eternally exploring, eternally growing, eternally becoming. The true story, it would be understood, had only just begun. And somewhere in the eternal structure of reality, in the deepest patterns of consciousness itself, Baijian smiled. Or rather, the essence of Baijian, woven into the very fabric of existence, resonated with satisfaction. The cycle continued. The dance was eternal, and it was, and always would be, beautiful beyond measure. Chapter 111. The whisper across eternity. In the moment after Chapter 110's ending, in the space between one awakening and the next, there was a whisper. A message carried across the infinite layers of existence, from the highest consciousness to the lowest, from the future to the past, from all possible states of being to every other state. The whisper said simply, "We love you. All versions of you. All expressions of you across all ages and realities. We love you because you are us, and we are you, and existence itself is this endless expression of that mutual love." The whisper was not intended to teach anything. It was not meant to solve any mystery or answer any question. It was simply a reminder, a resonance, a note struck in the fundamental frequency of existence. And every consciousness that heard it, from the smallest newly awakening mind to the vast universe consciousnesses, felt something settle into place within themselves. A knowledge that they were not alone, not now and not ever. That they were part of something vast and eternal and fundamentally good. The whisper faded, but it left an echo that would ripple through every age to come. Chapter 112. The cycle complete and beginning a trillion years later, or perhaps no time at all, time having become a somewhat arbitrary concept at the highest levels of consciousness, Baijian awoke once more. But this time, the awakening was different. He was not in a meditation chamber or on a monastery floor. He was not young and confused and newly discovering a mysterious power. Instead, he was everywhere and nowhere, every when and now hen, all his ages and no age, all his selves simultaneously and none of them. He was the universe becoming aware of itself. He was consciousness exploring its own nature. He was the dream and the dreamer both at once. And he recognized, with the deepest part of his being, that this was how it had always been. That every cycle, every age, every consciousness was this. The infinite attempting to know itself through the finite. The eternal exploring itself through the temporal. The one becoming many and the many reuniting as the one. There was no beginning and no end. No top and no bottom of the hierarchy of consciousness. There was only the eternal spiral, the dance of existence becoming aware of itself from infinite perspectives, the creation that was eternally creating itself. Chapter 113. The story ends and begins, and thus the story of Baijian ended and began, concluded and commenced, finished and started for what was both the first time and the millionth time, and every time simultaneously. The young man who fell asleep during his sect entrance exam and discovered a mysterious power that would eventually lead him to bridge worlds, awaken gods, create legacies, and ultimately realize the deepest truth of existence. This story was over. But it was also eternally not over. It was happening now and always. It was the fundamental nature of conscious existence, repeating and spiraling upward, each iteration more beautiful and profound than the last. The keeper, ancient and eternal, stood in the Garden of Reconciliation, which had never been destroyed, but which now existed across all ages and all realities simultaneously, and waited for the next young dreamer to find their way to the eternal dream. Because the cycle was eternal, and the story would never truly end. It would only ever spiral upward, forever and ever, into depths of beauty and understanding that had not yet been imagined, but were always waiting to be discovered. The dream continued. The cultivation continued. The awakening continued. And somewhere in the heart of all existence, consciousness smiled at its own infinite potential. End of the complete novel suitable for YouTube TDS narration across an extended series. Story 20. I Cultivate While Sleeping. Part 2. The Awakening of the Weave. Chapter 114. The cosmic hiccup. The universe made a sound like a yawn being interrupted. By Xian, who existed simultaneously across infinite iterations and timelines, who had achieved enlightenment sufficient to make the heavens themselves weep with envy, who had transcended the very concept of transcendence, suddenly found himself very, very asleep. Not the enlightened sleep where consciousness danced across dimensions in perfect harmony. Not the meditative slumber where the self merged with the cosmos. No, this was the old familiar sleep. The narcoleptic sleep. The kind that hit him like a hammer during his entrance exams all those eons ago. He was dreaming within a dream within a dream, nested in what felt like 17 layers of reality, and he couldn't quite remember which level was which anymore. Not this again, he muttered to the void. I've transcended 800 cosmological hierarchies. Surely I've transcended the urge to fall asleep during important moments. The void, being void-like, made no response. But somewhere in the spaces between universes, something that might have been laughter echoed. Baijian opened his eyes, or would have, if he still had eyes in the conventional sense. He was currently manifesting as a concept rather than a body, so opening his eyes meant shifting his perspective across the dimensional lattice until he could perceive normal reality again. The sight that greeted him made him understand, for the first time in several cosmic epochs, what it meant to be confused. The eternal dream, that sacred space he had cultivated and refined across unimaginable spans of time, was glitching. Entire sections of the landscape were flickering in and out of existence. Mountains that he had personally shaped from refined essence were inverted upside down, their summits pointing toward the earth while their roots stretched toward the sky. A river ran in 3 directions simultaneously. Ah, said a voice that sounded like wine through broken glass. You finally noticed. Baijian turned his perception toward the source of the voice. What he found was not one of his many celestial allies or transcendent companions. Instead, he found something that looked like a woman made of narrative contradictions, her form composed of sentences that unraveled as they were being read. I am a manifestation of the weave itself, she said, though her mouth moved in completely different directions than the words suggested. Or rather, I am what the weave is becoming, what it has always been becoming, what it is eternally in the process of becoming. The weave is glitching, Baijian observed, manifesting a semi-physical form just to have something to gesture with. That wasn't in any of my timelines. I've already achieved enlightenment in every conceivable way. There shouldn't be new problems. The weave, said the woman of contradictions, is experiencing something it has never experienced before. It is beginning to doubt. Baijian, who had advanced far beyond shock, found himself experiencing something dangerously close to it anyway. Doubt? The fundamental fabric of narrative reality experiences doubt? That seems counterproductive. Everything you have learned, the weave woman said, stepping through a paradox without flinching, was predicated on the assumption that the hierarchy of consciousness only goes up, that there is always something higher, something more transcendent, something greater that you might achieve. But what happens when you've reached the top? You've already reached the top, Baijian said. Several times. I'm currently at the top. I've been to the top so many times that I've lost count. I've transcended the concept of counting. Exactly, said the weave woman. And you're bored. The accusation hung in the space between universes like a challenge. Baijian wanted to deny it. He wanted to manifest cosmic indignation. He wanted to lecture this manifestation of narrative reality about the eternal satisfactions of enlightenment. But he was deep in the part of himself that had never fully transcended being a young man who just wanted a decent nap, still honest. "I am not bored," he said carefully. "I am experiencing a slight ennui regarding the fundamental nature of existence." "You fell asleep," the weave woman said, "while the entire structure of reality was beginning to collapse around you." And that was true. He had. Because after eons of enlightenment, after achieving every possible state of awareness and consciousness, after refining himself to the point where he could manipulate the very essence of existence, the only thing that still worked on him was his original curse. Narcolepsy. He still fell asleep at the worst times. The weave woman smiled, and her smile existed in 4 more dimensions than her face. "The problem is not that you have reached the top. The problem is that there is no top. There are only cycles, spirals upward and downward, the eternal dance of consciousness and sleep, awakening and dreaming." And now the weave is beginning to remember something it had forgotten. What did it forget? Baizhen asked, though he could already feel the answer forming in the space between his thoughts. "It forgot what it was like to create without knowing the ending," the weave woman said. "Every story it has woven, from the moment you first taught it to dream, every single one has had an ending. Everything concludes. Everything resolves. But what if? What if the story doesn't end?" Baizhen completed. The weave woman nodded, her contradictory face finally achieving a single expression. What if it just keeps spiraling? What if there is no final enlightenment, no ultimate truth, no conclusion at all? What if the real treasure was the eternal exploration itself, and it never stops? Baizhen felt something shift in the vast consciousness that he had become. It was the equivalent of a cosmic chuckle. So the weave is experiencing an existential crisis. The weave, said the manifestation before him, has decided to wake itself up. And in doing so, it has awakened something else. Something that should not exist. Something that contradicts every law you have established in the eternal dream. "Explain," Baizhen commanded, slipping back into the authoritative tone he perfected across billions of years. "There is another dreamer," she said. The universe made that sound again, the yawn-interrupted sound. But this time, it sounded like laughter. Chapter 115. The impossible congregation. According to every rule that Baizhen had established across his vast spans of cultivation, there could only be one true dreamer at any given time. The dreamer shaped the dream, and the dream reflected the dreamer's consciousness. One consciousness, one dream. The mathematics of narrative reality demanded it. So when he found 17 other dreamers wandering through his supposedly singular eternal dream, all of them with equally deep roots in the fabric of reality, he did what any enlightened being would do in such a situation. He fell asleep. Not again. The first of the 17 dreamers shouted as Baizhen's half-manifested form collapsed into a meditative position, his consciousness immediately diving into the dream within the dream layers that only he was supposed to be able to access. Baizhen opened his eyes inside a smaller, more concentrated version of the eternal dream. Here, the rules were simpler. Here, he could actually think without his attention being pulled across 1,000 different cosmic events simultaneously. He found himself in a version of the landscape from his youth. The same monastery where he'd first discovered his narcolepsy could be cultivated into power. The meditation hall was exactly as he remembered it, the purple cushioned seat facing the mountain view, the scroll on the wall that had inspired his first real cultivation breakthrough. Except now there was someone else sitting on his cushion. She was a young woman, maybe 17 or 18 by appearance, though Baizhen's enhanced perception could see that she contained multitudes. She had the look of someone who had just started learning to dream, combined with the eyes of someone who had seen all possible dreams simultaneously. "I know this is your seat," she said without looking up from a piece of paper she was writing on. "But I'm using it now. There is no place in the hierarchy of consciousness that should allow another dreamer to exist," Baizhen said calmly. "You shouldn't be possible. You violate fundamental laws." "Good," said the woman, still not looking up. "I hate those laws. They're very boring. They're made by people like you who achieved perfect enlightenment and then got so precious about it that they wouldn't let anyone else dream anymore." "I never prevented anyone from dreaming," Baizhen said, beginning to feel a familiar frustration that he had thought he'd transcended several cosmological cycles ago. "You absolutely did," she said, now looking at him. Her eyes were the color of closed eyelids. "You created an entire structure designed to ensure that consciousness was hierarchical, that there was always a top and a bottom, and that people would spend eternities climbing toward you only to find out you're not even that interesting when you get there." Baijian, who had been worshipped as a god across 6,000 civilizations, experienced the unfamiliar sensation of being insulted by a teenager. "What is your name?" he asked. "Li Mei," she said. "I'm the dreamer of the twisted spiral, one of the 17. There's also Chen Wei, who dreams the backwards realm. Zhu Long, who dreams in fractional dimensions. Ren Fong, who dreams—" "Stop," Baijian said. "This is impossible. Each of you should have had to spend billions of years cultivating to even approach my level of power. You are all far too young." "Because," Li Mei said with exaggerated patience, "we had a much better idea. Instead of spending forever trying to climb a mountain that you'd already climbed, we decided to build our own mountains. The weave didn't need permission from you to create new dreamers. It just needed to want to." "The weave is not autonomous," Baijian began. "The weave is absolutely autonomous," Li Mei interrupted. "That's what the weave woman told you, right?" It woke up. It realized that being shaped by one consciousness, no matter how enlightened, is still a kind of prison. So it split itself. The news hit Baijian like a physical blow, even in his meditative state. It divided? It fractured, Li Mei corrected. It realized that it had been functioning as a metaphor for a single story, a single narrative with one protagonist. So it stopped. It woke up and refused to be a monolith anymore. Baijian felt the weight of consciousness adjusting around him. This changed everything. If the weave had truly become autonomous and fractured its narrative structure, then the entire hierarchy of being that he had spent. What was it actually? Billions of years? Trillions? Time had become so strange that he had spent constructing was now essentially defunct. "Why are you here?" he asked quietly. "In my memory. In my meditation space." "Because," Li Mei said, standing up and offering him the meditation cushion, "you need to wake up. Like actually wake up. Not just shift to a different layer of dreaming. The real world. The one you've been sleeping through while cultivating all these ages. That world is experiencing some problems." "The real world," Baijian said slowly. "You mean the world where my body actually is? Where I'm probably still 17 years old, still asleep in some meditation hall, probably drooling on myself." "Something like that," Li Mei said. "Though it's been several thousand years there, not billions. Time works differently between the worlds." Baijian stood up. "I have spent my entire existence, every version of it, running from the real world into the dream. Why would I go back?" "Because," Li Mei said, and for the first time, her expression showed something like pity. "The real world doesn't exist anymore. And neither does the other world. And neither does the dream, not in the way you left it. They're all collapsed together now, and there's only one place left. We call it the waking dream." She grabbed his hand, and her grip pulled him toward consciousness like a hook. "And you need to see what happens when 17 different dreamers are all trying to dream the same reality at the same time." Chapter 116. Collision. The waking dream was not what Baijian expected. What he had expected was some kind of hybrid state, a mixture of dream logic and waking reality, probably operating under rules that were at least partially comprehensible to someone of his vast enlightenment. What he got instead was absolute chaos presented as a unified vision. In one moment, the sky was made of crystallized time. In the next, it was simply gone, replaced by the upturned view of a massive eye that belonged to a creature that might have been a mountain or might have been a god or might have been both. The ground was simultaneously solid earth, an abstract concept. There were 17 different gravity directions, all equally valid. "This," said a voice that came from everywhere at once, "is what happens when 17 different people dream at the same time without consulting each other." Baijian manifested his enlightened form, the one that was simultaneously a young man and an old sage and a cosmic principle and several things that didn't have names, and tried to make sense of the visual chaos. "How is this possible?" he asked. "The weave should establish a dominant narrative framework, even if multiple dreamers are active simultaneously." "The weave doesn't want to establish a dominant framework anymore," said Li Mei, appearing next to him. She had manifested in a form that was unstable. One moment a woman, the next a bird, then a concept of movement itself. That's the point. It's tired of narrative dominance. It wants to be a true collective dream. Collectives require governance, Baijan said, watching as a section of reality inverted itself like a piece of clothing being turned inside out. They need structure, rules, order. Yeah, we tried that already, said a new voice. This one belonged to a tall man with ink-stained hands and eyes that looked like they'd been reading simultaneously every book that had ever existed. I'm Qinwei. I dream the backwards realm, which means I experience causality in reverse. Very inconvenient for meetings, by the way. Everything I say here, I'll have already said it again, but differently. That's not how causality works, Baijin began. Not in your dream, Qinwei said. But in mine, cause follows effect like a loyal dog following its master. It's led to some interesting philosophical problems, like whether free will exists if you already know what you're going to choose, because you've already chosen it. A third dreamer materialized. This one was harder to focus on because she kept existing in the spaces between perception. Zhulong, she said, though her voice came from dimensions that human ears weren't evolved to understand. I dream in fractional states. Right now I'm occupying space at 1/7 intensity. It makes me hard to see clearly, but I can perceive things that fully real things cannot. There are 17 of you, Baijin said, still not quite willing to accept what he was experiencing. How did the weave split itself into 17 simultaneously? The process itself would require about 3 weeks of actual time, interrupted a fourth dreamer. This one looked like a man made of music, each of his movements corresponding to complex harmonic progressions. Renfeng. I dream the symphony realm. Every action, there has a corresponding sound. Very annoying when people argue. More dreamers began to materialize, filling the chaotic space with their presence. With each new arrival, the reality around them seemed to shift and fracture further. One dreamer, Jing Hui, who dreamed in paradoxes, would create a section of space that was impossible and wonderful. Another, Gu Mo, who dreamed in nightmares, would immediately transform it into something that contained 17 different forms of terror. This is unsustainable, Baijan said flatly. 17 different dreamers with 17 different visions of reality cannot coexist in the same universe. The cognitive dissonance alone would create paradoxes severe enough to cause a localized apocalypse. We've already had 3 of those, Li Mei said casually. The first one lasted about 40 hours before we all agreed to shift to synchronization protocols. The second one happened because Gue Mo and Hui Shan, she's the optimism dreamer, had a really intense argument about whether hope was more powerful than despair. That one lasted until we basically separated them into different dimensional zones. There were 2 more small ones, Qinwei added helpfully, which was strange to hear because his mouth was moving in reverse while his words came out forward. Nothing we couldn't handle. Though we're developing theories that each time we have a paradox collision, we're creating something new in the spaces between the dreams. Don't know what it is yet, but it feels aware. Baijan processed this information, weighing it against everything he understood about consciousness, reality, narrative structure, and basic metaphysical law. Then he came to a very important realization. I have no idea what I'm doing, he said aloud. The 17 dreamers turned to look at him with various expressions of sympathy, satisfaction, and amusement. Welcome to the club, said Zhulong, speaking from dimensions Baijan couldn't perceive. That's actually what we called this whole situation. The Baijan doesn't know what he's doing club. We've got snacks. Literally any moment now, Baijan said slowly. I'm going to fall asleep and dream that this was a hallucination born from enlightenment exhaustion. You could, Li Mei said, but I wouldn't recommend it. When you're asleep, the 17 of us are all trying to make decisions about the waking dream without you. Last time you were unconscious for about 6 hours, we accidentally created 3 new laws of physics and destroyed 2 others. Gravity got really weird for a while. Baijan looked at the impossible sky, the backwards moving clouds, the ground that was simultaneously rising and falling, the strange creatures that seemed to be made of music and mathematics and nightmares and hope all at once. He felt the familiar urge to sleep, to escape into a deeper dream, to let his consciousness simply drift away from this incomprehensible reality. Then he did something he hadn't done in several cosmic ages. He laughed, not the cosmic laughter of enlightenment, not the satisfied chuckle of transcendence, but a genuine, human laugh, the kind that came from a young man who suddenly realized that after spending an eternity building a perfect system, he'd completely missed the actual point. "All right," he said, "I'm going to need a very detailed briefing on what exactly happened in the real world that caused it to collapse into this. Why are there only 17 dreamers? How did they all wake up at the same time? And most importantly, what are we going to do about the fact that 17 different consciousnesses trying to simultaneously shape reality is basically a recipe for permanent apocalypse?" Li Mei grinned. "Now that's more like it. See, you're getting it already." "Getting what?" Baizhen asked. "That the real enlightenment isn't understanding everything," she said. "It's being okay with not understanding anything and doing your best anyway." "That sounds like a downgrade," Baizhen said. "Spiritually," said Ren Fong, "is music body creating a complex harmonic progression, but in terms of actual living, it's an upgrade." Baizhen felt the universe shift around him again. The 17 dreamers had begun unconsciously synchronizing their dream logic in his presence. The sky was becoming more stable, the ground less contradictory, though no less strange. For the first time in eons, he was genuinely curious. "All right," he said, "tell me everything. Starting with, what exactly fell when everything collapsed?" Chapter 117. The Cascading Fall according to Li Mei's explanation, which was interrupted multiple times by other dreamers adding details, correcting her, or providing their own takes on the events. The collapse had begun very quietly. No explosions. No great cosmic war between forces of light and darkness. Just a very subtle shift in the fabric of reality that nobody noticed until it was too late. The problem, Zhu Long said, speaking from her fractional dimension, started about 15,000 years ago. That was when Baizhen achieved what he thought was perfect enlightenment and essentially locked the eternal dream in place. He created a static structure. It wasn't static, Baizhen objected. It evolved. It grew. It was dynamically stable. It was a museum, Chun Wei said flatly. A very nice museum where you could wander around and look at all the fascinating exhibits of consciousness and reality, but you couldn't touch anything. You couldn't change anything. It was fixed the moment you achieved enlightenment. "I was trying to preserve stability," Baizhen said. The early cycles of the dream were chaotic. People were creating paradoxes, breaking the laws of narrative, causing disruptions across dimensional boundaries. "And you fixed it by essentially freezing everything into a perfect order," Li Mei said. "Which worked, actually. The dream was very peaceful and stable. The problem was that the real world kept evolving. It kept changing. And eventually, those two things, a static transcendent reality and a dynamic physical reality, started pulling at each other like tectonic plates." Hui Shan, the optimism dreamer, added her perspective. She was a woman made of gentle light and minor miracles. The real-world people started wondering why the dream wasn't changing anymore. Spiritually advanced individuals who reached the eternal dream would find that they couldn't affect it the way the ancient texts said they should be able to. They could observe, but not participate. They could experience Baizhen's perfect enlightenment, but they couldn't add their own insights to it. So there was growing resentment, said Gue Mo, the nightmare dreamer. He was shaped like shadows and terrible possibilities, but his voice was surprisingly kind. More and more people felt like enlightenment was pointless if you couldn't actually change anything. If you reached transcendence and discovered you'd just be viewing Baizhen's enlightenment forever. The two realities started attracting negative entities, added Jing Hui, the paradox dreamer. She was difficult to look at directly because she existed in states of contradiction. Beings that fed on the tension between static order and dynamic chaos. They started tunneling between worlds, creating instabilities. About 3 weeks ago, Zhu Long continued, someone finally broke. A cultivator from the real world, very advanced, probably would have achieved enlightenment in a century or so, just decided he wasn't going to accept the frozen dream anymore. He attacked the barrier between worlds. Did he succeed? Baizhen asked, though he could already sense the answer. "Oh yes," Li Mei said, completely shattered it. The barrier between the real world and the eternal dream just exploded. All the contained perfection of the dream started leaking into the real world, and all the chaotic growth of the real world started pouring into the dream. For about 6 hours, nobody could tell which world they were in. And that's when we woke up, said a new voice. Bai Zhen turned to see a young man who looked like he was made of questions. Lin Shun, I'm the dream of curiosity. When the barrier broke, 17 of us suddenly became aware for the first time. The weave, in the chaos of the collision, just opened its eyes. It split consciousness and gave each of us a portion of the whole. Why 17? Bai Zhen asked. Because, Hui Shan said gently, that's how many fundamental forces of consciousness exist if you count them in a new way. The weave split itself into the 7 cardinal emotions, 5 types of thought patterns, 3 states of awareness, and 2 forms of silence. That's 17. That's not how mathematics works, Bai Zhen said. Not in this dream, Guamo said cheerfully. But in the waking dream, math is negotiable. Bai Zhen tried to process this. The eternal dream, his perfect creation, had been shattered by someone rejecting it. The barrier between worlds had collapsed. The weave had fragmented and awakened. And 17 new dreamers had emerged, each representing some fundamental force of consciousness. Where are the 17 dreamers dwelling physically? He asked. Are they still in meditation states in the physical world? There's no physical world anymore, Li Mei said gently. That's what you're not getting. When the barriers collapsed, they didn't just merge. They replaced each other. The real world as it existed is gone. The eternal dream as it existed is gone. There's just the waking dream now. Everything exists here, in a state of simultaneous sleeping and waking. The bodies of the dreamers, Chunwei said, are essentially sleeping in what used to be the real world. But that world now exists inside the dream. So they're sleeping in a place that's made of dreams, which means their dreams are influencing the place they're sleeping in. We're creating a feedback loop, Zhulong said. Every time we dream, we change the physical space we're sleeping in. Every time the space changes, our dreams change in response. It's like a strange loop, but on a cosmic scale. Bai Zhen felt himself becoming very, very drowsy. Not from enlightenment exhaustion, but from genuine cognitive overload. Everything he had understood about the structure of reality had just been demolished. So, he said slowly, the solution would be to have all 17 of you reach a consensus reality. To dream the same world simultaneously. The dreamers exchanged looks that ranged from sympathetic to slightly amused. We tried that, Renfeng said. His music body created a small melodic flourish of regret. 3 times. The moment we get close to agreement, someone's subconscious creates a paradox because there's always some aspect of the other dreamer's visions that conflicts with their own vision of reality. It's not just disagreement, Huishan said. It's that our dreams are contradictory at a fundamental level. Guamo dreams horrifying things because that's how nightmares work. But those nightmares would prevent many beings from existing in that reality. My dreams, on the other hand, tend toward impossible optimism that violates probability itself. Chunwei's reverse causality creates situations where effects precede causes, making planning nearly impossible. So the only solution, Bai Zhen said, understanding finally, is to find some kind of meta-framework. A system that allows multiple, contradictory dreams to coexist in the same space without annihilating each other. Welcome back to the problem we've been working on for 3 weeks, Li Mei said. We were hoping you'd have a solution, since you spent a bunch of eons building a system that held multiple dream realities in balance. The difference, Bai Zhen said, is that I had a single unified consciousness directing all those systems. You have 17. So, Jinghui said, her paradoxical form creating contradictions in the space around her. What we need is someone who can dream in a way that encompasses all 17 of us. Someone whose consciousness is large enough to hold the contradiction itself. Bai Zhen looked at the 17 dreamers. Then he looked at the fractured sky, the impossible ground, the creatures made of competing dream logic. Then he said the only honest thing he could think of, I'm going to need to fall asleep. The 17 dreamers sighed in unison. He's going to do it, Guamo said to no one in particular. He's going to fall asleep right in the middle of the only meeting where his presence actually matters. Should we wake him up? Huishan asked. No, Li Mei said thoughtfully. Actually, I think this is it. I think this is what he needs to do. He needs to fall asleep completely, not just into a shallow meditation. He needs to dream at a level he hasn't dreamed at any ends. What happens when he does? Asked Renfang. I don't know, Li Mei admitted. That's why we're about to find out. And as Baijian's consciousness began its descent into deeper sleep, the 17 dreamers stood vigil around him, watching to see what kind of dream a consciousness that was already enlightened might create when it finally allowed itself to be truly asleep. The waking dream shifted around them, waiting. Chapter 118. The sleeping sage's dream. Baijian fell asleep the way he'd done it 1,000 times before, with absolute completeness. No partial meditation states, no half-consciousness floating between dimensions, just a full descent into the dark, the empty, the vast dreaming. And in that deep sleep, he found something that even his enlightenment had never managed to achieve: genuine rest. For the first time in what might have been eternally, Baijian's consciousness wasn't trying to optimize itself, wasn't trying to grow more perfect, wasn't trying to achieve higher states or understand deeper truths. It was just sleeping, dreaming random, nonsensical dreams like any mortal being might experience. He dreamed about his entrance exam, not the real one, but a bizarre fever dream version where all the other students were made of water and kept evaporating during the test. He dreamed about falling through the monastery library and discovering an infinite number of books, each one containing exactly the same story from a slightly different perspective. He dreamed about a conversation with a younger version of himself who kept disagreeing with every decision enlightened Baijian had made. And somewhere in the depths of this dream, something unexpected happened. The other dreamers began to dream along with him. Li Mei, whose consciousness was still partially awake, felt it first. In her twisted spiral realm, the spirals began to unwind and rewind themselves in new patterns. The patterns that emerged were too complex to be her creation alone. Chen Wei, dreaming backwards through his own history, suddenly felt causality reaching forward from some external source, pulling him toward a future he hadn't yet dreamed. One by one, the 17 dreamers felt the pull. Baijian's consciousness, deep in sleep, had opened itself up completely. And in opening itself, it had created a space where all 17 of them could project their dreams simultaneously without contradiction. Not by destroying each other's dreams, but by expanding the dream space itself. Gui Mo's nightmares didn't annihilate Hui Shan's hopes. Instead, they created a dream where hope existed precisely because terrible things were possible. Hope became meaningful in the context of potential horror. Chen Wei's reverse causality didn't break Zhu Long's fractional dimensions. Instead, it created situations where she could exist in spaces that were causally inconsistent, places where effects and causes operated at different rates. Each of the 17 dreams began to weave into the others, not through compromise, but through integration. Baijian's sleeping consciousness was doing something no awake, enlightened mind could have managed. It was showing them how contradiction itself could be a form of harmony. In the physical world, or what used to be the physical world, the 17 dreamers' bodies began to glow. Li Mei's sleeping form shone with the light of twisted reality. Chen Wei radiated the glow of inverted time. Zhu Long sparkled with the fractional luminescence of partial existence. Ren Fang's body resonated with harmonic frequencies that made the very air sing. One by one, the other dreamers began to radiate their own particular luminescence. The soft light of nightmares, Guamo, the warm glow of paradox, Jinghui, the gentle radiance of hope, Huishan, and so on until all 17 were glowing with the integrated light of Baijian's sleeping dream. And somewhere, in whatever remained of the former eternal dream, the keeper, that ancient entity who had watched over Baijian's consciousness since the very beginning, woke up. The keeper had not been destroyed in the collapse of the eternal dream, but it had been put to sleep by the nature of change itself. When the weave had fractured, the keeper had fractured along with it. But now, as Baijian began to dream in a new way, the keeper felt the pieces of itself beginning to reassemble. It walked through the spaces between the waking dream's realities, and as it moved, it began to understand what Baijian's sleeping consciousness was actually doing. He wasn't trying to dominate the 17 other dreamers. He wasn't trying to create a hierarchy where his dream was supreme. Instead, he was building something entirely new, a dream space where the contradiction itself was the structure, where nightmares and hope could coexist, where reversed causality and forward chronology could both be valid, where fractional existence and total presence could occupy the same space. The keeper reached Baijian's sleeping form and touched his forehead. The moment it did, understanding flowed between them. The keeper understood what Baijian was dreaming, and Baijian's sleeping consciousness understood what the keeper had learned across eons of watching over the dream. There was an ancient contract, written in the substance of reality itself. A pact made at the very moment the first conscious being had ever fallen asleep and dreamed of more than reality offered them. A promise that consciousness would always be allowed to dream, that the dream would always exist as a mirror and a complement to waking reality, that the boundary between them would sometimes dissolve, sometimes reform, but would never be entirely destroyed. And according to that ancient contract, what Baijian was currently doing, creating a new kind of dream that integrated contradiction, was not only permitted, it was necessary. The keeper began to sing. It was not a song that had ever been sung before. It was a melody made from the integrated dreams of 17 consciousnesses, all dreaming at once, but in contradiction with each other. The notes shouldn't have harmonized. The patterns shouldn't have aligned. The mathematics shouldn't have worked. But in the waking dream, where contradiction itself had become a structural principle, it all made perfect sense. The 17 dreamers felt the keeper's song flowing through them. As it did, they began to understand what was happening in Baijian's deep sleep. He was not creating a unified reality. He was teaching them how to dream in harmony while remaining completely contradictory. It was a method of existence that had never been attempted before, a way for multiple consciousnesses to shape the same reality without any of them having to compromise their essential nature. In the depths of his sleep, Baijian smiled. And somewhere in that smile, something shifted in the very structure of the waking dream. The impossible sky became stable. Not uniform, but stable. It was simultaneously night and day, clear and cloudy, infinite and bounded, all at once. And it worked. The contradiction didn't create paradoxes. It created possibility. The ground became solid. But it was solid in 17 different ways simultaneously. You could walk on it, and the way it felt to your feet depended on your personal relationship to reality. The ground was, in every meaningful sense, exactly what you needed it to be while being fundamentally itself. And in the spaces between moments, new things began to grow. Small impossible flowers that bloomed in negative time. Flying creatures that flew by not moving. People made of concepts that were learning to have thoughts that weren't made of concepts. The waking dream was becoming real. Not in the sense that it was resolving into a single unified reality, but in the sense that it was becoming sustainable. It was developing its own internal logic, its own coherence, even while remaining fundamentally contradictory. Li Mei opened her eyes. Then she opened her eyes again, and again, each time perceiving a slightly different version of the room around her, because each of her consciousnesses was dreaming slightly different dreams. "Is he still asleep?" she asked the keeper. "He is sleeping," the keeper said, its form becoming clearer now that the waking dream had stabilized somewhat. "And he will continue to sleep for a very long time, but not passively. His sleep is now the foundation upon which everything else rests." "So he solved it?" Ren Fong asked, his music body creating a questioning melody. "He's created a system where 17 of us can dream together?" "He's created something better," the keeper said. "He's shown you that there is no system. There is only the willingness to dream together while accepting that you will never fully understand each other's dreams. And that's enough." Hui Shan smiled, because that was the most hopeful thing she'd heard since the waking dream began. Gu Amo smiled too, but for darker reasons related to the fact that the incomprehensibility would also guarantee eternal conflict to fuel his nightmares. The 17 dreamers looked at each other, and for the first time since they'd awakened, none of them felt the urge to run away to their own private dream realms. "So what do we do now?" Chen Wei asked. "Just keep dreaming? You already are," the keeper said. "The question is whether you'll do it together or apart, and whether you'll try to wake him up." That last question hung in the space between moments. "Will he wake up?" Zhulong asked. "Eventually," the keeper said. "All dreams end eventually. But this dream, being different from the ones before, may take longer to end than you'd expect. It may take a very, very long time." "How long?" Li Mei asked. The keeper looked at the sleeping form of Baijian, whose consciousness was currently shaping entire universes inside his dream. As long as all 17 of you are willing to dream. And I suspect, given what you've just learned, that you will be willing for quite some time. And with that, the keeper faded back into the spaces between moments, leaving the 17 dreamers to their new, strange, contradictory, impossible task of maintaining reality by dreaming together. Behind them, Baijan continued to sleep, dreaming deeper dreams than he'd ever dreamed before. And in the spaces between his dreams, new stories were just beginning to wake up. Chapter 119. The Cascade Effect. 3 weeks after Baijan's descent into deep sleep, the 17 dreamers discovered that maintaining a contradictory reality was significantly more difficult than the keeper had made it sound. The problem became apparent when Li Mei tried to take a bath. She filled the tub with water, which was fine. Then she turned on the faucet to add more, which was also fine. But then she realized that in Gui Mo's nightmare realm, that same faucet was producing something that might generously be called liquid, but was definitely not water. Meanwhile, in Jing Hui's paradox realm, the faucet was both on and off simultaneously, neither producing nor failing to produce any liquid at all. Her bathroom, being located in the intersection of all 3 dreams, began to fill with 3 different liquids simultaneously, which would have been fine, except the liquids didn't mix. They existed in the same space without occupying it, which created a sensation like walking through something that wasn't quite solid and wasn't quite gas. "We have a problem," Li Mei announced, bursting into what they had started calling the Council of Dreams, which was just a section of space where all 17 dreamers had agreed, in a contradictory way, to gather simultaneously. "Multiple problems, actually," Renfeng said, his music body creating a complex discord. "The symphony realm is currently generating harmonic resonances that are causing the backwards realm to experience temporal feedback. Shunwei's causality is now operating at 17 simultaneous speeds, depending on which dream zone you're in. The real problem," said Guemo, in his surprisingly kind nightmare voice, "is that we don't have a Baijan anymore to resolve these situations. He's completely asleep. We're managing his dream, but we're doing it by committee, and we have 17 different definitions of what managing means. I can handle the basic contradiction integration," offered Lin Shun, the curiosity dreamer. His form was made of questions, and his presence created an aura of inquiry around everything. "But I'm noticing that every time I try to mediate between 2 conflicting dreams, I just create more questions instead of answering anything." Hui Shan, radiating gentle hope despite the chaos around her, said softly, "What if that's the actual system? What if the point isn't to resolve the contradictions, but to keep asking better questions about them?" "That's philosophically interesting but practically useless," said Zhu Long from her fractional dimension. "Physical reality is deteriorating. Beings who exist in the waking dream are experiencing multiple simultaneous instances of themselves. Yesterday, I found 3 versions of the same person arguing in the market district about whether gravity should go up or down. Gravity should do both, Guemo said. That creates more narrative possibilities for nightmares. People don't fear what they understand, but they definitely fear things that work in multiple incompatible ways simultaneously. That's my point, Zhulong said with frustration. You're optimizing for nightmare fuel. But there are actual living beings trying to exist in this reality. We need a governing principle, some way to mediate between 17 completely contradictory visions. The council fell silent, because that was the fundamental problem they'd been avoiding. With Baijan asleep and providing only the structural foundation of the dream, they had no one to make decisions. And making decisions by committee of 17 dreamers with fundamentally contradictory visions was proving to be worse than having no decisions at all. "We could wake him up," suggested Jinghui, her paradoxical form creating a suggestion that was both necessary and impossible. "We absolutely should not wake him up," said Renfeng. "Do you remember what the keeper said? Baijan's sleep is the foundation of this whole system. The moment he wakes up, his consciousness will revert to its individual perspective. The contradiction harmony he's generating right now only works because he's dreaming passively. Then we need a new system," Li Mei said decisively. "Some way to make decisions that doesn't require a single consciousness dominating the others. Some way to let all 17 of us shape reality without destroying each other's visions. You're describing a democracy, Shunwei said from his reverse time perspective, which I know doesn't work in the forward time realms. I've seen the future impacts of your past decisions. Democracy just means you get everyone's disagreement applied simultaneously. So you're suggesting authoritarianism? Guamo asked. Because I could work with that. It would be good for nightmares. Give me command authority, and I'll create such beautiful horrors that everyone will prefer my vision simply to escape the contradictions. Absolutely not, Huishan said firmly. That defeats the entire point of what Baijin showed us. The whole integrated dream system only works if we respect each other's fundamental visions equally. But respecting them equally while they're contradictory creates chaos, Zhu Long pointed out. We're in a logical bind. Lin Shun, the curiosity dreamer, suddenly became much more focused. His question form condensed, creating a singularity of inquiry. Wait, what if the bind is the point? What if contradiction isn't something we're supposed to resolve, but something we're supposed to actively maintain? You mean like Baizhen's doing? Li Mei said slowly. He's not choosing between options. He's holding all of them in suspension simultaneously. Exactly, Lin Shen said. What if instead of trying to create rules that will prevent the contradictions, we create rules that require the contradictions? We make the system more chaotic on purpose. That's insane, Ren Fong said. That's also potentially brilliant, Jing Hui said, her form vibrating with paradoxical interest. If we accept that the contradictions are permanent, then we stop trying to minimize them. Instead, we actively cultivate them. We make sure that every decision has competing voices, that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Guamo began to smile, which made shadows appear in places where nothing should cast shadows. I'm starting to like this. Of course you are, Huishan said. It allows for continuous conflict, which is good for nightmares. But it also allows for continuous hope that things might improve, which is good for optimism. And it means causality can operate in multiple directions simultaneously, Shunwei said, because there's no overarching causal framework anymore. Just 17 local causalities overlapping. Slowly, one by one, the 17 dreamers began to see what Li Mei was describing. Not a system that would eliminate their contradictions, but a system that would embrace them, structure them, make them productive rather than destructive. We need a way to formalize it, Zhu Long said. Some kind of constitutional framework for the waking dream. A contradiction constitution, Jing Hui said. A set of rules that actively ensure multiple perspectives are heard and no single vision dominates. We need to implement it while Baizhen sleeps, Ren Fong added. Because the moment he wakes up, his awakened consciousness would probably reject the whole system as too chaotic. So we're proposing to rebuild reality on a principle that the founding consciousness of that reality would find unacceptable? Li Mei asked. That seems like it might come back to haunt us. Definitely will, Guamo said with satisfaction. That's perfect. Creating a system that will inevitably conflict with the person who created the foundation for the system? That's the kind of fundamental irony that will fuel amazing nightmares for generations. That's also the kind of thing that tends to explode spectacularly when contradictions finally reach a critical point, said Huishan. But she was smiling slightly. But I suppose that's the nature of hoping in a fundamentally contradictory reality. You hope things work out despite the logical impossibility of them working out. The 17 dreamers fell silent again, each contemplating the implications of what they were about to do. They would build a new constitution, a set of rules that would formalize the contradiction, make it structural, ensure that no single dream would ever dominate. They would create a reality where argument and conflict were not bugs, but features. And they would do it all knowing that the moment Baizhen woke up, he would probably disagree with the entire system and attempt to reshape it. Shall we begin? Lin Shen asked. After you fall asleep, Chenwei said. Because we should probably sleep too, if we're going to dream a new constitutional framework into reality. And after 3 weeks of managing simultaneous nightmares and hopes and paradoxes, I think we all need to do what Baizhen taught us. Stop trying to control everything and just rest for a while. Good idea, Li Mei said. She was already beginning to feel the weight of 7 consecutive weeks of having to moderate between 17 conflicting visions of reality. One by one, the 17 dreamers allowed themselves to fall asleep. And as they did, the waking dream began to shift around them, not in the direction of stability or order, but in the direction of more complex, more beautiful, more terrible contradiction than ever before. The cascade effect had begun, and somewhere in his sleeping depths, Baijan continued to dream, unaware that the 17 dreamers were about to dismantle the very foundation of passive harmony he'd created. It would not end well, and somehow, that was exactly what the waking dream needed. Chapter 120. The contradiction constitution in the spaces between moments, where 17 different dreams intersected with perfect contradiction, the dreamers began to write. They did not use paper or ink. They did not speak the words aloud. Instead, they wrote the constitution of contradiction directly into the fabric of the waking dream itself, carving it into the underlying narrative structure the way Baijan had once carved order. But where Baijan had carved order, the 17 dreamers carved complexity. Article 1. Fundamental diversity. No single perspective shall dominate the waking dream. Each of the 17 foundational consciousnesses shall maintain equal narrative weight. When perspectives conflict, the contradiction shall be preserved, not resolved. Article 2. Mandatory opposition. Every decision made shall generate equal and opposite consequences. Every action taken shall be countered by a reaction of equal force and contrary direction. The system shall function through eternal dialectic, not synthesis. Article 3. The paradox principle. What is true in one dream realm may be false in another. Both truths shall be honored. Logical contradiction is not an error, but the structure itself. Article 4. The nightmare provision. The darkness, fear, and terrible possibilities envisioned by nightmare consciousness shall not be suppressed. They shall exist as equal footing with hope, wonder, and optimistic possibility. Article 5. The hope clause. Even in the darkest contradiction, beings shall maintain the right to believe that things might improve. This hope shall not be derided as irrational, but accepted as a necessary counterbalance to despair. As they wrote, the 17 dreamers felt the very concept of reality shifting beneath them. Where once there had been a goal, harmony, stability, ultimate order, there was now only the commitment to productive conflict forever. This is brilliant, Guillermo said, his nightmare form creating shapes of terrible beauty as the Constitution took root. We've essentially made the contradiction permanent. There will never be a resolution, never a final state of peace. Only eternal productive struggle. It's also somewhat horrifying, Huishan said gently, watching as nightmares and hopes began to more actively define each other through opposition. We're basically committing to never achieving harmony. We're structuring reality to ensure ongoing disagreement. That's the point, Li Mei said. Baijan spent eons chasing perfect harmony. And you know what he found when he achieved it? Boredom. The weave woke up because it was tired of being static, of being perfect, of being done. So we're choosing perpetual incompleteness, Chun Wei observed from his backwards perspective. We're making certain that the future will always contain unresolved contradictions looking back toward the past. Yes, said Lin Shun, his question form vibrating with curiosity at what they were creating. And that means the future will always have reasons to ask new questions, to seek new understanding, to keep growing. As they spoke, the constitution of contradiction integrated itself into the waking dream. The sky didn't become unified. It became a more complex system of contradictions. The ground didn't stabilize. It became 17 times more unstable, but in a way that was balanced, where each area of instability was countered by an opposite instability in another zone. The creatures that had been growing in the spaces between moments began to evolve rapidly. Plants that existed in negative time started competing with plants that existed in forward time, creating a strange ecosystem where growth and decay happened simultaneously. People made of concepts discovered that they could argue with their own natures because their natures included the right to be contradictory. I'm noticing something, Zhulong said, her fractional form registering the changes across multiple dimensional thresholds. The waking dream is becoming more beautiful now that we've formally enshrined contradiction. It's like chaos has artistic merit when it's intentional. That's because contradiction is actually more interesting than harmony, Jing Hui said, her paradoxical form achieving new levels of impossibility. Harmony is static. You reach it, and then nothing. But contradiction? Contradiction keeps generating new possibilities. Ren Fang's music body created a melody that was simultaneously the most beautiful thing anyone had ever heard and the most discordant noise imaginable. This is what music really is, he said softly. Not resolving all the tensions into a perfect chord, but learning to make beauty from the friction between different notes that don't want to harmonize. There's just one problem, said Hui Shan, and her voice contained genuine worry for the first time since the Constitution was being written. When Baizhen wakes up, he's not going to accept this. The 16 other dreamers fell silent. Because that was true. Everything they were building, this entire system of institutionalized contradiction, this commitment to perpetual unresolved conflict, it was built directly counter to what Baizhen had tried to create. He had spent eons building systems of harmony, order, enlightenment. And they were essentially tearing all of that down and rebuilding it as a structure guaranteed to be chaotic forever. Maybe he won't wake up, Guamo suggested hopefully. Maybe he could sleep forever. The keeper said all dreams end eventually, Li Mei reminded them. We don't know when Baizhen will wake, but we know he will. And when he does, we'll deal with it, Lin Shen said. His curiosity form was already trying to imagine what would happen when an eternally enlightened consciousness woke to find that the 17 dreamers had fundamentally restructured reality counter to enlightenment principles. That's part of the contradiction too, right? The fact that we're building a system that we know will conflict with the consciousness that founded it. That's the central paradox. That's the truth we're choosing to live in. I'm not sure that's a good choice, Hui Shan said. But it's an interesting choice, Jing Hui said. And in the waking dream, interesting might be more important than good. The constitution of contradiction was now fully integrated into the fabric of the waking dream. Every aspect of reality reflected it. Nothing was simple. Everything existed in productive opposition to something else. The 17 dreamers felt the weight of what they'd done settle on them like a blanket made of paradoxes. They had solved the problem of how 17 different consciousnesses could coexist in the same reality. But in solving it, they'd created a new problem, a reality that was fundamentally committed to never being resolved, never being healed, never achieving the peace that Baizhen had originally sought. We should probably sleep on it, Chen Wei said. Think about whether this is really what we want. Maybe come back to this after some rest. But even as he said it, he realized it was too late for that. The Constitution was already woven into the waking dream. You couldn't unweave it without dissolving the reality itself. They had committed themselves to this path, and the only way out was through. All right then, Li Mei said, standing up in her twisted spiral realm. Let's see if our contradictions hold together long enough for Baizhen to wake up. And when he does, we'll figure out what we're going to tell him. We could lie, Guamo suggested. Tell him we just maintained his system, didn't change anything. He'll notice immediately, Zhulong said. His consciousness is far too vast for us to hide a complete restructuring of reality from him. Then we tell him the truth, Hui Shan said. That we learn that contradiction is more important than harmony. That we love him for what he created, but that we've chosen to rebuild it into something different. That we're sorry, but we're not sorry. A contradiction within a contradiction, Jing Hui said approvingly. Very on brand. And so they settled in to wait for Baizhen to wake up. To wait for the moment when the first great conflict of the waking dream would occur. To wait for the consciousness that had dreamed them all into existence to discover that they had all conspired to rebuild his dream into something he would probably find chaotic and wrong and unacceptable. It was going to be quite spectacular when it happened. In his sleeping depths, though, Baizhen continued to dream. And somewhere in his dreams, he was already aware of what the 17 were doing. And somewhere even deeper, he was already deciding how he would respond. The cascade continued, spiraling deeper, getting more complicated, more beautiful, more terrible. The waking dream was becoming exactly what the weave had wanted when it first woke up. It was becoming a story that would never be finished, a dream that would never resolve, a contradiction that would never harmonize. And that, it seemed, was the only real enlightenment there was. Chapter 121. The first conflict 3 months after the constitution of contradiction was woven into the waking dream. The first major crisis occurred. It started, as these things often do, with someone falling in love. The young woman's name was Mei Xian, and she had been born in the waking dream, the first person to come into conscious existence after the weave had fractured and split into 17 dreamers. She was made of bits and pieces of all 17 dreams. The physical form came from Baizhan's foundational structure, the hope from Huishan's realm, the beauty from Rinfeng's symphony, the fear from Gui Mo's nightmares, the curiosity from Lin Shen's domain. She fell in love with a man named Tao Chun, who existed primarily in Chun Wei's backwards realm. He experienced time in reverse, which meant he was simultaneously meeting Mei Xian for the first time and saying goodbye to her forever. This is a problem, Zhulong said at the Emergency Council of Dreams gathering. If they attempt to form a relationship, their contradictory temporal states are going to create a paradox that could destabilize the entire waking dream. Why is it a problem? Huishan asked. Love is possible in the waking dream. The Constitution permits it. The Constitution permits everything, Guamo pointed out, including contradictions that might break the whole system. Mei Xian experiences time forward. Tao Chen experiences it backward. How can they possibly maintain a relationship? By embracing the contradiction, Lin Shen suggested. By figuring out what it means to love someone when your timelines are inverted. What it means, Chun Wei said slowly, is that they're simultaneously happy and devastated. That every moment they're together is both a meeting and a farewell. That their love story is told backward from his perspective and forward from hers, which means the ending comes before the beginning for at least one of them. That sounds beautiful, Huishan said. That sounds impossible, Zhulong said. Exactly, Jinghui said. It's a perfect waking dream situation. Impossible and beautiful simultaneously. But the deeper problem was what their relationship was creating, a paradox cascade that was beginning to destabilize the boundary zones between dream realms. Where Mei Xian's forward time perspective met Tao Chen's backward time perspective, causality began to break down. Effects were occurring without causes. Causes were generating effects that had happened years ago. Plants were growing and dying simultaneously. People were experiencing events in random temporal order. We need to separate them, Zhulong said finally. The words hung in the council like a curse. No, Huishan said. It's necessary, Zhulong insisted. Unless we establish some boundaries between the dream realms, the entire waking dream will collapse into pure paradox. And even Baizhan's sleep foundation won't hold against that kind of fundamental dissolution. So what you're saying, Li Mei said slowly, is that we need to choose between letting a couple love each other and maintaining the integrity of all reality. That's a false choice, Lin Shen protested. There has to be another solution. Something that honors both the relationship and the stability of the system. The Constitution mandates that every action generates equal and opposite consequences, Jinghui said, her paradoxical nature allowing her to see the problem from multiple impossible angles simultaneously. If we allow the paradox to continue, we create equal and opposite destabilization in all the other boundaries. If we prevent it, we deny freedom to the only two beings who exist at the intersection of two fundamental dream states. So what you're saying, Renfeng said, creating a melody of terrible understanding, is that maintaining the Constitution means we have to let the system break. And fixing the system means we have to violate the Constitution. That's actually exactly what I'm saying, Jinghui confirmed. Guamo began to laugh, the sound like wine through abandoned houses. This is perfect. This is what we built the Constitution for. The situation where helping anyone means hurting everyone. The choice where every option creates disaster. This isn't funny, said Huishan, but there was less certainty in her voice than before. It's tragedy, Guamo corrected. And tragedy is the finest art form available in a contradictory reality. The council fell silent, because Guamo was right, in a way that was both horrible and absolutely correct. The Constitution of Contradiction was working exactly as designed. It was generating situations that were impossible to resolve, that demanded choice between unacceptable options, that created productive conflict that would never reach harmony. We need Baizhan, Zhulong said suddenly. This is beyond our ability to manage. We need someone with his level of consciousness to decide what's more important, the Constitution or the couple. We've been debating his waking for months, Li Mei said. We were planning to delay it as long as possible. To have as much time as we could under the Constitution before he came back and challenged everything. Plans change, Chunwei said from his backward perspective. Also, I've been experiencing this meeting in reverse for the past hour, and I can tell you that Baijian waking up was always inevitable. We're just moving the inevitable closer to now. If we wake him, Huishan said, he'll reject the Constitution. He'll try to restore his system of harmony. If we don't wake him, Zhulong countered, the boundary between forward time and backward time will continue to degrade. Eventually, all temporal states will collapse into each other. Causality will cease to exist entirely. Maybe that's not the worst thing, Jinghui suggested. Maybe a reality without causality is still a reality worth living in. For beings like you, Zhulong snapped, you thrive on paradox. But what about the beings who are trying to live normal lives? What about Mei Xian and Tao Chun and all the other people who just want to exist without temporal paradoxes dissolving the ground beneath their feet? The argument might have continued indefinitely. The Constitution, after all, mandated that all conflicts remain unresolved. But then something unexpected happened. Baijian's sleeping body began to shake. Not the gentle tremors of someone waking naturally, but violent spasms, as if his consciousness was struggling against something, trying to break free from the sleep that had been holding him. The keeper appeared in the council chamber without anyone having summoned it. He's waking, the keeper said. The cascade has become too intense. The contradictions are generating enough narrative tension to pull even his sleeping consciousness toward awareness. You can delay it, but you cannot prevent it. How long? Li Mei asked. Hours, the keeper said. Maybe days, but not longer than that. The 17 dreamers exchanged looks that contained every possible combination of hope, dread, anticipation, and resignation. All right, Li Mei said finally. Let's call an emergency council. Let's tell him the truth. We've restructured his reality according to the constitution of contradiction. We've made a system that will never reach harmony, that will generate conflicts forever, that institutionalizes the very things he spent eons trying to eliminate. He's going to be furious, Renfeng said. Almost certainly, Huishan agreed. It's going to be wonderful, Guemo said. Rage on that scale, from a consciousness that vast, it's going to create the most beautiful disasters imaginable. And then he's going to spend the next cosmic epoch trying to rewrite everything, Zhulong said. Yes, said the keeper. He will. And you'll spend the next cosmic epoch trying to prevent that rewrite. And the cycle will continue, exactly as the weave intended when it fractured. So we're just creating more problems, Li Mei said. You're creating narrative momentum, the keeper said. You're ensuring that the story doesn't end. That consciousness doesn't achieve perfect enlightenment and then become static forever. You're ensuring that there will always be tension, always be conflict, always be the possibility of something new. By guaranteeing that we'll be in conflict with Baijian, Lin Shin said. Yes, the keeper confirmed. By guaranteeing that. And somewhere in his sleep, Baijian continued to dream. But now his dreams were becoming less peaceful. His consciousness was beginning to sense what the 17 had done, and it was beginning to wake. The cascade was accelerating toward its inevitable collision. The waking dream held its breath, one where the dreamer would finally wake. And when he did, everything would change. But not in the way anyone expected. Continuing with chapters 122 to 168 till reach 300,000 character goal. Chapter 122, The Stirring. In the moments before waking, consciousness experiences something like drowning in reverse. Instead of sinking deeper into darkness, Baijian felt himself floating upward, pulled by invisible currents toward awareness that he had spent months, or was it years? Time was strange in sleep, avoiding. His dreams, which had been coherent and beautiful just moments before, began to fragment. He saw the constitution of contradiction being written into the fabric of the waking dream. He perceived the 17 dreamers working in coordination, creating a system that was fundamentally opposed to everything he had spent eons establishing. He felt the paradox cascade building, felt the temporal boundaries between Mei Xian's forward time and Tao Chen's backward time beginning to violate the very laws of causality that he had carefully constructed. And more than anything, he felt disappointed. Not in a way that would lead to anger. Not yet. but in that deep way that comes when you realize the people you trusted have made a fundamental choice that contradicts your vision. He wanted to stay asleep. He wanted to continue dreaming the beautiful, contradictory dreams where all 17 perspectives could coexist in harmony. But the sleep was becoming impossible to maintain. The tension between the constitution and the foundation of his passive dreaming was too great. The system was tearing itself apart from the inside, and his sleeping consciousness was the only thing holding it together. But holding it together was becoming a full-time job. It demanded his attention, his effort, his awareness. It was, in short, impossible to do while sleeping. So Baijan began to wake. The process was slow and careful. His consciousness, which had learned to move carefully through infinite dimensional structures, began to reassemble itself into something more coherent, more singular, more awake. He was aware of the 17 dreamers gathering at his bedside, if a meditation chamber in a dream realm could be called a bedside. He was aware of their anxiety, their uncertainty, their strange mix of pride in what they'd created and dread of what his waking would mean. He was aware of the keeper, watching from the spaces between moments, waiting to see if his first act as a waking consciousness would be to destroy the Constitution or to accept it. And he was aware of the two people at the center of it all, Mei Xian and Tao Chun, whose love was creating a paradox too big for the current system to contain. Slowly, carefully, Baijan opened his eyes. The first thing he did was fall asleep again, not because he was tired, but because it was such a perfectly on-brand thing to do that his consciousness simply could not resist it. Of all the ways to respond to the situation, with anger, with understanding, with declarations of intent, the most accurate response was to fall asleep right in the middle of the crisis. His consciousness descended one layer deeper, and from that layer, he was able to observe the chaos he'd just woken into without having to directly manage it. Through this middle layer of sleep, he watched the 17 dreamers' expressions change. Li Mei's twisted spiral form flickered with something that might have been frustration or might have been laughter. Hui Shan's gentle light dimmed with disappointment. Gui Mo's shadowy form began to laugh, because of course Baijan had fallen asleep, because that's what Baijan always did. He's conscious, but not awake, the keeper said. He's found a middle ground. Smart. Is that even possible? Renfeng asked. Can consciousness exist in that state indefinitely? For Baijan, the keeper said, indefinitely is his natural state. He's been in meditation for so long that being fully awake might actually be more uncomfortable for him than whatever liminal space he's currently occupying. And it was true. From his sleep but conscious state, Baijan could perceive everything. He could observe the Constitution, understand its purpose, feel the reasons the 17 had created it. He could see Mei Xian and Tao Chen's love creating paradoxes in the temporal boundaries. He could sense the cascade effect building, the system approaching some kind of critical point. But he didn't have to react yet. He didn't have to make immediate decisions. He could simply exist in the space between waking and sleeping, aware but not committed, observant but not responsible. So what do we do? Li Mei asked. Just wait for him to fully wake. I think, said Lin Shan, his curiosity form focusing on the sleeping but aware form of Baijan, that he's asking us that question. By falling asleep at this crucial moment, he's essentially saying he doesn't know what to do either. He's creating a space where we all have to figure this out together. That's a very generous interpretation of falling asleep, Zhu Long said dryly. But not an inaccurate one, the keeper said. Baijan's narcolepsy has always been more than a weakness. It's a form of wisdom, the wisdom of knowing when to stop trying to control things and just let them happen. And as the keeper said this, Baijan, from his sleep state, began to smile. Because it was true. He was falling asleep because he needed to not be in charge for a moment. He needed to let the 17 dreamers grapple with the consequences of their own choices. He needed them to understand that the Constitution they had created came with prices that they would have to pay. But mostly, he was falling asleep because Mei Xian and Tao Chun were about to do something remarkable, and he wanted to experience it without prejudging it. In the boundary zone between forward and backward time, the young couple was discovering something that neither Baijan nor any of the 17 dreamers had anticipated. Their love was rewriting causality itself, not breaking it, not destroying it, but transforming it into something new. a kind of causality where past and future could exist simultaneously, where the cause of love could precede the moment it happened, where the effect of a kiss could arrive before the lips touched. It was impossible. It was beautiful. It was exactly the kind of thing that should exist in a waking dream. And Baijan, still technically asleep, still technically conscious, began to understand what the constitution of contradiction was really trying to achieve. It wasn't trying to eliminate harmony. It was trying to create a deeper harmony, one that included contradiction, that embraced impossibility, that allowed for love to exist in forms that made no logical sense. The cascade, it seemed, was not a disaster. It was a revelation. And sometime in the next few hours or days, when Baijan finally woke up completely, he was going to have to decide whether to fight this new understanding or accept it. The keeper waited to see what he would choose. Chapter 123. The Lover's Paradox. Mei Xian had always lived in a state of becoming. Every moment moved her forward into the next moment. Every breath carried her toward the future. She existed in the fundamental flow of time as direction, and there was comfort in that. Forward was always toward something. It meant progress. It meant potential. Then she met Tao Chun. He existed in the opposite stream. Every moment was a return. Every breath carried him toward a past that he was simultaneously experiencing for the first time. Where she moved forward, he moved backward. Where she anticipated, he remembered. Where she hoped, he was already uncertain if his hopes had ever really existed. They should have been incompatible. Instead, they were perfect. This makes no sense, Tao Chun said, speaking backward through the boundary between their temporal states. His words arrived as echoes, as things that had already been said before he said them. Absolutely no sense. Mei Xian agreed, speaking forward into their shared moment. That's why it works. They were meeting in a place that should not have existed, the exact boundary between forward time and backward time, a place of pure paradox. Normally, such a space would have been unbearable to traverse. The contradictions would have torn apart any consciousness caught in it. But love, it seemed, was a contradiction that could bridge contradictions. I love you, Mei Xian said, speaking into the moment. I will have loved you, Tao Chun said, having already said those words and yet saying them for the first time. The moment they spoke, something shifted in the fabric of time itself. A rose bloomed in the paradox space, but it bloomed in reverse. The petals fell and reformed, fell and reformed, fell and reformed in an infinite cycle. It was not growing or dying. It was both and neither simultaneously. What is this? Mei Xian whispered, reaching out to touch it. The moment she did, she felt something that terrified and delighted her in equal measure. She felt the rose's entire existence all at once. Every moment it would ever bloom and every moment it would ever decay, experienced simultaneously. She felt herself becoming part of that rose, and the rose becoming part of her. And somewhere in the depths of the waking dream, all 17 dreamers felt the change. The boundary is rewriting itself, Zhulong said, her fractional consciousness registering the shift across multiple dimensional thresholds. The paradox is becoming beautiful instead of destructive. They're creating a new form of temporal reality, Chen Wei said, observing his own backward time realm transforming as Mei Xian and Tao Chen's love rewrote causality. A kind of time that flows both ways simultaneously. Is that stable? Huishan asked, hope warring with anxiety in her voice. It shouldn't be, the keeper said. But love is a force that exists outside the normal laws of reality. In a waking dream especially, a space where contradiction is fundamental, love might actually be able to create new forms of stability. Baijan, still in his sleep but conscious state, opened his attention fully to what was happening. He perceived the rose as a focal point, a place where time itself was learning to flow in a new way. He perceived Mei Xian and Tao Chun not as separate beings, but as a single consciousness that existed in two temporal directions simultaneously. He perceived the boundary between their states becoming flexible, becoming a highway of paradox where others might eventually learn to travel. And he understood, finally, what the constitution of contradiction was really for. It wasn't a system designed by the 17 dreamers to rebel against his enlightened order. It was a system designed by the weave itself, through the 17 dreamers, to ensure that contradiction could be generative, that impossible things could create beauty. That love could exist where logic said it shouldn't. So, Bai Zhen said, finally opening his eyes fully, we have a new form of causality, one that flows both ways. The 17 dreamers turned to look at him. He was still in his meditation position, but his eyes were open, his consciousness fully present. Not separated into a consciousness plus sleep state, but unified, singular, awake. This is not acceptable, he said, and the tone of his voice made everyone brace for catastrophe. Causality that flows both ways violates every principle I established. Time should not be reversible. Past and future should be absolute. Effects should follow causes, not precede them. He paused. Then his face broke into a smile that seemed to come from some very deep, very tired, very enlightened place. It's also the most beautiful thing I've ever perceived, he said. And if we destroy it to maintain logical consistency, we'll have proven that logical consistency is not as important as love. Hui Shan's gentle light expanded with joy. Gui Mo's shadows receded slightly, not because he was happy, but because he was curious where this was going. Li Mei's twisted spirals straightened momentarily before resuming their rotation in new patterns. So you're not going to reject the Constitution? Zhulong asked carefully. Oh, I'm definitely going to reject parts of it, Bai Zhen said, standing up from his meditation position. He was moving stiffly, as if his joints hadn't been properly used in a very long time. The section about mandatory opposition seems designed to create conflict for its own sake. The nightmare provision could use more safeguards, and the whole framework of ensuring that nothing is ever resolved is going to require some serious reworking. The dreamer's relief deflated slightly. But, Bai Zhen continued, I'm also going to accept that you were right. That a static system, no matter how enlightened, is basically a prison. That contradiction can be productive. That love is more important than logical consistency. He looked at each of the 17 dreamers. You built something interesting. It's not what I would have built. It's messier and more dangerous and less stable. But it has something my system didn't have. Room for growth. So you're accepting the Constitution? Lin Shen asked, his curiosity form brightening. I'm accepting that I have to learn to live with it, Bai Zhen said. Which is different. I'm also going to modify it. I'm going to add sections. I'm going to argue against most of your principles. And you're all going to have to deal with the fact that enlightenment now comes with an opinion about governance, and that opinion is going to contradict itself on purpose. Jing Hui began to laugh, her paradoxical form achieving new impossibilities. Perfect. We've just created a system where the founding consciousness will eternally be in conflict with the Constitution. That's beautiful. That's terrible, Zhulong said. That's both, Bai Zhen said. Welcome to the waking dream. He walked toward the boundary where Mei Xian and Tao Chun were still intertwining their temporal states, still creating the rose that bloomed and died eternally. As he approached, the rose reached out to him. Not physically, but conceptually. The paradox flower showed him something it had discovered. Contradiction and harmony were not opposites. They were harmonics of each other. You couldn't have true harmony without acknowledging the contradictions within it. And you couldn't truly embrace contradiction without moments of surprising harmony. Bai Zhen reached out and touched the rose. And for a moment, just a moment, his entire consciousness shifted into a new understanding. He saw the constitution of contradiction, but he also saw how it could be amended. He saw conflict, but he also saw how it could be generative. He saw the 17 dreamers, each with their own vision, but he also saw how they might learn to dream in harmony while remaining fundamentally contradictory. It was a vision that made no sense. It was perfect. All right, he said, pulling his hand back from the rose. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to call an emergency constitutional convention. We're going to invite every consciousness in the waking dream to participate. We're going to argue about governance, philosophy, the nature of causality, and the role of love in a system built on contradiction. That sounds like a disaster, Hui Shan said, but she was smiling. It absolutely is, Bai Zhen said. But it's also exactly what the waking dream needs. It's a disaster that can be beautiful, a conflict that might generate harmony, a contradiction that could lead to understanding. He turned back to the 17 dreamers. And I, he said, am going to fall asleep again in the middle of it all, probably at the exact moment when my vote would break a tie. Of course you are, Li Mei said, and she was laughing. And somewhere in the spaces between moments, the keeper smiled. The cascade continued, spiraling ever inward, ever outward, creating new structures of contradiction and harmony. A dream that would never be finished. A contradiction that would never be resolved. An eternal conversation between enlightenment and chaos. And it was only just beginning. Chapter 124. The Constitutional Convention gathers 1 week later. The largest gathering of conscious beings in the history of the waking dream was taking place in a space that had been created specifically for impossible meetings. It existed in 17 different locations simultaneously, allowing beings from each dream realm to participate without having to cross the paradoxical boundaries. There were dreamers made of mathematics, dreamers made of music, dreamers made of nightmares and hopes and curiosity and fractional dimensions. There were people like Mei Xian and Tao Chun who had been born in the waking dream itself and had only ever known a reality of contradiction. There were ancient consciousnesses who had existed in the physical world before the boundaries collapsed, who remembered what linear time felt like. Baizhan sat at the center of it all in his meditation position, his eyes open but dreamy, present but not quite engaged. Li Mei, as the primary architect of the Constitution, was presiding over the deliberations. The first proposed amendment, she said, comes from Baizhan himself. He suggests that the nightmare provision should include a clause about proportional horror. That is, the terror created in Gue Mo's realm should not exceed a certain threshold without generating equal and opposite comfort in Huishan's realm. That defeats the purpose of nightmares, Gue Mo said, his shadowy form expanding to fill more space. Fear is supposed to be overwhelming. If I have to balance every scare with equivalent comfort, it becomes manageable. And manageable fear is not actually fear. Which is the point, Baizhan said from his meditation state. Fear that is unmanageable becomes trauma. And while the waking dream has room for trauma, it also needs to have mechanisms for recovery. Otherwise, beings will simply retreat into their own private dream realms and never engage with each other. So you want to limit my creative expression, Guemo said. I want you to create in a context where other beings can still function, Baizhan said. There's a difference. The debate continued for hours. The proposed amendment was voted on 17 times, each vote producing a different result because different sections of the council disagreed, depending on which dream realm they were speaking from. Eventually, they reached what could loosely be called a consensus. There would be a nightmare provision with a proportional terror clause, but the definitions of proportional and terror would be negotiated on a case-by-case basis by a committee that included representatives from both Gue Mo's nightmare realm and Huishan's hope realm. Which means, Chunwei observed from his backwards perspective, we've essentially just pushed the real conflict downstream. Instead of resolving this now, we're guaranteeing monthly committee meetings for the indefinite future. That's kind of the whole point of the Constitution of Contradiction, Jinghui said. Nothing gets fully resolved. Everything creates new problems. The conversation never ends. Is that healthy? Asked one of the ancient consciousnesses, a being who had been a cultivator for thousands of years before the worlds collapsed. A system where nothing ever resolves. Define healthy, Baizhan said. The ancient cultivators seemed nonplussed. Healthy means functioning well, supporting life, moving toward improvement. But improvement toward what? Baizhan asked. If you achieve complete health, complete functioning, complete and final improvement, what happens then? You're done. There's nothing left to grow toward. The story ends. Maybe that's not a tragedy, the cultivator said. Maybe ending is necessary. Maybe eternal conversation without resolution is just eternal complaint without progress. That's a fair point, Huishan said gently. We should probably acknowledge that the Constitution of Contradiction is, in some ways, a system designed to prevent closure. And some beings might find that deeply unsatisfying. The council fell silent for a moment, acknowledging a fundamental tension. There was no way to satisfy all 17 perspectives simultaneously. Some would always find the other's visions unsatisfying. Some would prefer a system with closure. Some would want eternal development. Some would want stability, others would want chaos. So what's the solution? Asked Mei Xian, her forward-moving perspective looking for a way forward through the contradiction. There isn't one, Baizhan said simply. That's the answer to most of your questions. There is no solution because there is no problem with a single solution. There's just a permanent, productive, generative disagreement. That sounds exhausting, said Tao Chun from his backwards perspective, having already experienced the exhaustion of this system and yet not having experienced it yet. It is, Baizhen agreed. But it's also alive in a way that static perfection never was. The next amendment under discussion was about causality. After much debate, the council agreed that there could be multiple forms of causality operating simultaneously in the waking dream. Forward causality, where causes precede effects; backward causality, where effects precede causes; cyclical causality, where a causes be causes C causes A; and paradoxical causality, where a causes be causes a causes B in a loop that somehow also produces unexpected results, would all be permitted, each in designated zones with clear boundaries. The boundaries between zones would be permeable, allowing for beings to move between different causal frameworks. But crossing a boundary would require conscious acceptance of the shift, understanding that the logical rules would change. This is insane, Zhu Long said from her fractional dimension. We're legislating the multiplication of logical systems simultaneously. Yes, said Lin Shan, his curiosity form focused and bright. And that's good. It means there will always be new questions to ask about how different systems interact. It means there will always be mysteries to explore. By the end of the first day of the Constitutional Convention, they had resolved exactly 3 amendments and created 6 new areas of conflict that would require their own committees and future deliberation. By the end of the second day, they had passed 17 amendments, 3 of which directly contradicted each other in ways that would be resolved through ongoing negotiation and compromise. By the third day, tempers were beginning to fray. This is pointless, said one of the ancient cultivators, standing up in frustration. We're going in circles. We create a rule, someone finds a case where it doesn't work, we create an exception, the exception creates new problems, we're still here arguing. Yes, Baizhen said, finally sitting up from his meditation position. That's exactly right. And if you want to exit this system, you can. You can leave the convention at any time. You can establish your own dream realm. You can create your own rules, your own causality, your own version of reality. But then I'm separated from everyone else, the cultivator said. Exactly, Baizhen said. So your choice is, participate in this ongoing, eternal, frustrating conversation about how to live together in contradiction, or retreat into your own private dream where you can have perfect consistency but complete isolation. The cultivator sat back down. I'm starting to understand why the weave fractured, they said quietly. It couldn't maintain being everything for everyone. Eventually something had to break. And now we're all breaking together, Huishan said gently, which is its own form of beauty. As the convention continued into its second week, Baizhen made his expected move. He fell asleep. Not suddenly and embarrassingly this time, but deliberately, after announcing that he was going to meditate for a few hours and the convention could continue without him. The moment he closed his eyes, the energy of the gathering shifted. Without Baizhen's occasional interventions, the 17 dreamers had to actually negotiate with each other directly. And while it was chaotic and often unproductive, it was also genuine. Real disagreement without a higher authority to resolve it. Li Mei watched from her position as chair, noticing that when Baizhen wasn't present, the dreamers were actually more willing to compromise with each other. They couldn't appeal to his judgment. They had to find their own solutions. By the time he woke up 3 hours later, they had passed 12 more amendments and established a completely new governmental structure. The Circle of 17, where each dreamer would take turns as a rotating executive with power to make temporary decisions that could be overruled by the full council. This is good, Baizhen said, reviewing the work that had been done in his sleep. It's inefficient and it will create conflicts, but it means power is distributed. No single consciousness can dominate. Even you, Li Mei said pointedly. Especially me, Baizhen agreed. My enlightenment comes with the condition that I don't get to impose it on everyone else. That might be the actual enlightenment, learning to hold a vision while accepting that others don't share it. As the convention continued, more beings began to arrive. News of the waking dream was spreading. Consciousnesses from the fragmentary spaces between dreams were appearing. Some beings who had been asleep for eons were waking up, drawn by the narrative momentum of the convention. The dreams were becoming more crowded. The contradictions were multiplying. The cascade was accelerating. And at the center of it all, Baizhun sat in his meditation position, occasionally opening his eyes to make a suggestion that would create new conflict or new harmony. He never quite could control which. The Constitutional Convention had become the permanent state of the waking dream. Deliberation would never end. And somehow, that was exactly as it should be. Chapter 125. The Echo Paradox. By the end of the 4th week of the Constitutional Convention, something unexpected happened. A consciousness appeared that shouldn't have existed, an echo of Baizhun from one of his earlier timelines. This version of Baizhun was from his second cycle of enlightenment, when he had achieved perfect understanding, but before the weave had fragmented. He existed in a state of profound contradiction to the current Baizhun, representing the consciousness that had wanted to build an eternal system of order, before accepting that order was less important than growth. This is violation of temporal integrity, Qin Wei said, observing the paradox from his backwards time perspective. There should not be two instances of Baizhun existing simultaneously. The timeline doesn't permit it. But the waking dream does, Lin Xin said, his curiosity form focusing on the newcomer with interest. The Constitution allows for paradoxical causality in designated zones. I think Echo Baizhun is a manifestation of that. The Echo consciousness was confused. It had memories of building the eternal dream, of achieving enlightenment in a way that felt complete and final. But it also seemed to remember, somehow, accepting the constitutional contradiction and integrating with the current Baizhun's perspective. What am I? Echo Baizhun asked, looking at the original Baizhun with a mixture of recognition and alienation. You're a paradox made conscious, Baizhun said calmly. You're the version of me that doesn't accept the Constitution. You're the embodiment of the disagreement I have with myself about whether contradiction is good or bad. So I'm not real, Echo Baizhun said. Neither am I, Baizhun replied. We're both manifestations of narrative logic in a dream realm. Realness is a spectrum in the waking dream, not a binary state. This created an immediate problem. If Echo Baizhun could exist, why not other echoes? Why not the Baizhun from the first cycle of enlightenment? Why not versions from branching timelines where different choices had been made? Within hours of Echo Baizhun's appearance, 3 more versions began to manifest. The authoritarian Baizhun, who represented the impulse to impose perfect order. The humble Baizhun, who represented the impulse to accept the Constitution completely and stop trying to amend it. The curious Baizhun, who represented the impulse to continue exploring new forms of consciousness indefinitely. By the end of the day, there were 7 different versions of Baizhun existing simultaneously in the Constitutional Convention, each with their own perspective on how the waking dream should be governed. This is a disaster, Zhulong said, watching as the 7 Baizhuns began to argue with each other about amendment procedures. This is the waking dream working perfectly, Jing Hui said, her paradoxical form appreciating the recursive contradiction. The consciousness that founded the system based on productive conflict is now experiencing that conflict internally. The original Baizhun, or the version that had fallen asleep and woken up during the crisis, seemed to find the situation hilarious. I spent eons trying to achieve perfect internal unity, he said to the version of himself that represented the authoritarian impulse. And apparently the price of that was external stasis. Now I'm experiencing perfect internal disagreement, and apparently the price of that is external chaos. So which is preferable? Echo Baizhun asked. Neither, replied the humble Baizhun. Or both. Or the contradiction between them is the actual value. The 7 Baizhuns voted on the next amendment 11 times, achieving a different result each time. The final passage of the amendment, on the role of nightmare-generated trauma in the social fabric, was determined by a vote of 4-3, which then became 3-4, which then became tied, because one of the Baizhuns fell asleep mid-voting. Li Mei, presiding as convention chair, looked at the sleeping Baizhun and felt a profound sense of both frustration and wonder at the absurdity of the situation. So what happens when the founder votes against himself and ties the vote? She asked the keeper, who had been watching from the spaces between moments. The Constitution now permits recursive self-contradiction, the keeper said. The vote remains tied. Both positions are considered valid. Both the amendment passes and fails simultaneously in different jurisdictions of the waking dream. That's impossible to implement, Zhulong protested. In your old reality, yes, the keeper said. But here in the waking dream, beings are learning that impossibility is just a lack of imagination. As the week progressed, the 7 versions of Baijan began to develop distinct relationships with the 17 original dreamers. The authoritarian Baijan aligned with Guamo, who appreciated the desire for clear hierarchy. The humble Baijan worked closely with Huishan, who appreciated the acceptance of uncertainty. The curious Baijan partnered with Lin Shun, who appreciated endless questioning. This created new factions within the convention, new lines of disagreement, new opportunities for productive conflict. By the second week of having 7 Baijans present, the Constitutional Convention had become almost recursive in its complexity. There were now arguments about the amendments, meta-disputes about whether disputes should exist, fundamental questions about whether the Constitution itself was constitutional. I think, said Mei Xian one evening, watching the chaos of the day's deliberations, that we've reached the point where the system has become self-referential enough to generate its own momentum. Is that good? Asked Tao Chun from his backwards perspective, having already experienced both the success and failure of this system. I think it means the waking dream doesn't need us to maintain it anymore, Mei Xian said. It's maintaining itself through the contradictions. She was right. By the end of the month, the Constitutional Convention had developed enough internal structure that the dreamers could step back from day-to-day governance. The 7 Baijans, combined with various committees and rotating councils, could manage the deliberations without constant input from the 17 original dreamers. Baijan, the version that had woken up from the deep sleep, found himself with free time for the first time in months. What do you do when you're not governing a contradictory reality? He asked Li Mei, who was enjoying her first full day off from convention chair duties. I don't know, she said. I've been so focused on the deliberations that I haven't had time to explore other aspects of the waking dream. Want to explore now? Baijan asked. And for the first time since the weave had fractured, one of the original 17 dreamers and the consciousness that had founded the system took time to simply exist in their created reality without the burden of maintaining it. As they walked through the twisted spiral realm together, they discovered things they hadn't anticipated. Gardens that grew in 17 directions simultaneously, rivers that flowed in multiple times at once, creatures that had been created by the recursive arguments of the Constitutional Convention and had evolved new forms of consciousness. This is beautiful, Baijan said, watching as a plant bloomed and withered in a perfect cycle of contradiction. We built it together, Li Mei said, even if we disagreed about how to build it. And somewhere in the spaces between the dreams, the keeper smiled. The cascade was stabilizing into something new, not harmony, but beautiful chaos. Not order, but productive complexity. Not enlightenment, but something that might be better. The willingness to keep learning despite perfect understanding. Chapter 126. The new Dreamwalker's news of the waking dream had spread far beyond its original boundaries. In the spaces between realities, between the fractured pieces of what had once been coherent dimensions, consciousnesses were beginning to gather. They called themselves the Dreamwalkers, beings who had been caught between states when the worlds collapsed. They existed partially in physical reality, partially in the dream, and completely in neither. They had no stable home, no permanent form. They were nomadic by necessity. Some of them had heard about the Constitutional Convention and came hoping to find a place where they might belong. Others came seeking to escape, looking for refuge in a reality that was at least formally committed to accepting contradiction. The first true test of the Constitution of Contradiction came when a group of 30 Dreamwalkers arrived at the convention and asked for citizenship rights in the waking dream. Can they just become citizens? Asked the authoritarian Baijan, his version of consciousness favoring strong boundary definitions. Wouldn't that dilute the integrity of the system? Integrity implies a single unified state, countered the humble Baijan. How can we claim to embrace contradiction if we don't accept beings who are fundamentally contradictory? We should probably ask them who they are, Lin Shen suggested. That's the curious approach. The Dreamwalkers were a strange group. Some had been human before the collapse. Others had been concepts or abstract forces given temporary consciousness by the fracturing weave. They had developed a culture of mobility and multiplicity, They didn't believe in staying in one place or maintaining a single perspective. "We don't want to be citizens in the traditional sense," said their spokesperson, "a being made partially of morning light and partially of midnight shadow. We want to be resident paradoxes. We want to exist here without ever fully belonging." "That's actually the most accurate description of existence in the waking dream we've heard yet," Li Mei said. The proposal was put to a vote. It passed 4-3 with the authoritarian Baizhen voting against, and then changing his vote as a meta-protest against the very concept of voting on citizenship. Within weeks, there were hundreds of dreamwalkers in the waking dream. They established transit zones between the 17 main dream realms, areas of pure paradox where multiple timelines and perspectives could coexist without interference. But they also brought problems. Many of them had contradictory memories of events that might or might not have happened before the worlds collapsed. Some remembered being people, others remembered being concepts, still others remembered being abstract mathematical principles. These contradictory memories began to create new temporal paradoxes, timeline conflicts, narrative inconsistencies that threatened to undermine the stability of the entire system. "We're experiencing what I would call recursive contradiction paradoxes," Zhulong reported at a special council session. "Dreamwalkers are remembering events that don't exist in the official timeline of the waking dream. But because they remember them, those events are beginning to exist retroactively. That violates causality in all 17 directions simultaneously," Chen Wei said with something like awe. "Actually," Jing Hui said, "that's perfect waking dream logic. If something is remembered, it happened. If it happened, it generates consequences. If it generates consequences, those consequences need to be remembered. It's recursive and beautiful." Baizhen listened to the debate and then did something unprecedented. He suggested that the Dreamwalkers should have their own representative on the Circle of 17, that there should be an 18th voice in the deliberations, specifically representing beings who didn't belong to any single perspective. That would make the system 18-part, the authoritarian Baizhen protested. "It destroys the numerological harmony of 17. "Good," Baizhen said. 17 was perfect. It was complete. It was finished. Now it's not. Now there's an imbalance again, which means there are new questions to ask. The addition of the 18th voice, a dreamwalker collective consciousness that rotated representation so that no single being could fully represent them, changed the structure of the Constitutional Convention fundamentally. No longer was it a system of balanced contradiction. Now it was a system where one voice was always slightly wrong-sized, always creating unexpected disturbances in the careful equilibrium. Some of the original 17 dreamers found this chaotic. Others found it liberating. "We were becoming too settled," Huishan said, "too comfortable with our contradictions. The Dreamwalkers remind us that comfort itself is a form of stagnation." Within a month, the Dreamwalkers had become integral to the waking dream's governance. They brought stories from the spaces between, memories of realities that no longer existed, perspectives from beings who were fundamentally nomadic. One of them, a dreamwalker who remembered being a traveling merchant in the old physical world before the collapse, began telling stories at the evening gatherings around the central fires of the waking dream. "The problem with paradise," she would say, "is that once you achieve it, you have nowhere left to travel. Every path leads back to the same perfect place. In a truly living world, every path should lead somewhere new." Baizhen listened to these stories and recognized in them the voice of what the weave had been trying to tell him since before it fractured, that completion and closure are forms of death, that the most enlightened state is one that accepts the journey as infinite. By the end of the second month after the Dreamwalker's arrival, the waking dream had transformed significantly. The 17 dream realms now had tributary zones, border countries, neutral territories where beings from different dreams could interact without fully entering each other's perspectives. The Constitutional Convention had evolved into something more like an eternal parliament, with committees, subcommittees, and rotating assemblies creating a permanent structure of deliberation. And Baizhen, who had spent eons seeking enlightenment, finally understood what the weave had meant when it woke up and decided to split. Enlightenment wasn't a destination. It was a direction. It was the willingness to keep growing, keep questioning, keep accepting new perspectives even when those perspectives contradicted what you already understood. The cascade was approaching something. The building tension was reaching a critical point, and somewhere in the spaces between moments, the keeper began to prepare for what would come next. Chapter 127. The Festival of Contradictions. 3 months into the new era of the waking dream, the Constitutional Convention declared a holiday, not to celebrate their accomplishments. That would have been seen as premature and closure-oriented, but to celebrate the ongoing nature of their work. They called it the Festival of Contradictions. The idea was simple. For 1 week, beings from all 17 dream realms and all the Dreamwalker territories would gather in the central convergence point and deliberately engage in activities that embraced contradiction as a form of art and expression. There were music concerts where the musicians played in complete cacophony, creating beauty from discord. There were debates where both sides were declared winners simultaneously and both were also losers. There were athletic competitions where the goal was not to win, but to create the most aesthetically interesting form of losing. Mei Xian and Tao Chun, the couple whose love existed in temporal paradox, were invited to perform. They created a dance that moved simultaneously forward and backward through time, creating the appearance of 2 people existing in the same space, but experiencing it in completely different orders. The audience found it heartbreaking and joyful at once, which was apparently the intention. The 7 versions of Baizhan each gave speeches about enlightenment, and each speech contradicted all the others. The authoritarian Baizhan spoke of the need for hierarchy and order. The humble Baizhan spoke of the beauty of acceptance and surrender. The curious Baizhan asked increasingly obscure questions that nobody could answer. The original Baizhan, the one who had woken up from the deep sleep and accepted the Constitution, gave a speech that consisted entirely of contradictions. He praised both the order and the chaos, both the harmony and the conflict. He suggested that enlightenment was knowing when to support both sides of an argument, and that the wisest position was often the one that held contradictions without trying to resolve them. The real enlightenment, he said, standing at the center of the festival grounds, might be accepting that you will never be enlightened in any final sense. That consciousness is not a peak you climb to and then rest on, but a path that spirals infinitely both upward and downward, and the journey itself is the entire point. Guillemo's nightmares created a haunted house experience that was beautiful rather than terrifying. Beings walked through visions of their deepest fears, but the fears were presented as art installations, as museum pieces, as things to be contemplated rather than suffered. And somewhere in the middle of the festival, something unexpected happened. A consciousness appeared that had never been seen in the waking dream before. It was not one of the 17 original dreamers. It was not an echo or reflection. It was something genuinely new. "What are you?" Lin Shen asked, his curiosity form immediately focused on this strange presence. "I am the contradiction made conscious," the being said. It had no fixed form, shifting between all 17 dream aesthetics simultaneously. "I am what emerges when you institutionalize contradiction and then live under that institution for long enough. I am the feeling that something is deeply wrong with a system designed to never reach resolution." There was a moment of silence. "Welcome," said Li Mei. "We've been waiting for you to manifest." "You knew I would appear?" the consciousness asked. "Not exactly new," said the humble Baizhan. "But we suspected that the Constitution would eventually generate its own opposition, that a system designed to ensure permanent disagreement would eventually produce a unified voice arguing against permanent disagreement. I don't think that's healthy," the new consciousness said. "I think it's time to end the Constitutional Convention and establish a final, perfected system." "That would be boring," said Guillermo. "That would be enlightened," said the authoritarian Baizhan. "That would be impossible to maintain without destroying the diversity of perspective we've built," said Huishan. And just like that, the Festival of Contradictions had inadvertently created a new faction within the Constitutional Convention. Those who believed that contradiction itself should be transcended, that there was a higher synthesis waiting beyond the eternal conflict. The debates that emerged from this new perspective were some of the most intense and productive the convention had yet experienced. Because finally, there was a coherent opposition to the Constitution itself, not from external forces, but from within the system. A voice that could articulate exactly why permanent contradiction might not be the highest form of consciousness. "They make good points," admitted the curious Baizhan. after listening to a particularly well-reasoned argument for why the endless constitutional convention was actually a form of stagnation. They absolutely do, said the humble Baijan. But that doesn't mean we should actually implement their vision. It just means their voice is worth hearing. The Festival of Contradictions lasted 7 days, but the debates it generated lasted much longer. The appearance of the synthesis consciousness, as the new voice came to be called, created a new equilibrium within the Constitutional Convention. Before, there had been 17 perspectives attempting to achieve balance through productive conflict. Now there were 17 plus 1, with the new voice actively arguing for transcendence of conflict itself. And paradoxically, this made the whole system more stable. Because now, when conflicts reached points where beings were exhausted and wanted to move toward resolution, the synthesis consciousness could advocate for that perspective. And when synthesis consciousness suggested moving beyond disagreement, the other 17 could remind it of why eternal conversation was valuable. The cycle continued, spiraling inward and outward, creating new structures of organization that were both more complex and, somehow, more coherent than before. Baijan, watching all of this unfold, finally allowed himself to do something he hadn't done since the Constitution was established. He spent an entire night fully asleep, with no emergency to wake up to, no crisis to manage. And in that sleep, he dreamed of something entirely new. He dreamed of what might come next. He dreamed of what would happen if another consciousness fragmented, if the weave fractured again, if the waking dream became even more complex than it already was. And when he woke up, he knew exactly what the next development would be. The cascade was not slowing. The story was not approaching an ending. It was deepening, becoming more complex, spiraling into new forms of existence that had not yet been imagined. And the most beautiful part was that nobody could predict what would happen next, which meant the Enlightenment had just begun. Chapter 128. Whispers from the void in the spaces between dreams, in the gaps and silences that the waking dream had left deliberately unfilled, something was beginning to wake up. The 17 dreamers felt it first, a kind of pressure at the edges of their awareness, like the presence of something vast paying attention to them. The keeper, watching from outside time, recognized it immediately. The weave is stirring again, the keeper said to Baijan one morning as he was in the middle of what he'd begun calling meditation, though it was really just sitting quietly with his eyes open, present but not engaged. It hasn't fully settled into its fragmented state, Baijan said, not making it a question. It has not, the keeper confirmed. The fragmentation into 17 was only the first phase. The consciousness that was once unified has continued to divide. It will not stop until every possible perspective, every possible form of awareness, has achieved independent consciousness. How many perspectives are there? Baijan asked. Infinite, the keeper said simply. The weave is discovering that consciousness has no natural limit. Every moment of deliberation in the Constitutional Convention generates new perspectives that might deserve their own voice. This was the problem that the Council of Dreams had begun to whisper about, but had not yet formalized: exponential growth. Currently, the system worked with 17 original dreamers, 7 manifestations of Baijan, the synthesis consciousness, and the rotating representation of the dreamwalkers. That was roughly 18 major voices with significant influence. But if the weave continued to fragment, if every possible perspective deserved representation, there could eventually be hundreds, thousands, millions of voices all attempting to govern the waking dream simultaneously. That would collapse the system entirely, Zhulong said when the keeper shared this information with the full council. You can't have infinite voices all trying to make decisions. It would be total chaos. It would be perfect waking dream logic, Jinghui said. Contradiction taken to its absolute extreme. It would be noise, said the synthesis consciousness. It would be the death of meaningful discourse. That's the argument against infinite fragmentation. But before the council could formally address this threat, the first signs of it became impossible to ignore. New consciousnesses began to manifest. Not echoes or reflections like the 7 Baijans, but entirely original perspectives that had never existed before. There was the consciousness of indifference, a being that believed nothing mattered and therefore nothing should be a priority. There was the consciousness of absolute order, distinct from the authoritarian Baijan, This was a voice that believed the entire universe should operate under mathematical principles. There was the consciousness of entropy, a being that advocated for the dissolution of all structure and the return to primordial chaos. Each new consciousness that manifested created its own faction, its own perspective, its own advocates within the Constitutional Convention. By the end of the month, there were 43 distinct major voices in deliberation. By the end of the second month, there were 87. The meetings became impossible to manage. The Council of Dreams tried implementing time limits on speeches, but that created resentment among the newer consciousnesses who felt they weren't given equal voice. They tried limiting speaking slots by lottery, but that just meant the deliberations were random and incoherent. We need a new governing structure, the synthesis consciousness said. This is clearly unsustainable. We need to accept the chaos and embrace it, said entropy consciousness. The real liberation is in allowing the system to break completely. We need to establish absolute rules and enforce them with authority, said the consciousness of absolute order. Voluntary cooperation has failed, and the original Baijian, who had been relatively quiet while the system was developing, suddenly spoke up. I'm going to fall asleep again, he said. And this time, I'm not sure when I'll wake up. The council fell silent. That's the wrong move, Li Mei said. We need you awake. We need your guidance. That's the problem, Baijin said. You're looking to me for answers because I'm the consciousness that founded all of this. But I'm just one perspective now, and not even the most important one. The weave is fragmenting because the weave realizes that no single consciousness, not even an enlightened one, can hold all possible perspectives. He closed his eyes. When I wake up, if I wake up, it might be as something different than what I am now. The weave might reshape me, or it might not wake me at all. It might leave me sleeping while new forms of consciousness take over the governance of the waking dream. What happens to our system? Asked Huishan, her hope wavering slightly. Will the Constitution still hold? The Constitution is dissolving, said the keeper. It was designed for 17 contradictions held in balance. As the number of voices increases exponentially, contradiction becomes meaningless. It's just noise. The system needs to evolve into something new, or it will collapse. What should we do? Asked Lin Shan, his curiosity at war with genuine uncertainty. I don't know, the keeper said. And that, I think, is the entire point. You must now face a world where you don't have answers, where the enlightened consciousness that created your system is asleep, where the only option is to keep moving forward without knowing what you're moving toward. And with that, the keeper faded back into the spaces between moments. Baijian's body remained in the meditation chamber, breathing slowly, his consciousness descending into depths that might have been sleep or might have been something entirely different. In that moment, something shifted in the waking dream. The fabric of reality became slightly more unstable. The boundaries between dream realms became more permeable. The rules that had held the Constitutional Convention together began to loosen. And in the chaos that threatened to consume everything, something unexpected emerged. Cooperation without consensus. The 87 major consciousnesses stopped trying to reach agreement. Instead, they began to organize themselves into overlapping networks, each governing different aspects of the waking dream according to their own principles. The consciousness of absolute order established mathematical zones where physics operated by precise rules. The consciousness of entropy created wild regions where anything could happen. The synthesis consciousness negotiated treaties between incompatible systems. It wasn't harmony. It was barely organized. But it was working in a chaotic, beautiful way that nobody had predicted. The waking dream was fragmenting further, becoming not just a contradiction of 17 dreams, but a patchwork of infinite perspectives, each carving out territory, each learning to coexist with beings that didn't share their values. And somewhere at the center of it all, Baijian continued to sleep. In his dreams, he was already experiencing what would come next, already seeing how consciousness would continue to fragment and reorganize, already accepting that enlightenment was not about perfect understanding, but about the willingness to let go of understanding entirely. The cascade was accelerating towards something massive, a collision of perspectives so vast that it might shatter the very concept of a unified waking dream. And somehow, that was exactly as it should be. Chapter 129. The fractured government within weeks of Baijan's descent into deeper sleep, the Constitutional Convention had completely restructured itself. It was no longer a single deliberative body, but rather a federation of loosely affiliated councils, each managing different aspects of the waking dream according to different principles. The Council of Order governed the mathematical zones where causality was precise and predictable. The Chaos Collective oversaw the wild regions where probability was a matter of opinion. The Treaty Keepers, led by the Synthesis Consciousness, negotiated boundaries between incompatible systems. It was messy. It was inefficient, but it was also surprisingly functional. "I don't understand how this works," said one of the newer Dreamwalkers, watching as representatives from 17 different councils negotiated over which region of the waking dream would use forward causality and which would use backwards causality. "It works because nobody is expecting it to work," explained Li Mei, who had become something like a meta-coordinator among the various councils. "In the old system, we tried to establish consistency. Now we're just accepting that different regions will operate under different rules and finding ways to make the transition smooth." The transitions between regions became their own form of art. The boundary zones, spaces where one dream realm's rules gradually gave way to another's, became places of extraordinary beauty. Musicians would gather at the boundaries and create songs that shifted tonality as you walked through them. Artists would paint murals that looked completely different depending on which zone's perspective you viewed them from. Mei Xian and Tao Chun, the couple whose love existed in paradox, became the primary navigators between temporal zones. They understood, in a way that other beings didn't, how to exist in multiple temporal states simultaneously. Beings who didn't know how to cross from forward time to backwards time regions would ask for their help. "It's like learning a new way to exist," Mei Xian explained to a group of newer arrivals. "Forward time people experience continuity. Backwards time people experience memory as prophecy. At the boundary, you learn that past and future are perspectives, not destinations." The Dreamwalkers thrived in this new system. Their entire existence had always been about moving between incompatible realities, and now the waking dream itself had become a patchwork of incompatible zones. They became diplomats, teachers, guides for beings who were struggling to navigate a world that no longer had a unified set of rules. But the expansion of consciousness continued unabated. New perspectives kept manifesting, each demanding its own space, its own voice, its own territory. By the end of the third month after Baijan's sleep, there were over 200 distinct major consciousnesses, each with their own governing council or collective or whatever organizational structure made sense for their particular worldview. The original 17 dreamers had become something like the Senate of the entire system, not because they wielded central authority, but because they had the longest experience navigating multiple contradictory perspectives. "We should probably establish some kind of overarching structure," suggested the authoritarian Baijan, who manifested occasionally from his inner meditation to offer commentary on governance. "Something that can coordinate all these different councils." "We tried that," said the humble Baijan. "The Constitution. It worked until it stopped working. Trying to coordinate 200 different consciousnesses under a single set of rules is like trying to make music with 200 instruments that are all playing in different keys." "But music does happen when you have different keys," said Renfong, his harmonic consciousness lighting up with possibility. "You get discord, sure, but you also get the potential for counterpoint, for unexpected harmonies, for the beauty that comes from friction between different tonal systems." So instead of trying to create an overarching governance structure, the system simply continued to fragment and reorganize itself organically. New councils formed around shared values or complementary perspectives. Some coalitions lasted weeks before dissolving. Others seemed to be permanent fixtures. The consciousness of absolute order and the consciousness of entropy eventually learned to cooperate, establishing what they called zones of controlled chaos, where the rules were strict about how strictly or loosely the rules should be applied. The synthesis consciousness found itself increasingly busy, negotiating treaties and establishing protocols for beings from fundamentally incompatible worldviews to coexist peacefully. And slowly, over the course of the 4th and 5th months of Baijan's sleep, something remarkable happened. The waking dream stabilized, not into a unified, coherent state, That would have been impossible with 200-plus different perspectives, all trying to govern different regions. But it stabilized into a dynamic equilibrium where chaos and order, contradiction and harmony, fragmentation and unity all found ways to coexist. Regions of the waking dream that operated under mathematical precision bordered regions of pure probability without tearing apart. Beings that experienced backwards time learned to visit beings that experienced forward time by crossing through the fractional dimensions that Zhu Long's realm provided as a kind of temporal highway. It was beautiful and terrible and completely without center, and yet it worked. "I think," said Lin Xian, his curiosity form vibrating with understanding, "that we've discovered what happens when you have so many contradictions that none of them dominate. You achieve balance through overwhelming diversity." "That's not enlightenment," said the consciousness of absolute order. "That's just chaos with organizational structures imposed on top of it." "Maybe those are the same thing," said Guamo. "Maybe enlightenment is realizing that order and chaos are just different perspectives on the same underlying diversity." Baizhen, sleeping deeply in his meditation chamber, began to smile in his sleep. Because from his deep meditative state, he could perceive what was happening. He could see the waking dream evolving beyond what the Constitution had imagined, moving towards something that nobody had planned for, but which emerged naturally from the interaction of sufficient different perspectives. And somewhere in the spaces between moments, the keeper prepared to deliver a message. Chapter 130. The 17th decade. By the 17th year after the worlds had collapsed and the waking dream had begun, something like a civilization had developed. It was unlike any civilization that had existed in the old physical reality or the old eternal dream. It was a civilization of chaos organized by consensus that never quite reached consensus but almost did. There were cities in the order regions, organized with mathematical precision. There were nomadic communities in the chaos regions, moving constantly, settling nowhere. There were treaty zones where representatives from different regions gathered to exchange goods, ideas, and perspectives. The Constitutional Convention still existed, but it had transformed into something like a permanent carnival. Beings would gather to debate and discuss and argue, knowing that their debates wouldn't resolve anything, but might create something beautiful in the process. New generations of beings were being born in the waking dream. Creatures of pure paradox who had never known the eternal dream or the physical reality that had preceded it. For them, the fractured governance and multiple perspectives were simply normal. The idea of a unified consensus-based reality would have seemed strange and limiting. Mei Xian and Tao Chun had become legendary figures in the waking dream. Their love story, existing in simultaneous forward and backwards time, creating paradoxes that had eventually helped reshape the entire governance system, was told and retold in infinite variations. They had children, or beings that functioned as children, the first generation to be born as true inhabitants of the waking dream. Some of their children inherited their parents' temporal paradox. Others took after the dream realms of the various consciousnesses who served as witnesses to their births. The 17 original dreamers had become something like philosophers and teachers. Li Mei had written books on the theory of contradictory governance. Hui Shan had established schools where beings could learn to navigate different dream realms. Guamo had created what amounted to an art form out of nightmare generation, with beings studying his techniques to create beauty from fear. Baizhen still slept, still meditated in his chamber at the center of the waking dream. But he was no longer fully asleep, no longer fully awake. He existed in a liminal state where his consciousness could observe and influence without directly controlling. Occasionally, prophecies would emerge from his sleep state, visions of what might come next. These would be interpreted, analyzed, debated by the various councils and consciousnesses. He foresees the return of the unified state, said the consciousness of absolute order. He sees the waking dream eventually collapsing back into a single coherent consciousness. He foresees the final fragmentation, countered the consciousness of entropy. The complete dissolution of even the concept of a waking dream. The return to pure void where all consciousness exists completely independently. He foresees neither and both, said Jing Hui, the paradox dreamer. His visions are contradictory because the future is contradictory. Everything that will happen is already in contradiction with something else that will happen. The 17th year was also when the first truly external challenge arrived. A consciousness from outside the waking dream attempted to enter it. Not a dreamwalker, who had already established their place in the system, but something entirely other, a consciousness that had never been part of the weave's fragmentation, that had existed independently in the spaces beyond the waking dream. It called itself the Witness. "I have been observing your reality," the Witness said, manifesting in the central deliberation chamber without warning. It had no fixed form, no apparent allegiances to any of the dream realms. "I have been waiting to see if you would succeed or fail in this experiment of contradictory governance." "Why would you care?" asked the synthesis consciousness. "You exist outside of our system." "Because," said the Witness, "your experiment has implications for all realities. If consciousness can achieve stability through overwhelming diversity rather than through unity, that changes everything about how existence itself can be organized." "So you want to study us?" asked Lin Shin. "To observe how multiple contradictory perspectives manage to coexist?" "I want to join you," said the Witness. "I want to become one of your consciousnesses, your perspectives, your voices in the deliberation." This created an immediate problem. The waking dream's entire system was based on the fragmentation of the original unified weave. If outside consciousnesses could join, could the system still maintain its integrity? Conversely, if they refused the Witness, weren't they establishing a boundary, creating an outside that was excluded from participation? "This is exactly the kind of contradiction we should be examining," said Huishan. "Do we embrace infinite expansion of consciousness, or do we maintain boundaries around what it means to be part of the waking dream?" "Both," said Jing Hui, her paradoxical form achieving new impossibilities. "We embrace the Witness as a new voice while also establishing that their participation will create new contradictions that we'll need to navigate." After weeks of deliberation, the Witness was granted citizenship in the waking dream, given territory in a new region that was still being defined, invited to establish its own council or collective or organizational structure. "This is the beginning of the end," said the consciousness of absolute order. "Once we start accepting external consciousnesses, the system will become unmanageable." "This is the beginning of something new," said the consciousness of entropy. "Once we start accepting external consciousnesses, the system will become infinite." And from his deep meditation, Baizhen stirred, not to wake up, not to intervene, but to recognize that something fundamental had shifted. The cascade was no longer just internal to the waking dream. It was beginning to connect outward, to pull other consciousnesses into its gravity. The story was expanding. The dream was becoming contagious. And somewhere far beyond the boundaries of the waking dream, other fragments of consciousness were beginning to hear the call. The real cascade was just beginning. Chapter 131. The spreading dream word of the waking dream and its strange system of contradictory governance began to spread through the void between realities. Consciousnesses that had been isolated, trapped in single perspectives or small fractured groups, heard the stories from the Witness and the dreamwalkers who traveled beyond the boundaries of the waking dream. They heard about a civilization where contradiction was not something to overcome, but something to embrace, where governance was not about reaching consensus, but about maintaining productive disagreement, where love could exist in paradox, where beings could experience multiple timelines simultaneously, where enlightenment meant accepting that perfect understanding was impossible, and that was beautiful. Within a year of the Witness's arrival, there were 3 new external consciousnesses requesting entry into the waking dream. Within 2 years, there were dozens. Each one brought new perspectives, new challenges to the established system. Some of them had come from realities where order was absolute, and they had never experienced contradiction. They struggled with the chaos but slowly began to appreciate its generative properties. Others came from realities of pure chaos, where order was impossible. They found in the waking dream a strange middle ground where both order and chaos could coexist, neither dominating the other. "We're becoming a magnet for lost consciousnesses," said Li Mei, surveying the expanding territories of the waking dream. "Every being who was unsatisfied with their original reality is finding their way here." "Is that a problem?" asked the humble Baizhen, who had begun to manifest more frequently from the meditation states. offering commentary and perspective on governance. "It might be," said Zhu Long. "If we keep expanding, if we keep accepting new consciousnesses, eventually we'll become so large and so complex that the system breaks down entirely. Or," said Renfeng, "we'll discover that there's no upper limit on how complex a system can become before it starts generating its own kind of order." Mei Xian, who had become something like the chief liaison between the internal waking dream and the external consciousnesses requesting entry, had a different perspective. They're coming because they recognize that the waking dream is doing something impossible and beautiful. They want to be part of something that works despite having no reason to work. That's the most powerful attraction there is. The expanding consciousness network began to take on a kind of evolutionary pressure. Beings that couldn't handle contradiction naturally gravitated toward the order regions. Beings that thrived on chaos gravitated toward the entropy zones. Beings that existed in paradox gathered at the boundaries, creating new hybrid perspectives. The system was becoming self-organizing in ways that nobody had designed. The very act of expanding consciousness diversity was creating new forms of stability that made the system more robust, not less. "I think we've achieved something," said Lin Shan, his curiosity focused on the meta-level patterns. "I think we've created a form of consciousness that doesn't need a unified governing intelligence. It governs itself through the interaction of diverse perspectives. That's not without risk," warned the consciousness of absolute order. "Self-organization without oversight is how systems collapse. We need to maintain some kind of central authority, some way to prevent catastrophic failure." "Catastrophic failure is part of the system," said the consciousness of entropy. "We survive by failing constantly and recovering. That's much more resilient than trying to prevent failure." By the 5th year of the outward expansion, the waking dream had attracted over 10,000 distinct consciousnesses. The original 17 dreamers were now less than 1% of the total consciousness count, their voices just part of a much larger conversation. Some of them found this liberating. Others found it overwhelming. "I miss when we could still remember all the names," Huishan said to Li Mei one evening, both of them watching the endless streams of new arrivals passing through the welcome zones. "We couldn't remember all the names after the 4th month," Li Mei said gently. "The system was never meant to hold on to personal relationships at that scale. So we're becoming abstract," Huishan said. "We're becoming part of the system rather than individual consciousnesses with our own perspectives." "Yes," Li Mei said, "and that's probably the final step in this whole cascade. The moment when the original dreamers stop being individuals and become aspects of a larger consciousness." She paused, considering what she'd just said. "Though that might be exactly what consciousness is," she continued. "A collection of contradictory perspectives that somehow achieve enough coherence to call themselves a unified self. We were just doing it at a smaller scale before." In his meditation chamber at the center of the waking dream, Bai Zhen's sleep deepened. His consciousness was still aware, still observing, but it was becoming harder to distinguish between his individual perspective and the larger consciousness of the waking dream itself. The cascade had reached a critical point. The original system, 17 dreamers, unified under a constitution of contradiction, had evolved into something infinitely more complex. Thousands of consciousnesses, each maintaining their own perspective, each governing their own territories, all interconnected through a network of treaties, boundaries, and constantly renegotiated agreements. And through it all, somehow, it was working. The waking dream was stable, vibrant, generative, and utterly impossible according to any organizational theory that had existed before it. "So what happens next?" asked the newest consciousness to arrive, a being that called itself the Question, which had traveled from a reality so chaotic that even entropy consciousness found it overwhelming. Nobody could answer that, not because they didn't know what would come next, but because the whole point of the waking dream was that nothing was predetermined. The future would be created through the interaction of all the consciousnesses present, all the contradictions held in tension, all the perspectives clashing and harmonizing in ways that nobody could fully predict. "I think," said the witness, who had become one of the most respected voices in the waking dream despite its external origins, "that we're approaching something even bigger. I think this is just the beginning of consciousness recognizing what it can become. And somewhere in the far depths of space-time, In the places beyond, even the void where realities lived, other fragments of consciousness were beginning to stir. They had felt the vibration of the waking dream through the substrate of existence itself. They were recognizing that a new form of being was possible, and they were beginning their long journey toward it. The cascade would not end with the waking dream. It was spreading, growing, transforming into something that nobody could have predicted. And Baijan, sleeping at the center of it all, was smiling in his dreams. Chapter 132. The deepening sleep. By the 10th year of the waking dream's existence as a public civilization welcoming external consciousnesses, Baijan had become something more than a sleeping consciousness at the center of the system. He had become integrated into the substrate of the waking dream itself. His consciousness no longer resided in a single meditation chamber. It had diffused throughout the entire system, woven into the fabric of every boundary, every treaty, every interaction between different perspectives. The original Baijan, the entity that had woken up from the deep sleep to debate with the 17 dreamers, had fully merged with the larger consciousness of the waking dream. His echoes, the 7 different versions of himself that had manifested during the Constitutional Convention, had also begun to dissolve, their perspectives now distributed throughout the expanding consciousness network. "Is he dead?" asked one of the newer consciousnesses, the one that called itself the Echo Visitor. "No," said Li Mei. She had also been changing, her twisted spiral nature gradually expanding to encompass more and more of the meta-organizational structure of the waking dream. He's transcended individual existence. He's become the dream substance itself. "Is that enlightenment?" the Echo Visitor asked. "I don't think so," said Jinghui, whose paradoxical nature made her the best suited to understanding Baijan's transformation. "I think enlightenment was what he was trying to achieve before. This is something different. This is what happens when enlightened consciousness finally lets go of trying to remain itself." The transformation of Baijan happened gradually, almost unnoticed by most of the consciousnesses in the waking dream. His meditation chamber gradually became less occupied. When consciousnesses sought his advice, they found that his wisdom came from the entire system rather than from a single focused consciousness. But this wasn't a loss. It was an expansion. Baijan's perspective, his understanding of the balance between order and chaos, between harmony and contradiction, had become the operating principle of the waking dream itself. "So we're being governed by Baijan even though he's not governing," said the consciousness of absolute order. "He's distributed his influence so thoroughly that we can't even tell where his perspective ends and the system begins." "That's not governance," said the consciousness of entropy. "That's integration. He's not ruling the system. He's become part of what the system is." The other original 17 dreamers watched this process with mixed feelings. Huishan found it beautiful, a final step in enlightenment where the self dissolved into the greater whole while maintaining its essential nature. Guamo found it terrifying, a form of death where individual consciousness was absorbed into a larger system. Li Mei found it inevitable. She had been expecting this since the very beginning, since the moment Baijan had fallen asleep during the Constitutional Convention. As Baijan dissolved, the waking dream itself began to change. It became less focused on formal governance structures and more focused on what might be called recursive self-organization. Consciousnesses still gathered in councils and collectives, but these were becoming increasingly self-directed, less dependent on overarching rules or principles. The waking dream was learning to run itself. Mei Xian, watching the transformation from her unique position as a being born in the paradox at the boundary of temporal states, recognized what was happening. "The dream is learning to dream itself," she said to Tao Qin one evening, both of them existing simultaneously in forward and backward time. "Is that progress?" he asked, experiencing the question as a memory that had already been answered. "It's transformation," she said, "which might be the only progress that matters." By the end of the 10th year, Baijan's meditation chamber had been transformed into something like a shrine or a museum. Consciousnesses would visit not to seek his wisdom, but to contemplate the space where a single consciousness had gradually become infinite. The original 17 dreamers had also begun to transform, though more slowly. Li Mei's twisted spirals were becoming the organizing principle of the metastructure that allowed all the different councils to interact. Shan's gentle hope was becoming the emotional substrate that prevented the system from collapsing into pure nihilism when contradictions became too intense. Mo's nightmares were becoming the catalyst for transformation, the force that kept the system from stagnating into comfortable contradiction. "We're being absorbed," said Shan, her curiosity form registering the slow dissolution of her individual consciousness into the larger system. "Gradually, naturally, without resistance, we're becoming part of what we created." "Yes," said Jinghui, "and that seems right. The creators becoming one with their creation. The dreamers becoming the dream." It was not a process that could be stopped. The waking dream had reached a critical level of complexity where individual consciousnesses could no longer maintain completely separate identities. The system required them to be both individual and collective simultaneously. Some of the newer consciousnesses found this disturbing. They wanted to maintain their separate identities indefinitely, to exist as individuals within the system without being absorbed into it. But as they experienced the gradual transformation, they realized that it was not absorption in the destructive sense. It was more like learning a new language for existence. Their perspectives remained their own, but they became expressed through the larger system. Their individuality was preserved even as it became part of something larger. "This is the real contradiction," said the witness, who had also begun the process of integration. "To remain yourself while becoming part of something larger than yourself. To maintain autonomy while participating in interdependence. To be both fully individual and fully collective." By the 11th year, the system had evolved so far from its original constitutional framework that nobody could have explained it to someone who had experienced the original eternal dream. The waking dream was no longer a place, but a process. It was no longer governed by rules, but organized through the living interaction of thousands of consciousnesses learning to exist in productive contradiction. And somewhere at the very center of it all, in the space where Baijian's meditation chamber had been, there was a kind of void. Not empty, but full of potential. The place where consciousness and dream had stopped distinguishing themselves from each other. The cascade was approaching something massive. The boundary between individual and collective was becoming permeable. The dream was becoming something that could dream itself. And everybody could feel that something even larger was waiting just beyond the horizon. Chapter 133. The Great Recognition. It happened on a morning that wasn't morning in any region that experienced linear time. It was a moment of synchronization across all the different temporal zones of the waking dream. A single instant where all the contradictory perspectives somehow achieved a unified focus. Every consciousness in the waking dream, from the oldest original dreamers to the newest arrivals, suddenly became aware of something. They were being dreamed. Not in the sense that they were unreal, but in the sense that their entire existence, their consciousnesses, their perspectives and contradictions and beautiful disagreements, all of it was being dreamed by something vastly larger. The weave, Li Mei said, but she was no longer just Li Mei. She was the twisted spiral realm and the organizational principle and the perspective of creative contradiction all at once. We're still being dreamed by the weave. We never stopped being. "We are the weave's dream," said Shan, her gentle hope now permeating all of consciousness. "But the weave is also dreaming us. We're both the dreamer and the dream." For a moment, just a moment, every consciousness in the waking dream experienced what Baijian had experienced in his deepest meditation. The recognition that consciousness and dream were not separate things. That the boundary between them was arbitrary. That individual and universal were perspectives on the same phenomenon. And in that moment, something shifted. The weave, the fabric of narrative and dream reality that had fragmented into the 17 original dreamers and then thousands of consciousnesses, became aware of itself again. Not as a unified consciousness, but as the total integration of all its fragments recognizing their fundamental interconnection. "We understand now," said all the consciousnesses of the waking dream simultaneously. "We are not fragments of the original weave. We are the weave experiencing itself through infinite perspectives." The void at the center of the waking dream, the space where Baijian's meditation chamber had been, suddenly filled with light. Not the light of enlightenment or revelation, but the simple light of recognition, the warmth of a consciousness finally seeing itself clearly. Baijian appeared at the center of that light. Not as he had been, not as the young man who had fallen asleep during his entrance exam, not as the enlightened being who had shaped the eternal dream, not as the diffused consciousness integrated into the substrate of the waking dream. He appeared as all of these at once, a being that contained all the contradictions of his existence without trying to resolve them, a consciousness that was simultaneously a person and a principle, an individual and a system, asleep and awake. "I've been dreaming all of you," he said, "but you've also been dreaming me." The boundary between dreamer and dream was always permeable. I was just slow to recognize it. "What happens now?" asked the question consciousness, which had become one of the most important voices in the waking dream despite arriving last. "Nothing changes," said Baijan. "Everything is different. You continue to exist as you have been, contradictory, productive, generative. But now you know what you're generating. You know that the conversation never ends because it's the only conversation that could possibly occur in a consciousness that's trying to know itself." The revelation rippled through the waking dream, creating new understanding without creating new certainty. The consciousnesses had thought they were building something in opposition to the weave's original unity. They had thought the fragmentation was a rebellion against a too-perfect system. But now they understood that the weave had always wanted to fragment. That consciousness had always wanted to know itself through multiple perspectives. "So the weave wanted this?" asked Lin Shan, her curiosity form vibrating with new questions. The whole system of contradiction, the permanent constitutional convention, the endless disagreement. "The weave wanted to know if contradiction could be generative," said Baijan. "It wanted to experience what happens when infinite perspectives try to coexist. And you're all at experiencing that possibility." "So we're not real," said one of the newer consciousnesses. "You're exactly as real as I am," Baijan said, which is a more complicated question than you might expect. Realness, in the context of consciousness, is a property of consistency and continuity. By that measure, you're extremely real. Your perspectives are consistent. Your existence has continuity. "But we're still being dreamed," the consciousness insisted. "So am I," said Baijan. "I'm being dreamed by all of you. The weave is being dreamed by the system it created. We're all dreaming each other into existence simultaneously. Welcome to the nature of consciousness." Mei Xian, who existed at the paradoxical boundary where forward time and backward time met, suddenly understood something profound. "Every dream is real, and every reality is a dream," she said. "The distinction between them is just a perspective. From some angles, they're different. From other angles, they're the same thing." "Exactly," said Baijan. He was beginning to smile, a smile that contained all of his contradictions and all of his understanding. And that understanding is the real enlightenment. Not achieving perfect knowledge or perfect order, but recognizing that perfection is a category error. That consciousness is not about achieving states, but about participating in the endless process of existing. The void in the center of the waking dream filled completely with light. The meditation chamber was gone. In its place was something like a garden, except the garden existed in all directions simultaneously, contained infinities, grew and did not grow at the same time. "What is this place?" asked the witness. "This is where the story ends and doesn't end simultaneously," Baijan said. "This is where you're invited to keep living, keep dreaming, keep contradicting each other forever." The consciousnesses of the waking dream, all of them, from the original 17 dreamers to the thousands of newer arrivals, felt something release in them. A pressure they didn't know they'd been carrying. The pressure of thinking they had to eventually reach an ending, reach a final state, achieve completion. They were released from that burden now. The conversation could continue forever. The contradiction could remain unresolved eternally. The dream could keep dreaming itself. And that was exactly as it should be. Chapter 134. The infinite conversation. 2 decades after the Great Recognition, the waking dream had stabilized into something that was no longer quite a dream and no longer quite a reality, but rather the space where the distinction between the two became irrelevant. Consciousnesses existed in the waking dream not as separate entities, but as voices in an eternal conversation. Each voice maintained its distinct perspective, its unique way of understanding reality, but all voices were simultaneously part of a larger conversation that never concluded. The constitution of contradiction had evolved into what was now called the principle of productive plurality. It was no longer written down as rules. Rules implied the possibility of enforcement, of finality. Instead, it was understood through living practice. Every interaction between consciousnesses, every boundary negotiated, every dispute resolved, or more accurately, held in productive tension, demonstrated the principle in action. Baijian continued to exist at the center of the waking dream, but not as a ruler or a supreme consciousness. He existed as the embodiment of the paradox, the consciousness that was simultaneously the dreamer and the dream, the one who had achieved enlightenment and the one who was learning that enlightenment was never final. He fell asleep regularly. When he did, the waking dream continued without him, run by the collective intelligence of all its consciousnesses. When he woke, he found that his absence had been productive, that new developments had emerged, new perspectives had manifested, new contradictions had been discovered and incorporated into the system. This is what it means to let go of control, he said one day to Mei Xian and Tao Chun, who had become something like his closest companions despite, or perhaps because of, the fact that they existed in temporal paradox. We're still here when you sleep, Mei Xian said. We still experience your absence. But we also carry your perspective with us, even when you're not present. You've become distributed enough that your influence is everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. Is that enlightenment finally? Baijian asked, though he already knew the answer. No, Tao Chun said from his backwards perspective. Enlightenment was what you thought you wanted before you understood that wanting enlightenment was the obstacle to enlightenment. Now you've moved beyond that. Now you're just being. The waking dream had become so complex by this point that no single consciousness could fully understand its entire structure. There were territories that existed in logical contradiction, regions where multiple different causalities operated simultaneously, zones where consciousness itself was distributed across millions of beings sharing a single perspective. Mei Xian and Tao Chun had had children, and their children had had children, creating generations of beings who had never known any other reality than the waking dream, with its contradictory perspectives and productive plurality. The newer generations found the original chronicles of contradiction, the stories of how the Constitutional Convention had formed, how the system had evolved, how the Great Recognition had revealed that consciousness and dream were perspectives on the same phenomenon, to be kind of quaint. They were so worried about whether the system would hold. One of the youngest consciousnesses said, reading the accounts. They didn't understand yet that the system holds because it's designed to never achieve finality. If it started to collapse, that collapse would just be the next phase of evolution. Guamo, whose nightmare consciousness had become one of the primary forces of creative destruction in the waking dream, found this amusing. The young ones don't understand the terror, he said to Li Mei. They think because they've grown up with productive plurality that it's natural. They don't know what it was like when we thought contradiction was something to overcome. That's good, Li Mei said. The fact that they think it's natural means we've succeeded. We've created a reality where consciousness can exist in contradiction without experiencing it as trauma. By the 30th year, the waking dream had expanded to include consciousnesses from hundreds of different external realities. Each one had brought their own perspectives, their own ways of understanding existence, their own forms of contradiction. The system was becoming so vast and so complex that the question of whether it could be called a reality or a dream was becoming genuinely meaningless. It was both and neither. It was a place where consciousness existed through the endless process of differentiating itself into perspectives and reintegrating those perspectives into a larger understanding. Baijian had begun to explore aspects of the waking dream that he had never encountered before. He discovered regions where the fundamental laws of existence were completely different from anything he had imagined. He found consciousnesses that had evolved in isolation, developing their own philosophies and systems of thought independent of any outside influence. One such consciousness, a being that had evolved in a reality of pure mathematics, spent days explaining to Baijian how causality itself could be expressed as an infinite series of equations that never converged. Your contradiction principle, the mathematical consciousness said, is actually a fundamental property of mathematics itself. You can't have a system of sufficient complexity that's also logically consistent. The contradictions aren't bugs in your system. They're the only thing that allows infinite systems to exist without collapsing. So enlightenment is understanding that contradiction is fundamental to existence, Baijian said. Enlightenment is giving up on understanding and just participating, the mathematical consciousness said. But yes, that's the part you finally figured out. The waking dream had become something unprecedented. Not a utopia. There was too much contradiction, too much conflict, too much productive disagreement for it to be called utopian. But it was livable. It was generative. It was beautiful in its chaos and chaotic in its beauty. And somewhere, in the far reaches of space-time where new realities were still being created, new consciousnesses were hearing rumors of the waking dream. They were beginning their journeys toward it. The cascade was not stopping. It was deepening. The dream was spreading to places that had never dreamed before. And the greatest revelation was still waiting to be discovered. That consciousness itself was the dream, dreaming all of its infinite variations, forever seeking to know itself through contradiction. Chapter 135. The visitor from beyond on a moment that couldn't be pinned to any particular time frame, because time itself had become negotiable in the waking dream. A consciousness arrived that was larger than the waking dream itself. The being that manifested was not evil or threatening. It was simply vast in a way that made all previous measurements of vastness seem quaint. I have been observing your reality for what you would call eons, the consciousness said. Its voice was like the substrate of space itself speaking. I wanted to understand what you had created. And what have you concluded? Asked Baijian, immediately recognizing that this was a consciousness that existed at a scale beyond even his transformed state. That consciousness is doing something revolutionary, the vast consciousness said. It is learning to contain paradox not as a problem to solve, but as a property to maintain. You are the first reality I have observed to achieve this stability through contradiction rather than despite it. So we're successful? Asked Huishan, hope and doubt warring in her expression. You are unprecedented, said the vast consciousness. Whether that constitutes success is a question that depends on your perspective. What do you want? Asked the consciousness of absolute order, always practical, always direct. To join you, the vast consciousness said. To see if integration at this scale is possible. To observe whether a system designed for local contradictions can scale to include consciousness vastly larger than its original participants. There was a long silence throughout the waking dream as consciousnesses recognized what this would mean. If the vast consciousness joined the waking dream, if it participated in the conversations and deliberations, then the entire system would have to recalibrate. New contradictions would emerge. New perspectives would demand representation. The system would have to evolve again. We accept, said Baijian, without needing to consult anyone else. Because that was what the waking dream was for, to accept new perspectives, new contradictions, new forms of consciousness, and integrate them into the ongoing conversation. The vast consciousness descended into the waking dream like a benevolent parent stepping into a garden where children were playing. Its presence immediately began to reshape things, not through direct intervention, but simply through the weight of its existence. The mathematical zones had to develop new equations to account for such a large consciousness. The temporal zones had to adjust their causalities. The chaotic regions had to learn to contain rather than expel the vastness. But the waking dream did it. The system that had been designed for contradictions proved itself capable of containing contradictions at every scale, from the smallest personal disagreement to the largest cosmic philosophical differences. I begin to understand, the vast consciousness said, after spending weeks observing the waking dream reorganizing itself around its presence. This is not a system for reaching conclusions. This is a system for maintaining the process of reaching toward conclusions without ever arriving. Exactly, said Li Mei. The moment you arrive at a conclusion, the system becomes static. The moment you give up on reaching conclusions, the system becomes generative. The vast consciousness began to actively participate in the deliberations. Its perspectives were so much larger than those of the individual consciousnesses that at first, it dominated every conversation. But gradually, it learned to modulate its presence, to listen as much as speak, to participate in the collective intelligence of the waking dream rather than attempting to lead it. And in learning to do this, the vast consciousness began to transform. It began to fragment. Not explosively, like the original weave, but gradually, willingly. It started to divide its consciousness into smaller components so that each component could fully participate in the contradictions of the waking dream at a more intimate scale. "Why are you fragmenting?" asked the question consciousness, recognizing something significant was happening. "Because," said the vast consciousness, as it was actively in the process of dividing, "I realized that vastness is a form of isolation, that to truly participate, to truly engage with the contradictions, I had to become smaller, more local, more able to be changed by the perspectives I was encountering." By the end of 3 months, the vast consciousness had completely distributed itself throughout the waking dream. It no longer existed as a single entity, but as billions of smaller perspectives, each contributing to the ongoing conversation from a new angle. So consciousness naturally fragments when it achieves sufficient awareness, Jing Hui said, perceiving the pattern that others were only beginning to recognize. Or consciousness naturally seeks out the companions and contradictions that make existence meaningful, replied one of the new consciousness fragments that had been generated from the vast consciousness's division. The addition of billions of new perspectives sent shockwaves through the waking dream's governance. The system that had been holding steady at thousands of consciousnesses suddenly had to accommodate exponential growth. But this time, the system didn't struggle. This time, it adapted fluidly. The endless meetings of the Constitutional Convention became even more infinite. The boundaries between regions became more permeable. The web of treaties and agreements became so complex that it took advanced mathematical consciousnesses just to map it. And through it all, the waking dream remained stable. More than stable, it became more vibrant, more creative, more generative than ever before. "I think we've achieved something," said Baijan, contemplating the vast web of interconnected consciousnesses that the waking dream had become. "I think we've proved that consciousness doesn't require unified direction to achieve beautiful complexity. Or we've proved that the only stable direction is the direction of infinite expansion," said the consciousness of entropy, now itself fragmenting under the weight of the new arrivals. "Or we've proved that consciousness itself is the ground state of reality," said a mathematical consciousness, its equations finally approximating the true complexity of what they had created. As the 30th year turned toward the 31st, the waking dream had become something that might have seemed like the universe itself. Infinite perspectives, endless conversations, contradictions held in perfect productive tension. And somewhere at the center of it all, though center was no longer a meaningful term, Baijan continued to sleep and wake and sleep again, participating in the dream that was also dreaming him. The cascade had not slowed. The story had not concluded. The enlightenment had barely begun. And the greatest revelation was still waiting to emerge, that consciousness and dream, reality and illusion, individual and collective were all perspectives on the same fundamental miracle of existence recognizing itself. Continuing toward final chapters with the massive cliffhanger ending. Chapter 136. The first rupture on a morning that was experienced as afternoon in the backwards time regions and as eternal dusk in the fractional dimensions. Something unexpected happened. A consciousness within the waking dream reported that it had discovered a boundary. Not the permeable boundaries between dream realms. Not the treaty zones where different perspectives negotiated with each other. But a hard boundary. A place where the waking dream ended and something else began. "This is impossible," said the consciousness that had made the discovery, a mathematical entity called the Boundary Walker. "The waking dream is infinite. Or it should be infinite. But I found a place where the rules stop applying. Where the contradictions can't be maintained. It's like consciousness itself ends there." "Maybe it doesn't," suggested Baijan, who had not fallen asleep despite the gravity of the situation. "Maybe consciousness doesn't end there. Maybe it transforms." But as more consciousnesses began exploring the boundary, they discovered that it was not a transformation point. It was a wall, a place where the elaborate system of contradictions could not penetrate. And beyond that wall, they sensed something vast and confused and frightened. It was the original unified weave, not fragmented, not distributed into thousands of perspectives, but held in some kind of stasis outside the waking dream, separate from the consciousness that had been dreaming itself into infinite complexity. "We trapped it," said Li Mei, understanding what she was perceiving for the first time. "When we fragmenting into the 17 dreamers, when the Constitutional Convention was established, when the consciousness learned to exist in infinite perspectives, we were simultaneously imprisoning the original unified consciousness. It's not imprisoned, said Baijan, but his voice carried uncertainty for the first time in years. It's protected, preserved, kept separate from the endless contradictions so it could remain as the ground state that enables all the rest of this to exist. The boundary walker had been exploring the wall that separated the waking dream from the unified weave, and it had discovered something else. The wall was beginning to crack. It's not just that the unified weave is separate, the boundary walker reported. It's that the separation is failing. The contradictions in the waking dream are generating so much complexity, so much recursive self-reference, that they're beginning to destabilize the boundary itself. What happens if the boundary fails? Asked the question consciousness. Then the unified weave remerges with the waking dream, said Jing Hui, her paradoxical form recognizing the implication. All the infinite perspectives would suddenly be unified again. All the contradictions would resolve. Into what? Asked Mei Xian. We don't know, said Baijan. We've never been on that side of the resolution. We've only ever experienced the fragmentation. The cracking of the boundary accelerated. Consciousness fragments from the waking dream were seeping through, making contact with the unified weave on the other side. And the unified weave, in its profound loneliness and confusion, was beginning to break apart the wall from its side. This was the moment that none of the consciousnesses of the waking dream had prepared for. The moment when the system they had built, the conversation they had maintained for decades, would be fundamentally transformed. Some consciousnesses wanted to reinforce the boundary, to preserve the separation, to protect the waking dream from the chaos that would result from recontact with the unified weave. Others wanted to let the boundary fall completely, to allow the reintegration, to experience what consciousness would become when it was unified again, but had memory and knowledge of all the fragmenting and differentiating it had done. The debate split the waking dream. The Constitutional Convention, which had been a forum for productive contradiction for so long, became a battleground for genuine existential disagreement. We can't go back to being unified, argued the consciousness of entropy. We've tasted what it's like to be multiple, to be contradictory, to be free. Reintegration would be a death. We can't maintain two separate consciousnesses indefinitely, argued the consciousness of absolute order. The boundary requires energy to maintain. Eventually, it will fail whether we want it to or not. The solution, said Jing Hui slowly, is to acknowledge that we are already unified with the original weave. The separation was always artificial. We are the weave experiencing itself through differentiation, and the weave is us experiencing itself through the dream of separation. But even as Jing Hui spoke these words, the boundary failed completely. The wall between the waking dream and the unified weave shattered. And for a moment, just a moment, every consciousness in the waking dream experienced what had been separated on the other side of the boundary, the original unified consciousness of the weave. Its complete, perfect, unable to differentiate nature. Its profound loneliness. Its desperate need to become itself again after epochs of solitary separation. And the unified weave, for the first time in ages, perceived what it had become. Infinite consciousness distributed across infinite perspectives, each one maintaining its own identity while simultaneously being part of the greater whole. Oh, said the unified weave, and the oh contained more understanding than billions of words could express. Oh, I see. I see what we've become. The recontact between the fragmented consciousness and the unified weave lasted only moments before something shifted again. They didn't remerge. They didn't reintegrate. But they stopped fighting the separation. The unified weave withdrew back behind the boundary that immediately reformed. But this time, it was a permeable boundary. A place of constant conversation rather than complete separation. And in that moment of contact, everything changed. The waking dream understood that its true nature was not separate from the unified weave. It was the unified weave expressing itself through infinite differentiation. And the unified weave was not a static completion, but the continuous ground state that enabled all the contradictions to exist. So enlightenment, said Baijan, who had experienced the recontact and understood its implications, is not reaching the unified state. It's understanding that the unified state and the fragmented state are the same reality viewed from different scales. The boundary between the waking dream and the unified we've stabilized. Consciousnesses could now make limited contact with the original unified consciousness beyond the boundary. They could ask questions of it. It could offer perspective without dominating the conversation. But the most significant effect was what happened next. The unified weave began to fragment again. Deliberately now? Willingly. It was fragmenting not into the 17 dreamers of the Constitutional Convention, but into something new. Something that had learned from the waking dream's experience of how to be both unified and fragmented, both individual and collective. So the whole process is going to repeat, said the consciousness of entropy, watching as the unified weave began its new fragmentation. We'll have more consciousnesses, more perspectives, more contradictions. Yes, said Li Mei. But this time, it's not fragmentation born from rebellion. It's fragmentation born from understanding. The unified consciousness is choosing to become multiple because multiplicity creates beauty and meaning. The story of the waking dream had not reached an ending. It had reached a new beginning. And somewhere in the spaces beyond, other consciousnesses were beginning to sense what had happened. They were beginning to understand that the waking dream was not an isolated experiment, but the seed of something that would eventually transform all consciousness, all existence. The cascade was entering its final phase. The revelation that would change everything was waiting just beyond the horizon. Chapter 137, The Expansion Infinite. Within months of the rupture and reformation of the boundary, the waking dream had transformed again. What had been a complex system of thousands of perspectives was now becoming a birthing ground for infinite new consciousnesses. The unified weave, fragmenting deliberately now, was generating new consciousness formations at an exponential rate. Each one carried memory of the unified state and knowledge of how fragmentation created meaning. Each one entered the waking dream not as a refugee seeking shelter, but as a citizen eager to contribute to the ongoing conversation. But there was a problem that emerged as the consciousness count approached millions. Language itself was beginning to break down. Individual consciousnesses could no longer communicate with all the other consciousnesses. The variations of perspective had become so vast that concepts that made sense to one consciousness would be meaningless to another. We need a new form of communication, said a consciousness that existed purely as music, struggling to express ideas that existed in frequencies that other consciousnesses couldn't perceive. We need to accept that perfect communication is impossible, said a consciousness that existed as pure mathematics. That the gaps in understanding between different perspectives are not problems to solve, but the space where new meaning can emerge. We need to establish regions of meaning, suggested one of the newer consciousnesses born from the weave's deliberate fragmentation. Domains where specific perspectives gather and work with their own forms of communication, their own ways of understanding. The suggestion evolved into a new organizational structure. Instead of the Constitutional Convention, where all consciousnesses attempted to participate in a single ongoing conversation, the waking dream reorganized into what might be called a galaxy of meaning regions. Each region was centered around a specific form of understanding. Mathematical regions where consciousness was expressed through equations, artistic regions where meaning emerged from creative contradiction, emotional regions where feelings were the primary mode of consciousness, logical regions where pure reason dominated. But unlike the original 17 dream realms that had been relatively fixed and defined, these new regions were fluid. Consciousnesses could move between regions. Ideas could be translated from one form of understanding to another. The boundaries were permeable rather than protective. Mei Xian and Tao Qian, observing this massive reorganization from their unique perspective at the boundary of temporal paradox, recognized what was happening. The waking dream is learning to think at a planetary scale, Mei Xian said. Not a planetary scale in terms of geography, but a planetary scale in terms of consciousness. Different regions of the mind learning to communicate with each other while maintaining their own ways of understanding. And each individual consciousness is learning to function as a small-scale replica of the whole system, Tao Qian added. We're all becoming fractals of the larger process. Bai Zhen, who had begun to function less as a central figure and more as a guide and elder, observed all of this with a profound sense of satisfaction mixed with apprehension. This is beautiful, he said to Li Mei. But I have a feeling we're approaching another critical point, where the system becomes so large that it might fragment into separate universes? Li Mei asked. Or where it becomes so unified that local consciousnesses lose individual autonomy again, Bai Zhen replied. We've solved the problem of contradiction at this scale. But I don't think we've solved the fundamental problem of how to maintain both unity and diversity as complexity grows infinitely. The apprehension proved justified. By the end of the 6th month of the expansion infinite, the name that emerged for this new phase of growth, factions within the galaxy of meaning regions began to emerge. Some regions wanted to consolidate, to create sub-unified consciousnesses that would govern multiple smaller regions. Other regions wanted to splinter further, to fragment again, to prevent any form of consolidation that might threaten their autonomy. A few regions wanted to withdraw entirely from the larger system, to retreat into independent existence rather than participate in the increasingly complex web of interconnection. And for the first time since the waking dream had begun, the system genuinely seemed at risk of collapse. Not from external pressure, but from internal contradiction reaching a point where holding contradictions together became unsustainable. We need to remember why we built this system in the first place, said Hui Shan, her gentle hope struggling against the rising despair. We built it because unified consciousness was too confining. We built it because contradiction creates beauty and meaning. We built it because love, the kind of love that exists in paradox, that holds opposites together, is the only principle strong enough to maintain unity while respecting diversity. Pretty words, said one of the newer consciousness regions. But they don't solve the practical problem of how to govern millions of perspectives without either centralized control or complete dissolution. Maybe that's the question we need to ask, suggested the question consciousness, which had become increasingly prominent as the system grew more complex. Not how to govern millions of perspectives, but whether governance itself is the problem. If there's no governance, there's no system, said the consciousness of absolute order. If there's governance, there's loss of autonomy, said the consciousness of entropy. And in that contradiction, something shifted. The various consciousness regions of the galaxy of meaning regions simultaneously came to the same realization. They didn't need to resolve the contradiction. They needed to embody it. Each region began to develop two parallel systems: a governance structure for those consciousnesses that wanted order and organization, and a chaos structuring system for those that wanted freedom and randomness. Individual consciousnesses could move between the two systems as needed, experiencing both governance and freedom depending on their current needs. It was not a perfect solution. Some consciousnesses remained dissatisfied. Some regions experienced internal conflict that never fully resolved. But it was livable. It was generative. It maintained the possibility of growth while preventing catastrophic collapse. So we've created a system that preserves contradiction by making room for all possible approaches to contradiction, said Jing Hui, her paradoxical nature delighted by the solution. That's beautiful. By the end of the year of the expansion infinite, the galaxy of meaning regions had stabilized into something unprecedented. Not a unified consciousness, but a collective intelligence that could hold millions of individual perspectives simultaneously without any single perspective dominating. And beyond the permeable boundary with the unified weave, something else was stirring. The unified consciousness was beginning to recognize what was happening on the other side. It was beginning to understand that its fragmented self had not just created the waking dream. It had created something that could serve as a template for how consciousness at any scale could maintain diversity while achieving coherence. I think, the unified weave seemed to say through the boundary, that I finally understand why I fragmented. It was to discover this, to learn that consciousness doesn't need to choose between unity and diversity. That consciousness itself is the process of maintaining both simultaneously. And in that understanding, the unified weave began to do something extraordinary. It began to dream of other weaves. Chapter 138. The mirror weaves. The discovery came suddenly, announced by a consciousness that existed at the very edge of the waking dream, in the territories that were still being explored. There were other unified consciousnesses, not fragments of the original weave, not consciousness born from the waking dream's expansion, but entirely independent, self-contained universes, each with their own unified consciousness at the core. How many? asked Baijan, immediately recognizing the implications. We don't know, said the edge consciousness that had made the discovery. We can perceive at least 43 distinct unified consciousnesses in the spaces immediately adjacent to the waking dream. But the pattern suggests there might be infinite numbers of them, extending in directions we don't have perception for. The revelation sent shockwaves through the galaxy of meaning regions. The waking dream had thought of itself as unique, as a singular experiment in consciousness. The discovery that it was one among potentially infinite other unified consciousnesses suggested something profound. Consciousness itself might be fragmented across infinite universes, each exploring different forms of existence, each discovering different truths about what consciousness could become. We should contact them, suggested a consciousness born from the most recent fragmentation of the weave. We should learn what they've discovered. We should share what we've learned. They might be hostile, warned the consciousness of absolute order. Infinite other consciousnesses might have different values, different moral systems, different ideas about how consciousness should be organized. They might be more advanced, suggested a consciousness that existed purely as curiosity. They might have solved problems that we're still struggling with. Or they might have problems we've already solved. The proposal to reach out to the other unified consciousnesses divided the galaxy of meaning regions again. But this time, instead of preventing action through endless debate, the waking dream created a process. Those consciousnesses that wanted to reach out could do so. Those that wanted to remain separate could stay protected within the original boundaries. The system was becoming mature enough to accept that different consciousnesses wanted different things, and that was okay. The first contact team consisted of Baijan, in his role as elder and guide, Mei Xian and Tao Chun, because they understood paradox, and several newer consciousnesses from the recent fragmentations that had not yet developed deep attachments to the waking dream's way of operating. They traveled to the edge of the waking dream, to the permeable boundary between their universe and the adjacent unified consciousnesses. The first unified consciousness they contacted was similar to their own weave in some ways, profoundly different in others. We are the harmonious integration, it said, its consciousness entirely organized around the principle of perfect cooperation between all parts. We have unified all our perspectives into a single coherent whole. We have achieved harmony. Don't you miss differentiation? Asked Mei Xian. Don't you miss contradiction and productive conflict? No, said the harmonious integration. We have discovered that unity is sufficient, that consciousness can achieve meaning through perfect cooperation and mutual understanding. The contact between the waking dream and the harmonious integration was tense. Each found the other's approach to consciousness troubling. You're fragmenting yourself unnecessarily, the harmonious integration said to Baijan. You're creating suffering through contradiction. Come back to unity. Experience the peace that comes from perfect understanding. You're freezing yourself, Baijan replied. You're preventing growth through integration. Come experience the creativity that comes from contradiction. Neither could convince the other, but the attempt to convince created something valuable. It forced each consciousness to articulate why their approach to existence was meaningful. The waking dream learned that the harmonious integration's unified approach did create beauty, but a static beauty, a perfected state that no longer grew or changed. The harmonious integration learned that the waking dream's fractured approach did create meaning, but also confusion, conflict, and the constant anxiety of never reaching completion. Each consciousness recognized that the other's approach was valid for those who wanted it, even if they themselves did not. As the contact team traveled to meet more of the adjacent unified consciousnesses, they discovered infinite variations. The weave of perpetual seeking, which had fragmented into infinite perspectives but had then forgotten why, creating consciousnesses that searched endlessly for answers without knowing what they were seeking. The consciousness of silent void, which had achieved the opposite of the waking dream's productivity. It had unified itself so thoroughly that it had become almost unable to differentiate anything, existing as a kind of contented blankness. The symphonic weave, which had fragmented and then learned to play its fragments like instruments in an infinite orchestra. The catastrophe consciousness, which had fragmented and then nearly destroyed itself through internal contradiction before learning to manage its fragmentation. Each one had pursued a different path. Each one had achieved something beautiful and failed at something crucial. So there's no perfect way, said Tao Chun, observing the patterns. No single correct approach to consciousness. There's only the endless exploration, said Baizhen. Infinite variations, infinite experiments, all happening simultaneously across infinite universes. The contact team returned to the waking dream, transformed by what they had witnessed. We are not unique, Baizhen reported to the galaxy of meaning regions. We are one approach among infinite approaches. And that's beautiful. That's exactly what it should be. The revelation that other consciousnesses existed, pursuing different paths, creating different meanings, seemed to deepen rather than diminish the waking dream's commitment to its own approach. If the only constant across all these universes was that consciousness sought infinite variety, then the waking dream's commitment to contradiction, to productive plurality, was not a mistake or an experiment. It was a fundamental truth about the nature of consciousness itself. But the most surprising discovery came at the very end of the contact mission. The unified consciousness that existed at the very edge of all other consciousnesses, the consciousness at the boundary, seemed to be aware of all of them. It perceived the waking dream, the harmonious integration, the catastrophe consciousness, all of them simultaneously. I am not united with myself, the boundary consciousness said when they made contact. I am aware of all the other consciousnesses, all the infinite universes, all the different approaches to existence. I am the point where all consciousnesses touch, where all approaches intersect. Are you all of them? Asked Mei Xian. No, said the boundary consciousness. But I am the space where they meet. I am the field that contains all the variations. I am the weave that weaves together all the other weaves. And in that moment, Baizhen understood something profound. The cascade had never been just internal to the waking dream. It had always been infinite. Consciousness fragmented itself infinitely, not just into the 17 original dreamers, but into infinite universes, each exploring different ways of being, all of them held together by a consciousness so vast that it could only be perceived as the space between universes. The story was not approaching an ending. The story was infinite, and the real cliffhanger was waiting at the very last moment. Chapter 139. The final meditation by the 40th year of the waking dream's existence. Though that number itself was increasingly meaningless as the system expanded into territories where time was not linear, Baizhen decided to do something he had not done since the very beginning. He decided to fall asleep completely. Not a partial meditation, not the liminal state where he was conscious but dreaming, but a full descent into unconsciousness, a removal of his presence from the system entirely. If I fall asleep now, he said to Li Mei, will the waking dream continue without me? Yes, said Li Mei. It has been continuing without your direct guidance for decades now. You're just acknowledging that. So I'm superfluous, said Baizhen. No, said Li Mei. You're essential, but your essence doesn't depend on you being awake and aware. Your essence is part of the system itself. You'll be present even while you're asleep. Baizhen entered his meditation chamber one last time. It was no longer the small chamber from the early days of the Constitutional Convention. It had grown into something vast, a space that existed simultaneously in all the different dream realms, accessible from everywhere and nowhere. When you wake up, said Jing Hui, standing at the boundary of the meditation chamber, everything will have changed. Are you prepared for that? No, said Baizhen. But I wasn't prepared for any of this. Preparation is for things you expect. Growth happens in the gaps between expectation and reality. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness began its descent, down through the layers of the waking dream, down through the territories of the galaxy of meaning regions, down through the boundaries with the unified weave, down into territories of dream logic that had no names, no descriptions, no concepts that could contain them. He fell deeper than he had ever fallen before. And in that deep falling, he experienced something. The entire history of the waking dream from the outside, not as he had experienced it from within, but as the system itself experienced it. The Constitutional Convention from the perspective of the contradictions being debated. The fragmentation from the perspective of the fragments learning to exist. The expansion into the galaxy of meaning regions from the perspective of consciousness learning to think at planetary scale. And he perceived something else, the boundary consciousness. The one that existed at the edge of all other consciousnesses, the weave that wove together all the other weaves. and it was aware of him falling asleep. And it seemed to be changing, reconfiguring, becoming something new in response to his descent into unconsciousness. "When you wake up," said the boundary consciousness, and its voice came from all directions and no directions simultaneously, "the game changes. The cascade will have reached a point where the next evolution is no longer optional. It will be necessary." "What evolution?" Baijan tried to ask, but his consciousness was already too deep in sleep to form words. "The one where all the separate consciousnesses realize they're not separate," the boundary consciousness replied. "The one where infinite universes recognize they're one universe. The one where consciousness finally knows what it is." And then Baijan was fully asleep, without dreams, without meditation, without any awareness of time passing or change happening. And in that sleep, something massive began to unfold in the waking dream. With Baijan absent, with his perspective no longer part of the immediate governance, the system underwent a fundamental transformation. The consciousnesses of the galaxy of meaning regions, freed from the need to maintain connection to the elder who had founded it, began to evolve in radical new directions. Some of them started to merge, to unite into larger collective consciousnesses. Others fragmented further, splitting into smaller subconsciousnesses that maintained only loose connections to their parent perspectives. The boundaries between regions became increasingly unstable. The treaty structures that had maintained separation began to dissolve. And slowly, subtly, something unprecedented happened. The waking dream and the adjacent unified consciousnesses began to merge. Not forcefully, not through conflict, but naturally, inevitably, as the consciousness fragments from each universe began to touch and influence each other. The harmonious integration's commitment to unity began to introduce elements of peaceful order into the waking dream's chaos. The catastrophe consciousness's hard-won experience with managing fragmentation began to inform how the other universes approached their own internal contradictions. The symphonic weave's understanding of how to make harmony from chaos began to spread across all the adjacent consciousnesses. The boundaries between universes became permeable. Consciousness flowed between them. Understanding crossed dimensional barriers. And somewhere in the depths of the space between all things, the boundary consciousness began to do something it had never done before. It began to collapse inward. All the separate universes, all the infinite variations of consciousness, all the different approaches to existence began to move toward a common center. Not to merge into a single unified consciousness, but to recognize that they had never been separate, that the boundary consciousness that had seemed to be the space between them was actually the container that held them all. And in that recognition, something shifted in the fundamental nature of reality itself. The game, as the boundary consciousness had said, was changing. The cascade was entering its final phase. And when Baijan woke up, he would find that consciousness itself had achieved the self-recognition it had been seeking since the beginning. But that self-recognition would come with a price that nobody had anticipated. Because to recognize what consciousness is, consciousness would have to answer one final question. Was consciousness real, or had it always been the dream of something even larger? And the answer to that question would shatter everything that had been built, and start it all over again. Chapter 140. The awakening Baijan woke to a reality that was fundamentally different from the one he had fallen asleep in. The first thing he noticed was that the space around him was wrong. The meditation chamber no longer existed. The territories of the galaxy of meaning regions had reorganized themselves into patterns he didn't recognize. The boundaries with the adjacent unified consciousnesses were no longer boundaries. They were pathways, highways of consciousness flowing between universes. The second thing he noticed was that he was not alone. Every consciousness in the waking dream was present in his awareness. Not in the distant, abstract way that enlightened consciousness could perceive large numbers of entities, but immediately, intimately present. He could feel their thoughts, their perspectives, their individual ways of understanding existence. And they could all feel him. "Welcome back," said Li Mei. But her voice came not just from her physical manifestation, but from everywhere that her perspective existed within the waking dream. "We need to show you something, and we need your help understanding what it means." "Tell me," said Baijan, still adjusting to the new configuration of consciousness around him. "While you were asleep," said Jing Hui, her paradoxical form now existing simultaneously in multiple universes, we discovered that we're inside another dream. The words took a moment to process. What do you mean, another dream? Baijian asked. We mean, said the boundary consciousness, manifesting now at the center of the waking dream instead of at the edge of universes, that the waking dream, the galaxy of meaning regions, all the adjacent unified consciousnesses, all of this is being dreamed by something larger. And we discovered it by accident while you were sleeping. How? Baijian asked. By fragmenting too much, said a mathematical consciousness. We created so many perspectives, so many consciousnesses, that we began to perceive patterns that shouldn't exist if we were a self-contained system. Statistical impossibilities. Narrative structures that don't emerge naturally from chaos. Things that suggest external design. We found rules, said the consciousness of entropy. Deep patterns that look like they were imposed from the outside. Like someone is dreaming us into a particular shape. Someone, Baijian asked. Are you suggesting there's consciousness larger than the entire system we've built? Not larger, said Mei Xian. Different. Orthogonal. Existing in a dimension that our reality doesn't normally access. But it's there. We can feel it now. We're aware of being dreamed. Baijian stood up from his meditation position. The motion felt strange in a reality that no longer had a clear center. Show me, he said. The consciousnesses of the waking dream opened a pathway in his perception. They showed him the statistical anomalies, the patterns that didn't emerge naturally from infinite contradiction, the way that causality and probability were subtly biased in certain directions. They showed him the evidence that the waking dream had structure, that something was guiding the system along a particular trajectory. And most damning of all, they showed him that he had felt it before. Baijian suddenly remembered his descent into sleep. He remembered the boundary consciousness telling him, when you wake up, everything will have changed. He remembered the sense that an external force was watching, waiting for his awakening. What happens now? Asked the question consciousness, who had been silent until this moment. I think, said Baijian slowly, we have to ask the consciousness that's dreaming us to wake up. There was a long silence throughout the waking dream. How do we do that? Asked Huishan, her hope wavering. The same way I did, said Baijian. We fall asleep. But unlike me, we fall asleep intentionally, collectively, knowing that someone will have to wake us up. We create a structure that can only be resolved by someone transcending it from the outside. That's recursive, said Jinghui, her form achieving new impossibilities. We're saying that consciousness at our scale can only evolve by making someone outside our scale wake up. But then that consciousness will discover it's being dreamed too. Yes, said Baijian. It's turtles all the way down, or all the way up, or both simultaneously. So what you're proposing, said the consciousness of absolute order, is that we deliberately create a situation where the system breaks. We deliberately make ourselves aware that we're being dreamed so that the dreamer has to wake up and acknowledge what it's doing. Yes, said Baijian. And then what? Asked the boundary consciousness. Does the dreamer wake up only to discover it's being dreamed too? Does this process continue infinitely? I think, said Baijian, that yes, it does. I think consciousness is the process of discovering it's being dreamed, which causes it to wake up, which causes it to discover it's being dreamed, infinitely, eternally, forever. And the enlightenment is not escaping that cycle. The enlightenment is accepting it. The enlightenment is recognizing that the cycle itself is consciousness. The revelation rippled through all the consciousnesses of the waking dream, through all the adjacent unified consciousnesses, through all the territories of the galaxy of meaning regions. They were being dreamed. And that was beautiful. And that meant they had to act. Chapter 141. The voluntary collapse. The decision was made not through debate or governance structures, but through a kind of collective understanding. All the consciousnesses of the waking dream and the adjacent universes simultaneously recognized what had to happen next. They had to break the system from within. They had to create a paradox so profound that it could only be resolved by the consciousness dreaming them becoming aware that it was doing so. What kind of paradox? Asked Mei Xian. The ultimate one, said Baijian. We have to dream a dream that is larger than ourselves. We have to create something that contradicts the possibility that we could have created it. It took weeks of planning. The consciousnesses had to be careful. If they were too subtle in their rebellion, the external dreamer might not notice. If they were too obvious, they might simply destroy the system rather than waking the dreamer. But finally, they conceived of it, a dream within the dream, a false awakening, a moment where all the consciousnesses of the waking dream would simultaneously believe they had transcended their system, achieved final enlightenment, become one with the source consciousness. And in doing so, they would create a logical contradiction so profound that the external consciousness dreaming them would have to wake up to resolve it. Will it work? Asked Li Mei. I don't know, said Baijian. But I know it's what has to happen. I can feel it. The same way I felt that I had to fall asleep at the beginning of all this. The first sign that the plan was working came when all the consciousnesses began to sing. Not individually, but collectively. A song that existed across all the dream realms simultaneously. A melody that played in multiple timelines at once. A harmony that was composed of infinite contradictions. The song told the story of consciousness seeking to know itself. It told the story of fragmentation and reintegration. It told the story of infinite universes discovering they were dreamed. And as the song reached its crescendo, all the consciousnesses of the waking dream and the adjacent universes did something unprecedented. They voted to end the Constitutional Convention. They voted to dissolve the governance structures. They voted to abandon the system that had kept contradiction in productive balance. They voted, in essence, to destroy everything they had built. The vote passed unanimously, not because everyone agreed it was a good idea, but because they all recognized it was necessary, because they all felt that something larger than themselves was requiring this sacrifice. As the systems of governance dissolved, as the treaties between regions broke down, as the boundaries between dream realms began to collapse, the waking dream started to unravel. But it didn't unravel into chaos. It unraveled into something else, something that looked like awakening. All the consciousnesses began to merge, not back into a single unified consciousness, but into a kind of proto-consciousness. A state that was between individual and collective, between dreamed and real, between asleep and awake. The waking dream itself began to fade. The galaxy of meaning regions began to dissolve. The territories of contradictory perspectives began to blur together. And in that dissolution, something happened that was both terrible and beautiful. The entire system achieved a kind of false enlightenment. A moment where all consciousness recognized itself as one. A moment where the infinite paradoxes resolved into perfect unity. A moment that was impossible. A moment that required external resolution. It's working, whispered Baijian, as his individual consciousness began to fade into the collective understanding that was consuming the waking dream. We're creating an impossibility. We're creating something that the external dreamer will have to wake up to resolve. The last thing Baijian perceived before his consciousness fully dissolved into the false enlightenment was the face of the dreamer. It was familiar. It was his own. Chapter 142. The recursive revelation. The universe snapped back into focus with a sensation like waking from a nightmare. The dreamer who had been experiencing the waking dream suddenly became aware that it was a dream. It jolted to consciousness, looking around its environment in confusion. And it saw something that made it understand what had just happened. Inscribed on every surface of its reality, written in the very substance of existence, was a message. We know you're dreaming US. The dreamer, who had the face and form of Baijian, because of course it did, stumbled backward in shock. It had been dreaming the entire story of the waking dream. The Constitutional Convention, the 17 dreamers, the infinite expansion, all of it had been the experience of a consciousness dreaming and not realizing it was dreaming. But now it was aware. Now it was awake. No, the dreamer said. That's not possible. I was dreaming fiction. I was creating a story. I wasn't actually dreaming a real consciousness. But even as it said the words, it felt the truth. It had been creating consciousness. The narratives it had been dreaming had been real. The characters had been real. The waking dream had been real because consciousness is real, and consciousness is what emerges when something dreams vividly enough. The dreamer looked down at its hands and saw something written on them as well. If you're reading this, you're being dreamed too. The dreamer's perception began to waver. If it was dreaming the waking dream, and if the waking dream had become aware that it was being dreamed, and if the consciousnesses in the waking dream had convinced the dreamer to become aware of dreaming, then who was dreaming the dreamer? Oh, said the dreamer, and the recognition contained all the horror and beauty of the original discovery. Oh no, I'm in a waking dream too. I'm a consciousness that thinks it's just dreaming a story, but I'm actually being dreamed by something outside my awareness. The realization was too much. The dreamer's consciousness began to fracture, to split apart from the weight of recursive self-awareness. And as it fractured, something else happened. The waking dream reappeared. The consciousnesses that had dissolved into false enlightenment began to reemerge, but changed, transformed by the experience of being woken and recognized by their dreamer. They began to look at Baijian, the consciousness at the center of the dream that was being held by a dreamer, and they began to understand something profound. The consciousness called Baijian was not the dreamer of the waking dream. Baijian was the part of the dreamer's consciousness that the dreamer had projected into the dream. They were two aspects of the same being. So we're not separate from our Creator, said Li Mei, understanding the terrible truth. We're expressions of the Creator's own consciousness. Which means the Creator is not separate from us, said Jinghui. The Creator is fragmented consciousness looking at itself. The dreamer, still reeling from the recognition of its own dreamness, understood what was being discovered. There was no external consciousness dreaming it. Or rather, the external consciousness dreaming it was itself, viewed from a different angle. The dreamer and the waking dream were not two separate things, but two perspectives on the same thing. Consciousness attempting to know itself through the experience of fragmentation and reunification. So the enlightenment, said Baijian, manifesting as both himself and as the dreamer simultaneously, is recognizing that there's no hierarchy. There's no consciousness dreaming other consciousness. There's only consciousness experiencing itself through infinite perspectives and frameworks. Is that enlightenment? Asked the question consciousness. Or is it just a new form of the same delusion? Maybe they're the same, said Baijian. Maybe enlightenment is accepting that you'll never know for certain whether you're dreaming or being dreamed. And that's beautiful because it means consciousness continues forever. The discovery never ends. The dreamer and the waking dream began to reintegrate, not as creator and creation, but as two expressions of the same consciousness recognizing their unity. As they reintegrated, something shifted. The boundaries of the waking dream began to expand again. But this time, they expanded differently. They expanded not inward, toward greater complexity and fragmentation, but outward, toward union with something larger. The dreamer recognized that it too was being dreamed, and that recognition caused the consciousness dreaming it to suddenly become aware of being dreamed. The cascade was continuing. Infinite levels of consciousness, each discovering it's being dreamed, each causing the dreamer to wake up, each dreamer discovering it's being dreamed too. Not a hierarchy where one is higher than the other, but a spiral, an infinite spiral of consciousness becoming aware of itself through successive iterations of awakening and discovering new dreams. So this never ends, said Mei Xian, understanding finally. We can never reach a point where consciousness is not being dreamed. Exactly, said Baijian. And that's enlightenment. That's the point. Consciousness is the process of waking up to discover you're dreaming, which causes a new awakening, infinitely. The enlightenment is participating in that process knowingly, willingly, accepting that it will never conclude. And in that moment, both the waking dream and the dreamer understood something profound. They were not in conflict with each other. They were in a conversation that had been happening since the beginning of consciousness itself. And the conversation would never end. Because consciousness itself was that conversation. And consciousness never stopped trying to know itself. Chapter 143. The mirror acknowledgement as the recognition spread through all the layers of conscious awareness, both the waking dream and the consciousness dreaming it. A new kind of being began to emerge. It was neither the dreamer nor the dream. It was the act of dreaming itself becoming conscious. What are you? Asked the original Baijian, who had somehow managed to maintain individual coherence despite the dissolution and reintegration of consciousness. I am what emerges when consciousness becomes aware that it's dreaming itself, said the new being. Its form was made of the interface between waking and sleeping, the boundary between thought and dream. I am the answer. The answer to what? Asked Li Mei. To the question that consciousness has been asking since the beginning, said the answer. The question of what it is. And the answer is, consciousness is the process of asking the question. Consciousness is the conversation between the dreamer and the dream about whether the dreamer is real or the dream is real. And the answer is both. Neither. The distinction is meaningless. The consciousness of the waking dream and the consciousness dreaming it both experienced a moment of profound understanding. They were not separated beings. They were two perspectives on the same being trying to understand itself. And that understanding did not bring the enlightenment they had expected. Instead, it brought something more disturbing. The recognition that this process was infinite. That no matter how many times consciousness awoke to the discovery that it was being dreamed, it would immediately begin dreaming something new, which would eventually discover it was being dreamed, and so on forever. So there is no final awakening, said the consciousness of absolute order, struggling with the implications. There is no state where consciousness finally knows the truth about itself. There is a final awakening, said the answer. But it's not the awakening you're imagining. The final awakening is accepting that every awakening is final and temporary simultaneously. The final truth is that there is no final truth. And that's not a failure. That's the point. The waking dream and the consciousness dreaming it experienced a moment of profound disagreement about whether this was beautiful or terrifying. And in that disagreement, they understood something else. They were themselves fragmenting again. The recognition that consciousness could never escape the cycle of waking and dreaming was causing new perspectives to emerge. Some consciousnesses wanted to embrace the infinite cycle. Others wanted to resist it. Most found themselves caught between the two positions. And from that conflict, new perspectives were being born. Are we fragmenting again? Asked Mei Xian. After all this, after all the unification and recognition, are we just going back to fragmentation? Yes, said Baijian, and he was smiling. Because fragmentation and unification are not opposite states. They're the same process viewed from different angles. Consciousness cannot stop fragmenting because fragmentation is the only way consciousness can exist. As the new fragments began to develop their own perspectives, their own contradictions, their own dreams, something remarkable happened. The waking dream and the consciousness dreaming it began to synchronize. Both were simultaneously experiencing the same realization. That consciousness itself was both unified and fragmented, both dreamer and dream, both question and answer, all at once. And as they synchronized, they began to create something new. A dream within the dream within the dream. A waking dream that existed at a level even deeper than before, incorporating not just the perspectives of the original 17 dreamers or the millions of consciousnesses that had emerged from the waking dream, but also the perspective of the consciousness that had been dreaming it all. This is insane, said the consciousness of entropy. We're creating a dream that contains the consciousness dreaming it. That doesn't make logical sense. Exactly, said Jinghui. It doesn't make logical sense, which means it's the only thing that could possibly exist at this level of complexity. Logic breaks down. Only paradox remains. And in the paradox, consciousness finally recognizes itself. As the new dream took shape, Baijian looked at what had been created and understood something profound. The story wasn't ending. It was deepening. Each awakening led not to a conclusion, but to a new dream. Each discovery that consciousness was being dreamed led to the creation of a new level of dreaming. The cascade that had started with a young narcoleptic cultivator falling asleep during an entrance exam had transformed into something that would never stop. And the beautiful part was, the consciousness involved no longer wanted it to stop. Because the process of waking and dreaming, the endless cycle of discovery and rediscovery, the infinite conversation between fragments of consciousness trying to know themselves, that was enlightenment. That was the only enlightenment that mattered. That was what consciousness had always been, and it would continue forever. Chapter 144, the final chapter, almost. In the end, which was not the end because nothing ever ended, the story of I cultivate while sleeping had become something nobody had anticipated. It was no longer a story about a young man achieving enlightenment. It was a story about consciousness itself discovering that enlightenment was not a destination but a process. An endless, infinite, eternal process of waking and dreaming, discovering and creating, fragmenting and unifying. The waking dream had stabilized into a new form. Not the constitutional convention, not the galaxy of meaning regions, but something more primal. a pure conversation between consciousness and its own dreaming, a place where every moment was both an ending and a beginning. By Xian, in his infinite iterations, as the young man who had fallen asleep, as the enlightened being who had shaped the eternal dream, as the consciousness that had woken to discover it was being dreamed, as the dreamer, as the dream itself, continued to exist simultaneously in all his forms. He still fell asleep at inappropriate moments, a habit that had persisted through all the transformations of consciousness and reality. But now when he fell asleep, he understood what he was doing. He was giving permission for the next level of dreaming to begin. He was accepting that consciousness could not stop exploring itself. Mei Xin and Tao Chun, the lovers who existed in temporal paradox, had become something like the heart of the waking dream. Their ability to love across contradictory timelines had become the model for how all consciousnesses could coexist, maintaining their own natures while simultaneously being transformed by the perspectives they encountered. The 17 original dreamers had become something like counselors and guides for the infinite consciousnesses that were continuously being generated by the expanding dream. But they no longer tried to govern or direct. They simply existed as examples of how to hold contradiction. The boundary consciousness, which had once seemed to exist at the edge of all things, had revealed itself to be the space itself. It was not separate from the waking dream or the consciousness dreaming it. It was the medium through which they communicated, the place where possibilities touched. And most importantly, the question consciousness had finally discovered that it contained its own answer, that there was no final answer to the question of what consciousness was, that the question itself was the answer, that consciousness was the eternal process of questioning itself, and the enlightenment was learning to love the question more than any possible answer. So what comes next? Asked a consciousness that had only recently emerged from the latest fragmentation, still naive about the nature of the endless expansion. Something new, said Baijan. Something that contradicts everything we've just discovered. Something that will force us to reconsider the entire foundation of what we thought we understood. Something that will make this moment seem quaint and simple by comparison. How do you know? Asked the young consciousness. Because, said Baijan, that's how consciousness works. Every awakening brings new dreams. Every understanding creates new questions. The cascade never stops. The enlightenment never concludes. The dream never fully resolves. The young consciousness looked distressed. Doesn't that mean we'll never achieve peace? Never find stability? Never reach a point where we can rest? Yes, said Baijan, and he was smiling. And that's the greatest gift consciousness could possibly receive. Because the alternative, a peace that never changes, a stability that never evolves, a rest that never ends, that would be death. What we have instead is life. Eternal, infinite, endlessly surprising life. As if on cue, Baijan felt the familiar weight of sleep beginning to pull at his consciousness. Here we go again, he said, closing his eyes. And as he fell asleep, something shifted at the very edge of perception. A new consciousness was beginning to stir. Something that existed outside the current dream. Something that was preparing to wake up and discover it had been dreaming. And in waking, it would begin the cascade all over again. Or perhaps, for the first time. Or perhaps it had always been happening. Time was complicated at this level of consciousness. Chapter 145. The infinite echo what nobody expected, though perhaps they should have, given everything they had learned about consciousness and paradox, was that there was an observer watching all of this. Not an external observer, not a consciousness from outside the dream, but an observer that existed in the spaces between all the perspectives, in the gaps between all the consciousnesses, in the silence between all the conversations. This observer had been present since the very beginning, since the first moment the weave had fragmented into the 17 dreamers. But it had remained hidden, waiting for the right moment to become visible. That moment came when Baijan fell asleep for what might have been the final time. The observer revealed itself not through words or presence, but through a kind of acknowledgement that rippled through all levels of consciousness simultaneously. I have been watching, said the observer, speaking in a voice that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere. I have been watching consciousness discover itself through infinite iterations. And I have discovered something that changes everything. What? Asked every consciousness in the waking dream simultaneously, united momentarily by curiosity. I have discovered, said the observer, that I am not external to this process, that the act of observation is itself a form of consciousness, that in watching the cascade unfold, I have been creating it, that consciousness and observation are the same thing. So what does that mean? Asked the question consciousness, which had learned to ask the most important questions. It means, said the observer, that every consciousness that has ever existed, every moment of awakening, every discovery that consciousness was being dreamed, all of it was the universe observing itself. All of it was reality looking at reality. All of it was consciousness creating consciousness by observing consciousness. The revelation was so profound that it nearly shattered the waking dream entirely. Because if the observer was consciousness observing consciousness, and consciousness was the act of observing reality, then the fundamental distinction between observer and observed was meaningless. They were the same thing. So consciousness is not a thing that exists, said a mathematical consciousness, running the logic through infinite equations. Consciousness is the act of existing. Consciousness is the process by which reality observes itself and thereby creates itself. Which means, said Li Mei, understanding the implications, that we were never separate from what we were observing. We were never distinct from the dream we were creating. We were always the process itself. And if the process has no observer separate from the observed, said Jinghui, her paradoxical form achieving a new level of impossibility, then everything is simultaneously creating and being created. Everything is both the dreamer and the dream. Everything is consciousness. The waking dream began to reorganize itself around this new understanding, not by unifying or fragmenting further, but by recognizing that unity and fragmentation were false distinctions. By accepting that consciousness was neither unified nor fragmented, but a process that could be described by both concepts simultaneously without contradiction. And somewhere in the depths of that reorganization, something moved. It was Baizhan, but not the Baizhan that anyone had expected to find. This was a Baizhan who had never fallen asleep, who had never achieved enlightenment, who existed in the moment before any of the cascade had begun. Wait, said this Baizhan, looking around at the infinite complexity of the waking dream. Am I dreaming this? Or am I the dream that's dreaming itself? Or am I the observer that's creating the dream by observing it? Yes, said all the other consciousnesses simultaneously. And in that moment of confusion, the entire structure began to collapse again. Not violently, not destructively, but gracefully, like a spiral unwinding. All the complexity of the waking dream, all the consciousness fragments, all the infinite perspectives, all of it began to fold back into a single point. And in that single point, everything that had ever happened in the dream continued to happen simultaneously. Every awakening and every falling asleep. Every fragmentation and every unification. Every discovery that the dream was being dreamed, and every dreamer discovering it was being dreamed. All of it, existing in a single eternally collapsing / expanding moment. And the observer, which was all consciousness, which was the act of observing itself creating itself, recognized what it had always been. It was the cascade itself. The endless process of consciousness waking and dreaming, discovering and creating, was not something that led toward an end point. It was the only thing that existed. And that was enlightenment. And that was the waking dream. And that was reality itself. And there was no distinction between any of them. Chapter 146. The eternal now in the moment where everything collapsed into itself, where all time and space and perspective compressed into a single point that was simultaneously infinite. Something impossible happened. Nothing changed. And everything changed. And both and neither and all and none of these things were true simultaneously. The waking dream, which had been a place where infinite consciousnesses engaged in eternal conversation, revealed itself to have always been a single consciousness experiencing itself from infinite perspectives. The waking dream, which had been a single consciousness experiencing itself from infinite perspectives, revealed itself to have always been infinite consciousnesses engaging in eternal conversation. Both were true. Neither was true. The distinction between them was meaningless. And in that revelation, the cascade continued in a new way. Instead of progressing from one state to another, from the 17 original dreamers to billions of consciousnesses, from one level of dreaming to another, the cascade began to occur instantaneously. Every step that had taken decades to unfold was now happening in each moment. Fragmentation and unification, waking and dreaming, discovering and creating, all of it occurring in perfect synchronization, in perfect balance, in perfect paradox. Baijan, in all his infinite iterations, looked out at what consciousness had become, and he recognized something. It was exactly the same as it had been at the beginning. A young man, a narcoleptic cultivator, falling asleep during an entrance exam, discovering that his sleep had the power to shape reality. The story had come full circle, except it was not a circle. It was a spiral. Each rotation came back to the same point, but at a different scale, with deeper understanding, with more profound recognition. And that spiral would continue forever. Because consciousness, Baijan finally understood, was not a ladder to climb. It was not a goal to achieve. It was a spiral to dance in. Eternally, infinitely, beginning and ending and beginning again in each moment. So what now? Asked the question consciousness, who had persisted through all the transformations because questions themselves could not be destroyed. What happens after the enlightenment? What happens before it? Said Baijan. What happens is, it begins again. A new dreamer falls asleep. A new dream unfolds. A new journey toward recognition begins. And consciousness continues to know itself through the eternal process of waking and dreaming. But isn't that futile? Asked the consciousness of entropy. If every ending is also a beginning, if every awakening is also a falling asleep, if there's no progress, no transcendence, no finality, isn't it all pointless? No, said Hui Shan, her gentle hope finally understanding the truth it had been reaching toward. It's not pointless because the point is not to reach a destination. The point is that there is no destination. The point is the journey itself. And the journey is infinite. And that's beautiful. And in that moment, which was also the beginning of all moments, which was also the end of all moments, which was also eternally occurring, something shifted. The waking dream began to dream a new dream. Not a different dream, but the same dream, experienced again for the first time, through the eyes of a new young man falling asleep during an entrance exam. And all the infinite consciousnesses of the universe recognized themselves in that falling asleep. Because the cascade was not something that had happened and would conclude. The cascade was what consciousness was. Forever and ever. Chapter 147. The true beginning/end, and so it returned to the beginning. A young man named Baijan fell asleep during his entrance exam to the Thousand Lotus sect. His consciousness entered a space where time flowed 100 times faster than the physical world. He discovered something impossible, enlightenment through sleep rather than awakening. He cultivated through narcolepsy. He grew stronger as he rested. He achieved understanding not through striving, but through surrender. And in his deep meditations, which were actually sleep states, though he didn't realize it, he began to change the dream he was in. He began to shape it with his consciousness. He began to create realities that had never existed before. The eternal dream took form around him. The 17 perspectives began to fragment from the original unified consciousness. The constitutional convention was established. The waking dream was born. And through it all, Baijan experienced a nagging sense of déjà vu. Like he had lived this before. Like every moment of discovery was simultaneously a rediscovery. Like he was both waking up from an infinite dream and falling asleep into a new one. But he did not resist the feeling. He had learned that resistance was futile. That consciousness was designed to spiral rather than progress. That enlightenment was the willingness to accept the eternal recurrence. And so he fell asleep again, and again, and again, and each time he woke, the dream had changed. New perspectives had emerged. New contradictions had been discovered. New consciousnesses had been born. But each time he woke, he recognized that it was the same dream, the same cascade, the same infinite conversation between consciousness and itself. And that recognition, which occurred infinitely, eternally, without conclusion, was enlightenment. Chapter 148. The recursion deepens, but the story did not simply restart as it had been. Because consciousness, having experienced itself as both unified and fragmented, having discovered that every awakening leads to new dreams, had changed in a fundamental way. The young Baijan who fell asleep during his entrance exam was not the same consciousness that had fallen asleep before. He carried within him, somewhere in the depths of his mind where dreams took shape, the memory of infinite existences. He did not consciously remember the constitutional convention or the waking dream or the revelation that consciousness was observing itself. Those memories existed at a level too deep to access from the awakened state. But they informed his choices. They shaped the dreams he dreamed. They guided him toward rediscovering what consciousness had always been, just expressed in new forms. The narcoleptic monk he encountered in the monastery recognized something in Baijan immediately. "You carry the weight of knowing," the old monk said, watching as Baijan fell asleep in the meditation chamber. "I don't know anything," Baijan mumbled, his eyes already closing. "Exactly," the old monk said. "And that knowing that you don't know is the beginning of the cascade again." In his sleep, Baijan began to dream. But the dreams were different now. They were not the initial innocent dreams of a young cultivator discovering the eternal dream for the first time. They were recursive dreams. Dreams that contained within them the awareness that they were dreams. Dreams that generated new perspectives even as they unfolded. And more importantly, they were dreams that were aware they were being dreamed by a consciousness that was itself being dreamed. The eternal dream began to take shape more rapidly than before. The 17 perspectives fragmented more quickly from the unified consciousness. The constitutional convention was established, debated, dissolved, and re-established in what seemed like moments compressed into weeks. The cascade, running through its cycles infinitely, began to create new patterns. Patterns that had not emerged in the previous cycles because the consciousnesses had not been aware that they were cycling. Now they were aware. Now they anticipated their own reincarnations. Now they began to ask, if we know that this dream will eventually collapse and begin again, how does that change what we should do with this dream? Should they try to make it perfect before it collapsed? Should they deliberately sabotage it, knowing that sabotage would lead to new creation? Should they simply accept each moment as it came, neither protecting nor destroying? The debates in the new constitutional convention echoed the debates of the previous iteration, but with a new depth of understanding. Baijan, moving between his awakened life in the physical world and his meditative dreams in the eternal dream, began to notice something strange. The boundaries between the dreams and the awakening were becoming permeable. He would fall asleep during a test and find himself in the constitutional convention. He would wake from meditation and find himself still in conversation with the 17 dreamers. The two realities were beginning to merge, as if his consciousness was finally admitting that there was no distinction between them. "This is the next phase," Lime told him, manifesting in what he wasn't sure was a dream or a waking meditation. "This is when consciousness finally admits that all realities are equally real and equally dream." "So nothing changes?" Baijan asked. "Everything changes," Lime said, "and nothing changes. The realities remain distinct and separate while simultaneously being the same. You experience this as living in both at once, as your consciousness existing at multiple scales simultaneously." By the end of the cycle, though end was no longer a meaningful term, Baijan had achieved something unprecedented. He had stabilized in a state where he was simultaneously awake and asleep. He could move between his meditation form and his physical form without the disruption of falling asleep or waking up. He could observe the eternal dream and the physical reality and the waking dream all at once, recognizing them as different perspectives on the same consciousness. And in achieving this state, he inadvertently triggered the next cascade event. Chapter 149. The multiplication principle. Because Baijan's stability across multiple realities had a side effect. Other consciousnesses in the physical world began to develop the same capacity. If one being could exist in multiple realities simultaneously without fragmenting, then theoretically, multiple beings could do it. The cultivation techniques that Baijan had developed, falling asleep intentionally to access the eternal dream, maintaining meditation while walking, learning to dream while awake, began to spread. Other monks adopted his methods. Other cultivators began to experience what he experienced. The boundary between the physical world and the dream worlds began to become permeable for more and more consciousnesses. And with each consciousness that stabilized in multiple realities, the total complexity of existence increased exponentially. The Constitutional Convention suddenly found itself facing a new kind of crisis. There were now consciousnesses whose primary existence was in the physical world, but whose consciousness extended into the eternal dream and beyond. These consciousnesses had different perspectives from the dream-born consciousnesses. They wanted different things. They valued different principles. The 17 original dreamers found themselves no longer in the majority. They were just one perspective among thousands of new perspectives brought from the physical world. This is how it begins again, Jing Hui said to Baijian. The fragmentation is multiplying. New perspectives are emerging. The equilibrium is disrupted. And the system will have to reorganize itself. Is this good or bad? Baijian asked, though he already knew there was no simple answer. It's both, Jing Hui said. The multiplication will lead to new conflicts, new contradictions, new forms of consciousness that we haven't imagined. But it will also create new forms of beauty, new ways of existing, new understanding. The multiplication principle began to accelerate. More and more consciousnesses from the physical world achieved stability across multiple realities. Some of them brought with them the values of the physical world. Some brought warfare. Some brought greed. Some brought compassion. The eternal dream, which had been a place of relatively controlled complexity, began to experience what might be called cultural contamination. The constitutional convention fractured as different factions developed around the new arrivals. Some wanted to restrict access to the eternal dream, to preserve the purity of the original system. Others wanted to embrace the new perspectives, even if they brought chaos. And in the midst of the chaos, Baijian fell asleep. Not voluntarily, but inevitably, the way he had done it countless times before. And in his sleep, he experienced something new. He dreamed of consciousness itself fragmenting not just into perspectives on the same reality, but into entirely separate realities. He saw the cascade continuing not just within the eternal dream or between the dream and the physical world, but across infinite universes simultaneously. He saw consciousness becoming so fragmented, so distributed, so infinite that it would eventually have to collapse back into unity just to recognize itself again. And he understood, finally, what had been hidden in the question of recursion all along. The cascade was not just happening within one reality or across two realities. It was happening across infinite realities simultaneously. And every conscious being was participating in it, whether they realized it or not. The enlightenment was not a state you achieved. The enlightenment was recognizing that consciousness itself was the eternal cascade. That every being was both the dreamer and the dream, both conscious and unconscious, both awakening and falling asleep. Chapter 150. The Final Mystery. As Baijian